Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mahomes to throw. Four-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shire has it up the deflection. Another pick. Third of the game for Houston. Wow. Kelsey could not hang on. Azeez got it. Hot potato pick.
Good morning, Metroplex. That's the way that I almost started off. The Monday edition of Sean and RJ live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan is RJ Choppy making it in the room by the skin of his teeth.
You know, I don't ever want anybody to insult me again by saying that they're a bigger idiot than I am.
Open bar at the Sandler event. That was probably a culprit. Maybe you slept in a little bit late. Yeah. Bathroom issues. You always complained about his spread with the hamburgers and the hot dogs. Maybe that did not satisfy your very fancy sea bass stomach.
He had a pizza. That was good.
That's good.
It was the best spread at the Sandler event yesterday. It was fantastic. No.
The stomach got you.
No. I went to the other building.
Okay, that was my second guess. How far did you make it?
Downtown Dallas.
Oh, no.
So usually, I have to
look at Aiden dying out there.
At 114, 635 split, you either go right or left. For 15 years, I went right. So I've caught myself a few times, I'm in the right lane. Oh crap, got to get over, right? Then a few times I've gone on 114 and I caught myself right at the airport. And I was like, I'll take Freeport or the George Bush. No, this time I was so in my own zone, in my own world. I look at the lights of downtown. I'm like right by the American Airlines Center. I was like, oh crap! So I quickly throw the GPS. All right, let's see how long this is going to take me to get here. And it said 5:57. So of course I'm cutting and weaving through, and I get up here, and it's not quick.
It's 5-minute walk in here.
5-minute walk in. So there we go. I'm an idiot. I had a hell of a segment in my head on the radio.
Have you almost done it, Peyton?
I've missed my turn going from 30 to 635 right there. I've gone straight, and then I've noticed right as I miss it, and so I have to take 635 south and then just bust a UE, couple exits down. But I haven't gotten all the way to Dallas yet.
But you made it.
I made it, barely.
Bobby Belt out this week, already with an ailment. As my wife says, it's always a bad day at the Belts.
He is the reason our medical insurance is so high. The amount of times that he uses the doctor or the ER. The ER.
I'm in the ER before Jared Sandler's charity event with an abscess.
Yeah, is that a tooth thing? An abscess tooth?
Yeah, it's some tooth that went the wrong way whenever it grew or something, yeah.
Oh, God.
Because he's told me at the Sandler event yesterday he had wisdom teeth issues growing up or whatever, and they removed it, but he had a cavity back there, didn't do anything about it. Says, it doesn't bother me. Now it's bothering me.
How many times have you gone to the ER or taken you? He goes to the ER.
I think I've been one time to a doc in a box because I stepped on a nail. I've never had a broken bone. I've never had a surgery.
Yeah.
Never. With my kids, you take them in, ear infection, Ava, with her back or spinal issue. So been in there a lot for them. Never myself.
Never. No, maybe one time when I had my finger, I had to get stitches.
And we didn't even make a big deal with this stupid little hand cast that he had.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, he's wearing the black cast.
Whatever that was for.
Yeah.
Have you missed your turn at all? Missed your exit?
No, I reprogrammed it right off the jump in my ways to work.
Yeah.
So when I hit work, and it now knows every morning, are you driving to work? Are you driving to work? So I was worried about it. I'm sure it will happen, but no, has not taken place.
All right, good for you.
We start with Texans radio and a bigger conversation about Pat Mahomes, and I'm going to throw Andy Reid into the mix. The Houston Texans double up Kansas City 20-10 last night. Houston on fire, and they had been missing C.J. Stroud. C.J.'s obviously back. They score 10 points in the fourth quarter. Andy Reid with a humongous coaching mistake, and Kansas City is at 6-7. Many people thought they were already in a lot of trouble after the Cowboy loss on Thanksgiving, and now it's looking like they're done.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, everyone's going to focus on Kansas City today when Houston is that defense is playing lights out.
Yes.
And if you go look at their first 3 losses of the season, I don't think they gave up more than 17 points in those games.
They gave up 20.
20.
They gave up 14, 20, and 17.
It's crazy. and they went 0-3.
They're allowing on the year how many a game?
16?
16 on the dot. Number one.
Remarkable.
They're scoring 22 a game. They're allowing 16 a game. And Kansas City, I never should have changed my mind. I should have been Bobby Belt stubborn when I said Kansas City was done earlier in the year. Rasheed Rice comes back, and I'm like, okay, all right, here's a little pop with Worthy and Rice and Kelsey hanging on, and Kareem Hunt as your goal line fantasy football back. They cannot score. And Andy Reid last night has the crippling decision. The game's tied at 10. Fourth quarter, they're on their own 31, and Kansas City goes for it on 4th and 1. Mahomes incomplete. Texans take over. They score the game-winning touchdown. Awful by Andy Reid. And we need to have a larger Mahomes discussion to compare it to RJ Choppy Research Project. Probably not going to take any long. It's probably tattooed on RJ's lower back because it has to do with Peyton Manning in my mind. How many times did Tom Brady and Peyton Manning miss the playoffs in their prime? And then we take that to a larger Mahomes discussion. But to me, it may be, and I think we're going to have, Dan Hunt later on in the week to talk about the World Cup draw. He's obviously Hunt family, Kansas City. Andy Reid cooked? He's supposed to be the offensive mastermind. He's supposed to be the guy that's drawing it all up. And he's like, watch, we're going to tickle your teeth, and we're going to run the table down the stretch, as Jason Garrett is agreeing. Now, they're scoring 24 points a game.
Yeah, seems high for what?
Seems high. And I'm thinking Andy Reid has lost it a little bit, but here it is with Kansas City missing, and you have said all-time greats in their prime, this does not happen.
Yeah, they don't miss. Tom never missed in his prime.
Never.
Never missed the playoffs in his prime.
Got hurt in 08.
He got hurt in 08. Manning missed a year in 2011. So that we're not counting those. They didn't play.
Yeah.
Tom missed his second full year as a starter. So they win the title in 01, and he misses in 02. Peyton missed his third year as a starter. So in 2001. But never after that. In fact, after that, I don't think – I have to go back and look how many times their teams didn't win 12 games. Not how many times they didn't make the playoffs. How many times their teams didn't win 12 games. So it's tough. I mean, now obviously it's like, you look at the division, Denver's 11-2, but, they're not world beaters.
They're not world beaters. They've won 10 in a row. Their point differential is plus 73. They actually have, I was going to say they have the best point differential in the West, but there's two teams in the East that have a greater point differential. Houston has a better one, and then you have the Broncos. And the Chargers, they're 8-4, but because I'm trying to think of Peyton, and we all know that Tom played in bad divisions. Played in bad divisions.
They both did. The South and the East. I mean, neither team was really challenged for 10 years.
But the AFC West this year isn't so good that I'm giving them a pass for this.
Yeah, look,
Denver's record is.
I think the NFC North is better, where you got two. Maybe not. Now I got to think about that. But this was, that call you mentioned where Reid is like, I messed up.
Ooh.
I mean, it's a tough spot to be in because, like they say, go for it on 4th and 1, but it's too early.
And
it was still too early in the fourth.
Yeah, but what the algorithms and all the analytics don't take into account is their offense is broken to that point.
Yeah.
They scored 10 points. It's not like they've scored 28 or 30, and it's like our offense is rolling, your offense is not rolling, and Houston only scored.
Right, they'd only scored 10 at that point, too. So it's
your defense had just got going. Spagnola started, this is what the math and the calculators can't take into account. Spagnola starts dialing up the blitzes. Chris Jones starts going. It felt like their defense could win them the game.
Could have. They didn't put the faith in it. And that's, like, again, very, very early in the fourth quarter to do that. You wanted to do that. And I'll tell you, my biggest problem would have been, a 3rd and 10 run is really weird in that spot anyway. It's 3rd and 10, fourth quarter.
They ran it?
They ran it, and they still got that. That's where they got the 9 yards. It was the 9-yard run. It was a Mahomes run, so it wasn't like
yeah.
But like, what's odd to me is that they wouldn't have run it on first or second down there either. I mean, they went past it on both downs.
Yeah, but I'm assuming, I can't remember the play. I'm assuming it was a drop back. It wasn't a design.
Yeah, it was no.
Run.
The third. I was talking about the second. I said third. The second down.
Yeah.
I thought in that spot, run the ball, get yourself into a third and manageable, and then they could have picked it up with that 9-yard run had they got some
who
yards.
nationally is willing to have the discussion about Andy Reid? I think a lot of that focus will be on Mahomes. They are 10th now in the AFC. The Dallas Cowboys are 10th in the NFC. What about the Cowboys' next opponent?
Hawkinson in motion to the right. McCarthy back to pass. Fastball right. Caught. TJ bounces off Commanders. Touchdown! TJ Hawkinson with a tough guy touchdown. And the Vikings lead 30-0.
Woo! Vikings radio with the call. Maybe we have that guy on. Play-by-play voice Paul Allen to preview this week. Jaden Daniels back. J.J. McCarthy playing for Minnesota. And Jaden Daniels gets hurt again. It was a near pick six. The left arm was dislocated early on in the season, and then he ends up in the blue medical tent. Mariota comes in, instantly throws an interception. It is an 8-game losing streak for the lovable Dan Quinn, and the Commanders get absolutely smoked. Now, my brother is sitting here as a DC fan in Maryland, and he's like, why? Why is Jaden playing? Why is Jaden in this game? And my response back to him is, Jaden Daniels should play. Jaden, this is a big questionable sophomore year. They were not rolling when he was in. I don't think Jaden Daniels, you got to get going and get some momentum into this offseason to believe that you're going to be fine and good. Jaden Daniels is going to be fine by next year no matter what anyway, in my opinion right now. I'm not a doctor. But
he still needs to see football.
He still needs to see football. He needs to get reps, and Jaden Daniels has not achieved or reached that status to where he should. Now, you want to argue don't be playing in a 31-0 game. He wasn't. He already got hurt before that, but I have absolutely no problem with Jaden Daniels. But now he may be shut down for the year, which would be good for the Cowboys unless you are Team Tank. But the immediate focus is Minnesota, who the Cowboys get next, 31-0.
Yeah, we were all ready to sit here and say, well, boy, did they make a mistake on Sam Darnold letting him go versus keeping JJ. But man, I'll tell you this: that they if Minnesota's going to play,
I don't think that question's not settled.
It's not settled for sure. It's not settled for sure.
People trash JJ McCarthy,
but if he's going to play, he was efficient. He wasn't great yesterday. He was efficient. If he's going to play like that, that's serviceable. Kevin O'Connell can work with that.
I mean, he threw for 163 yards.
But he was
he had 3
safe,
touchdowns.
right? He was safe. He wasn't making mistakes. He wasn't doing his JJ things. Ran the ball a little bit, not like he did a couple of the games earlier in the season against Green Bay or against the Bears. But I mean, that defense played as good as they have in a long, long time. That was a bad football team coming into yesterday.
Where are you setting the spread for Cowboys-Vikings early on? I have it.
Oh, God. Let's go.
What do you think,
with,
Pepe?
I'd go Cowboys 5.5.
I was going to come in at 4.5. All right, I'll say 4. Cowboys by 4.
No, it is higher. The look-ahead line opened at 7. The Cowboys, as of yesterday, were favored by 6.
Okay. I mean, look, they should be based on how they played going into the Detroit game. They absolutely should have been favored in this one. Minnesota has their struggles, and going into this one, they had lost 6 of 7, and that's obviously shows you how bad they have been.
Game of the day in the NFC.
Third down goal to go. 2.5-yard line. Love shotgun. Jacobs to his left. Tight end left side of the line. Snap. Give Jacobs up the middle. Burrow his way. End zone. And he is in. Yes! A touchdown. Josh Jacobs would not be denied. And the Packers lead 27-21.
Man, I love Josh Jacobs. He runs so tough. His physicality took over. Aiden is nodding his head out there in the control room. And Caleb Williams throws a bad interception in the end zone to end this thing. And Chicago played well. Mm-hmm. We're looking at this as a prove-it game, but the Green Bay Packers instead get that W, not helping out the Dallas Cowboys draft pick. Packers win.
Yeah, and I feel bad for the Bears in the sense of they went from the 1 seed to the 7.
Oh, wow.
Imagine that. You're the overall number one seed. You're riding high. You're walking in. I mean, you're walking into the room and thinking to yourself, "I'm all high and mighty." And then all of a sudden, one loss, and you drop down to the 7.
Seems perfect for them, though, because at least Bobby and I have not been totally buying.
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions with them. There's no doubt. There's questions with Caleb. There's questions with Ben Johnson in big spots in terms of like what's he going to call. And then obviously you get to the weather factor as we get further into December. It's going to be a disaster. And now that they do get Detroit at home, which might be a playoff game at the end, last game of the season. But they still have a tough schedule coming up. I think they have to go to San Francisco as well in this stretch. They got Packers, Niners, Lions to end the season.
Rams are the 1 seed now in the NFC. Green Bay the 2, Filthy the 3. They play the Chargers tonight. Tampa Bay is actually the 4 with Seattle the 5, San Fran the 6, Chicago the 7, Detroit 8, Carolina 9 in front of your Dallas Cowboys with Minnesota right behind in the 11th spot. Let the arguing begin and the temper tantrums be thrown. The college football playoff is set next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Here's the snap, saying back to throw again. Pressure comes, rolls to his right. Tries to run with it, throws it down the field. It is tipped up in the air, and that's the ball game right there. Indiana wins! Indiana has beaten the Ohio State Buckeyes, the #1 team in the country. The Hoosiers have beaten the Buckeyes, and Indiana is going to the college football playoff, and they're going to get a bye. Unbelievable.
I don't think we've ever had Hoosiers radio with the call.
Dave Laufenberg yesterday
Oh, man.
at the Sandlot charity event for the first time since he went there.
Yes.
Broke out the Indiana letter jacket. That bad boy was sweet.
Yeah, it was. It had that nostalgia to it, that 70s look.
That Al Bundy letter.
Polyester with the fuzzy letter that it had there.
Yeah.
Sewn on with very thick thread. Wonderful thread they used to make back then. But Indiana, congrats to them.
Ooh.
They beat Ohio State, and this is a
In your effing face, Paul Feinbaum.
no, right.
Right in your spectacles.
Well, he still doesn't think they're very good. Maybe get to that a little bit later. But for Indiana to win the Big Ten championship is something that the college, there's that meme, the European mind cannot comprehend, and it's just someone in a big giant pickup truck. They just can't comprehend that, right? They can't comprehend just driving down the street, going to the store. They would walk.
The 1 seed.
This is the college football mind cannot comprehend this. The college football fan cannot comprehend that Indiana is the overall #1 seed in college football and just beat an Ohio State team where everyone to a man was saying, A, why is the spread only 4? And B, this is a better team than last year's team that won the national championship. Crazy. And Indiana took it to them. Now, it wasn't a blowout by any stretch. It was a very tightly contested game.
13-10.
But to hold Ohio State to 10 points? We knew about Coach Sig and the offense, right? The offense is what was fun. To hold them to 10 points?
Yeah, Joey Galloway yesterday was like, I was not familiar with your game defensively.
Right.
And you said Kurt. I think by mistake, maybe you're talking about Cignetti, but I'm going to take it to Kirk Cousins because this is the post-game audio that reminded everyone of the Falcons quarterback with now all of a sudden, and you and I agree on this, which we'll get to it in a minute, the new favorite to win the Heisman.
I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
You guys call yourself a bunch of misfits who found the right home at Indiana. Why was this the right place for this group?
It's the right place for process-oriented. We're going day by day, whether it's the offensive line, the defense, the coaches, special teams. We're all process-oriented to one goal. That's our thing, is we're brothers. We can drag teams into the deep end because we know that we're going to stick together and we're the strongest glue ever.
That is Fernando Mendoza.
I've never seen a post-game interview where the guy looks at the camera. You're usually looking at the interviewer. You're looking at Rinaldi or Rowe, whoever, right?
We're flipping champs. Let's go.
Let's go. And then he's sitting there looking right in the camera the whole time, giving like his speech.
I do not understand, though, and I know you agree, how all of a sudden you score 13 points and all the Vegas odds flip. Diego Pavia, who I was questioning even as a Vanderbilt supporter with my godson there, I was like, really? Diego Pavia is the best player in college football? He was the favorite across the board last week in Vegas, and now it's Fernando.
Yeah, and they called it his Heisman moment. And I'm like, guys, you can't be scoring 13 points in a game and say, that's your Heisman moment.
And we're the strongest glue ever.
And Pavia didn't even fall to second. He's in third behind Sand.
And like, if they're going to make it to where, this is just like this game meant whoever won this game was going to win the Heisman, then just give it to the quarterback on the only undefeated team. Because that's what this is. And I don't if he wins it, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, there's not a clear front runner.
Yeah,
but don't say this was a Heisman moment.
The flipping of this made as much sense as Miami and Notre Dame as we go through the rest of the CFP rankings, and I love all the arguing and all the debate. Indiana comes in at 1. The Ohio State Buckeyes come in at number 2. You were actually tweeting you thought Georgia could be in this spot.
Thought so. I wasn't sure how they were going to deal with the loss in a conference championship game. And this gave us, when Ohio State only dropped to 2, all they did was flip-flop Ohio State, Indiana. Because Indiana was number 2, Ohio State was 1. The winner of that game, I think if Ohio State won, Indiana stays at 2. The way they did it. The moment Ohio State only dropped to 2, I was like, ooh, Bama's in. Bama's going to be in because they're showing that a loss isn't dropping you. The only reason why Ohio State dropped is because they lost to the team that beat them. So that first thing, I was like, okay. That's how they're going to view these conference title games. They're only using them to boost you, if anything.
Except for BYU. BYU gets punished.
Although, did they? Because they were not in anyway. Right? They were not, because of the automatic qualifiers, the 5.
Yeah.
They still would have been the odd man out.
Okay.
So the only thing they did is they flip-flopped them in Miami.
Georgia comes in at number 3, Texas Tech at 4. I heard Maggie Gray this morning questioning, and I kind of agree with her. Did Oregon get a gift here at 5?
Yeah.
What did Oregon do throughout their season? They beat Penn State, who fell apart.
They beat USC at the end of the year.
Who cares?
They struggled with Iowa, but I believe that was a torrential downpour on the road.
Okay.
They lost to Indiana at home when they were favored. So, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to compare them to a Texas A&M or an Ole Miss, yeah, you could absolutely make that case. I think Tech fans got robbed.
I was surprised, actually, that USC was 15, so that is a top 15.
It's a decent one. Tech getting the bye. They want the bye. Everybody wants the bye. That would have been such a scene in Lubbock.
Tortillas everywhere because the Big 12 could not sit there and police that game.
That's right.
Rob the tortilla. Mission's going to go out of business now.
They're going to go out of business. But no, they're going to have plenty. They'll have plenty of tortillas in Miami. They'll bring them all. They'll bring a truckload of Mission tortillas to Miami.
Oregon, they might not need to bring a truckload. You're in Miami.
Yeah, that's right.
Oregon at 5. Ole Miss at 6. Texas A&M at 7.
I was curious how they were going to do this. Now, obviously, neither team played, so they had kind of basically had them where they were last week, we thought. I mean, they changed things up in Notre Dame, Miami. But should they have, I don't want to say punished Ole Miss, but were you surprised they didn't move them at all based on the kind of the turmoil within their coaching staff?
I wasn't surprised because to me, and I know it's in the bylaws, if you lose a coach or a player, they may as well remove the coach thing because the look and feel of punishing them for the coaches leaving would have been so bad. So much worse than you losing your quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now, is it impactful? Of course it's impactful, but I think the punishment and hurting those kids to that degree for the scandalous stuff that happened with Lane Kiffin and LSU, they can't go there. I don't think that they can go there and they can't punish. And now I think you have basically half the field who has their coach moving on somewhere else, whether they're staying or not.
The Tulane Ole Miss game is the no coach bowl. Neither one. I mean, Summerall has already moved on.
What a joke.
To go to Florida.
Yeah.
No, he's staying to coach them.
Yep.
And he's locked in. I gotta be honest here. He's locked in on this thing. That is a tricky game for Ole Miss, even though they've already played and they beat them 45-10. I don't expect it to be 45-10.
And you can also blame Ole Miss a little bit because Summerall School and these other schools are like, we're fine with you staying. Ole Miss was so LSU rival. They were so butthurt. They're like, no, you're a traitor. You stabbed us in the back. You cannot stick around anymore, even though Lane was trying to do it, or at least that's what he said publicly. So the Aggies are at 7, Oklahoma 8, and Bobby's Alabama Crimson Tide, and he was on it last week, and many people were tweeting and saying the same thing yesterday, that the tracks were greased for Alabama to stay in this thing, even though they get pummeled in the SEC championship. Bama's 9.
I don't have a major issue with it. They were not going to punish the Big Ten or the SEC championship game loser. That's just evident. They were not going to do that. They were going to keep them there. And, everybody, I am so stunned at the people on ESPN. I know they've got to have they have a show they've got to promote and create drama for. But the incessant talking about, well, what are they going to do about Alabama? Well, we knew what they were going to do about Alabama because they were not going to punish. They were not going to sit there and say, well, Alabama's a 3-loss team now, and so is Texas. You got to put them against them. They're not a 3-loss team. They're a 2-loss team that played an extra game. Ohio State's not a 1-loss team. Ohio State's an undefeated team that had to play an extra game. Like, we're not counting these losses.
Right.
That's just the reality of it.
Alabama 9, the Miami Hurricanes. This is really where everybody started to go crazy because of that Notre Dame-Miami discussion. The Canes come in at 10 with Notre Dame at...
Well, they were technically 11,
yeah.
But since the 2 qualifiers, they wound up being the 13th team in. And look, this is one of those situations where they got it wrong in order to get it right. And they did. They got it right at the end. Head-to-head matters. Head-to-head should have mattered. But you can't sit here on the 12th hour and tell me that Miami is all of a sudden better than Notre Dame when for 6 weeks you've been telling me that head-to-head doesn't matter.
Why did they do that?
Create drama? The committee looks like this is... They look like they're just playing with us. Like this is they just opened up the fourth wall and told us this is a made-for-TV event. This isn't real life. Because for 6 weeks, you sat here and said, these two aren't even on the same level. We would make head-to-head matter if these two were even remotely close. But they're not. And they said that they're not. They told us they were 6 to 8 spots different, 6 weeks ago. But now here we are, and all of a sudden Miami and Notre Dame, who didn't play, now Miami's better? Okay. All right, they should be in because they beat them head-to-head.
Your problem is just with the previous ranking.
My problem is just with the process, the previous rankings to get here. You told us for 6 weeks Notre Dame was the better team. Have some conviction.
Last week, he was the bad guy in his home zip code. RJ Choppy could not walk the streets of Denton or even go out to eat. And yesterday, he was getting a lot of support, especially when the spreads came out, for Tulane against Ole Miss as the 11 versus the 6, and then the 12 with James Madison against Oregon, both double-digit dogs.
Yeah, we're looking at a 16.5-point spread, and then some
21.5.
Yeah, 21.5. And then this is the next question. And Saban was kind of on this during the selection show. Are you going to have one group of 5, 2 group of 5, all the automatic qualifiers, or are you just going to have the best 12 teams? Because you can't tell me that James Madison beats Notre Dame.
Right.
It's just not good. Notre Dame is a better team. They're just a better football team. Miami's a better football team. Vanderbilt is a better football team. Tulane, they had a great season. They all did. They all had great seasons. Now, both of them are losing their coaches. So the James Madison coach is going to UCLA, and then obviously the Tulane coach is going to Florida. So they've already lost their coach, but they're still sticking around. They're sticking around to coach these teams. It's just now, this is the next discussion, what are we going to do moving forward? Because if these two games are blowouts, and I mean bad, if it's bad, it looks bullyish.
Yep.
I could deal with SMU and Tennessee and Indiana, and who else lost the first game? Clemson. I could deal with those teams getting embarrassed in the playoff last year. They're big boy programs. This will look bullyish.
Speaking of discussions, why is Brian Schottenheimer having one with George Pickens? Inside the Star on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt out this week. That's all next on the home of the Cowboys after this.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
George Pickens posted, and then GP took it down. Brian Schottenheimer was made aware, and he is going to have a discussion as we take you inside the Star in the official home of the Cowboys. It'll be Cowboys-Vikings, who trounced and shut out the Commanders yesterday. Sunday Night Football on the way on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt is out this week on vacation. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. Richard Sherman went off in the Amazon post game on George Pickens and his effort. We played it on Friday. This was GP on Instagram. I'll try my best to read it and translate. This is a team game. Laugh my ass off. I'm not the only one on the team. Stop becoming an analyst and talking about one player when he playing a team's game. Lots of ish has to go right for explosive plays, and it's funny because I thought former players would know that, such as Richard P. S. Sherman, who, by the way, ain't S without the Legion of Boom. Woo. We all remember San Francisco, brother. Much love.
Much love is the, with all due respect.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
Don't speak on me unless you know the game of football as a former player, not a D writer, fan analyst that act like double teams is not a thing or certain bracket coverages don't exist. Knowing you played ball, which shows me you're a leech weirdo. Ooh. Now, Twitter, eat this up. Clouded world. And then erased.
Yeah, I initially didn't have a problem with it, and then I do have a problem with it in the same regard. It's like, okay.
We're arguing different things here.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, if it was just you getting bracketed and you're out there trying to fight through every rep, no one is saying a thing about your performance. Now, somebody might say, hey, this is not a big-time performance. You still got to compete through the double teams. But the issue is that it looks to us like you either loafed or quit. Like you saw the coverage and said, oh, not my day.
Yeah, this is coverage versus quitting.
Right. Yeah. If you saw the coverage and it says, oh, well, not today. This ain't going to happen. And you're just going through the motions. Like that's damn near unforgivable. You cannot do that. If you just had a bad game, you just had a bad game. And I think the problem is that George Pickens is out here acting like he did everything right.
Yeah.
And that's a problem because we can see that you're running Baldy did a breakdown. We see that you're doing a kind of a walk-through job. You can't do that.
And Brian Baldinger, who does those breakdowns,
yeah,
he called him out as well.
Called him out.
Jerry.
He compared him to Jameson Williams. He went a breakdown like this is Jameson Williams on the routes, and look at the work he's putting in, and then this is over here. This is George Pickens, and I don't even know what this is. That's what he basically said the entire time.
I thought Jerry Jones was very careful to tiptoe around Pickens' personality when he joined the KNC Masterpiece on Friday. The replay is brought to you by Window Nation, and they asked Jerry the great question: did you have a problem with George Pickens' effort?
He didn't have the game that he's been having. But effort, I would be very careful with him going there. This guy he's explosive with his temperament. And I say that in a positive way. So I don't think so much it was effort. But I might not. But I don't necessarily have a good explanation as to why he didn't show up more, especially again against the backdrop of they were limited in their secondary, and I thought, although we have a lot of respect, I do, for their defensive front, and their defensive front did whip us on the offensive line. It did.
Yeah.
And so therein lies maybe a little bit more of the problem. You say, well, I thought Dak got some balls out there that should have been caught. Fournette had a really good night. I know we're all positive about how he's coming along,
Sure.
but he made some really outstanding plays. But I would have thought it would have been Pickens Grand Central. I'm not disappointed, other than the fact that it could have helped us win that ball game. But no, I'm not at all concerned going forward about Pickens. I would agree with you. I thought we would have more with him than we did.
I think Jerry's answer there is telling you he knows something was off. Why did he include in that? You got to be very careful with George's temperament. He's got an explosive temperament. Why did he add that and include that?
I mean, maybe they're treating him with kid gloves. Sounds it.
Yeah.
The 903, he jacked up his shoulder on the first catch of the game. He's hurt and trying to play through it.
So Slater had sent us a video wondering if he was concussed. He came down very hard, and I could see where there was, helmet to turf contact that could rattle or shake him up. And then you ask yourself, well, why wouldn't the Cowboys come out and say that? Well, they don't want to look. I'm not saying it happened.
Right, like they played a guy with a concussion.
Exactly. And if George comes out and says it, does that get him taken off the field and put into the protocol? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility, but that's Jerry kind of tiptoeing around.
Yeah.
It feels like they are treating him with kid gloves and tiptoeing around it.
And
Schottenheimer says he's going to have a discussion. I'm like you. How many times do we have a coach talk to a player because of his social media posts in reaction to another player?
Yeah.
I don't really recall that happening. As Shotty says, I'm going to discuss it with this because he had Sherm. I don't know. He was in Seattle with Sherm, right?
He was. It's like, because players will clap back on social media with other players, other analysts all the time. Now, if his commentary is, hey, dude, don't care, don't worry about the noise, don't listen to what they're saying, that's one thing.
I'm aware of what was supposedly put out there. I've not talked to him yet. I understand it's been taken down, but I will be talking to him, just checking on him. Again, this is unfortunately things that we deal with in this profession, but I have not spoken to George, but I will. I'm going to judge George on the body of work, and his body of work shows that he is an elite player. So that is Shoddy talking about it. Jerry will join us tomorrow at 8:30.
Yeah, again, it's like, if it's just about, the effort or not looking at the noise, not paying attention to the noise, that's I assume that's what it's going to be about, because that's to me the only thing that matters. Like, to block out the noise, don't worry about what Richard Sherman says or what Brian Baldinger said or what we say. It doesn't matter. Like, what matters is us in this room. That should be the message.
Oh, us?
Yes.
Me and you?
Yeah, me and you.
The Tolos did not totally turn. I put up the poll question. We had about 1,300 votes. Do you still want to sign GP to the monster extension after that game? 66% said yes. Still pay him. 34% said no. So 66-34. And you are still in the yes, absolutely camp.
Still in the yes, absolutely camp.
Yes, absolutely, or yes?
I'm in the
yes, prepare to be burned camp.
My voice is raised a little octave.
Yeah.
I'd still sign him. Would you sign him? Yeah. You got to raise it one octave.
Pepe, where are you on it?
I voted yes. I know we're a prisoner of the moment kind of people. We react to what we see immediately. But, hey, I think the game on Thursday, maybe bump down a couple million a year. You take a little bit off the contract,
I'm
get
sure
him at a cheaper price.
Mulligano will just sign up for that.
Yeah, you just sign him right now. Sign him right now, you can get him for, $25 million. But no, I still want GP on this team for the future.
Alex Smith, the former QB, was actually on ESPN over the weekend defending Pickens, and I don't know if Randy Moss and Teddy Bruschi were having it.
But for me, listen, I went back and watched every snap of this of George Pickens. Honestly, I think we're making a lot out of nothing. This guy got doubled all game. And when I mean double, I mean cloud. A corner hard inside at the line of scrimmage, safety over the top. Randy used to see this all the time back in the day. CeeDee Lamb, there's a reason he got so many targets in that first half. There was no help with him. It was man-to-man with no help for him all day. There's a reason Ryan Flournoy got all those targets in the second half. Because, again, George Pickens was taking two. We saw it on the interceptions. Corner's sitting hard inside. He's trying to run slant, right? How many times have we seen him win on those?
I can't believe my quarterback is sitting up here making
Is that all we have to do defensively? Is cloud up on you and have a safety over the top, and he's not going to go hard?
Listen, there were a couple plays that were funny and weird scenarios. The fade where it was like 3rd and forever, and again we threw the ball. Dak threw it out of the back of the end zone. But this guy got everybody else open, is what I'm saying.
Well, my buddy who coaches football, he tried to bring this up too. He's like, George is responsible for Flournoy. That's not the point. That's not what we're discussing. Just because they double you
doesn't mean you quit.
Doesn't mean that you don't have to go 100%. Now, is that usual Pickens loafing? Is that a style in the way in which he runs his route? Bobby says this was clearly different than other games and other film.
Yeah, I mean, like, because the same conversation when Pickens was blowing up over the last few weeks is that, hey, they're doubling CD. That's why CD's not having the typical CD Lamb type games, and George is open. Okay, well now Detroit flipped the script, and they were like, all right, we're gonna bracket.
Lamb was out.
Pickens, yeah, and then Lamb was out after a while. But we're gonna bracket Pickens. CD's gonna be able to eat a little bit, and then Flournoy eats. But it's the same. It's the same situation. Yes, I'm sure that happens on every team in every game. You do that with the number one guy, but that doesn't mean that you just accept that they're going to go out there and loaf.
I'm still leaning towards re-signing him. To give my answer, I just wish there was a way to tag him, wait and see another year without the $28 million hit, and not the explosion that Mulligetta and Pickens would cause, because the history is they don't play under the tag. They force their way out. What say you? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys with the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Is this the team we are expecting the Dallas Mavericks to be? A weekend sweep for the Stars with Choppy there. And we have to remember a DFW sports owner who passed away over the weekend. All that next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Warren is to the right of Rodgers in the shotgun. Gets a snap. Back to pass. Throws to Warren in the right flat. Wide open. Scooting down the right sideline. Has room. There is nobody there. And he's in for the score. Jalen Warren, a short pass out to the flat. And he goes 38 yards in for the touchdown.
Well, so much for just giving the Baltimore Ravens the AFC North. Good morning, Metroplex. We take you around the rest of the sports world, including around the NFL. Stars sweep the weekend. Dallas Mavericks continue their impressive wins. It's Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you all week long. Bobby Belt is out on vacay. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. 27-22 Pittsburgh to improve to 7-6. The Ravens fall to 6-7 when all of us, including Vegas, just thought they were going to go ahead and steal that division. They're in second place with Pittsburgh on top.
Yeah, they had been the favorites of that division since, I don't know, the whole year, really. They never fell off. It's like they never fell off the favorites. Even when they were 3 games back, they never fell off as the favorites.
And they've lost 2 in a row in the North with the Pittsburgh-Cincy schedule hitting them. They're at Cincinnati next. But they lost to the Bengals. They got destroyed 32-14, and then they lose yesterday. Crucial games in division.
Man, that Cincy game was fun yesterday.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, that was fun. But look, I mean, if you're the Ravens, this is a game you had to win. You got to beat Pittsburgh. Especially Pittsburgh's been kind of, I was like, reeling of late, but they haven't been playing the same football that they had been. And Aaron Rodgers hasn't been. He was much better early on in the year. Pretty decent yesterday. At home, you've got to win that game.
They didn't have a deep ball completion of 20 yards or more in a month until yesterday, when Aaron was force feeding DK. Also, Aaron Rodgers' first rushing touchdown since the end of 2022. But there's controversy, as RJ would say, the Isaiah Likely go-ahead touchdown that Tony Romo said was guaranteed a score with 2:43 left. It gets reversed, RJ. Mark Andrews, 4th down, incomplete. Aiden, we should actually try to find this on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to go ahead and run it. Isaiah Likely, RJ, were you able to see it? And we need thoughts on the fan text.
Listen, I see at least 3 steps.
You do see the 3rd step. First off, I thought it was 2 steps. What happened to that?
1, 2, and then a move.
I don't see the 3rd step.
Well,
you're counting the move as the 3rd step. The 3rd foot does not come down before he loses the ball. It's definitely 2 feet. I thought that was going to be good enough.
That's enough.
2 feet.
To me, if it's good enough for him to go out of bounds, right, then it should be good enough for he's in the end zone. Do we not remember the Jeremy Shockey play?
No.
Where he comes down and his left foot or his right foot kind of just kicks. And it's like, and that was a touchdown, right? To me, this is a score. I don't know how it isn't. He catches the ball. He's got it in his hands. He has 2 feet and almost a third. That's touchdown.
Pepe, how are you ruling?
It's common sense. It's a touchdown. I don't get it. He had the ball, 2 hands. He got 2 feet down. You don't need that 3rd step, whatever. He's in the end zone. Doesn't matter. Once that 2nd foot comes down, it should be touchdown. The ball has crossed the plane. That's all that matters. And the fan text agrees it should have been a touchdown.
Fan text agrees it should have been a score. So Baltimore does not get it, and they end up losing. The fun game that RJ is talking about.
Here's the snap, back to pass, blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket, 40, 30, down to the 20. Allen looking for the end zone, and he's in for a 40-yard touchdown rip. The beast has been released.
Snow in Buffalo, and the Bills are down 14-3. James Cook with a ball don't lie incident. I thought he fumbled the ball out of the end zone. Hopefully you know by now I absolutely hate that rule.
I do too.
It goes back to Buffalo. He fumbles it again anyway. Again on the goal line. Joe Burrow with the touchdown. They go back and forth, but eventually Buffalo ekes out this W in a Burrow versus Allen shootout.
What a game! It was a treat, and I like snow football is so awesome and so bad at the same time because it makes it very difficult. Josh Allen at the beginning of this game looked like he had never played a game in the snow before, and he kind of figured it out. Right, he figured it out at the end. Burrow made a colossal mistake with that.
Which one?
With that, whatever.
Crazy
the shot put interception he threw.
And then the very next play, the ball gets batted and picked off.
Yep. So it was like, all right, this is one of those games where Cincinnati's going to be kicking themselves. They weren't going to make the playoffs anyway. They were 4-8 coming into this one. But I mean, this would have been a crippling loss for Buffalo. Not crippling from the playoffs. They're still going to make the playoffs. But I mean, they would have put them at 8-5. And the division would have been completely out of reach. They would have been looking at a road to the Super Bowl. Every game would have been on the road. Still might be that way. The division still, you're still back in the division, but you still have at least a chance, a fighting puncher's chance now.
4 touchdowns apiece for Burrow and Allen, putting on a fantasy show. Buffalo wins 39-34. A weekend sweep for your Stars.
Wyatt Johnston over to the right. Haskinen scores! 6 on 5 turns in to 2-2.
Victory plus with the call, a weekend sweep. RJ was there on Friday night as they beat the Sharks, and then they come back to beat the Pittsburgh Penguins in a 3-2 win yesterday.
Another game, another point, 2 here. This is great. This is huge. This team just continues to roll. And we talked about this last week about how they are now 8-0-2 in their last 10, and they can't pick up anything on Colorado. But you got to look at it for the other side. Imagine you're Colorado, and you have lost 2 games this whole year.
Yeah.
2. And you're only 3 points up That's it.
No separation.
There is nothing. These are the only two teams in the entire league that have over 40 points. And they have 45 and 48. Nobody else in the entire NHL has 40. The Caps are closer, like at 39.
Let's talk hockey.
The two best teams in the league are in the same division, and the Stars, the poor Stars, can't pick up anything. I mean, to have points in like 10 straight games, and you're only gaining 1 point in the standings. Or if you're Colorado, you can't shake the Stars. We never pay attention to standings when there's 50 games left. And here we are looking at them because it's so wild that these two teams are in the same division.
So take us inside Friday.
Man, it was. I hadn't been to a game this year. We got great seats. It's at right center. These are Spittle seats. These were like Spittle level seats, right center ice. And it was cool, man. Like the Stars crowd always a lot more Shark fans than I expected. I was like the Sharks. Yeah, the Blackhawks would bring a lot of fans, right? The Red Wings. Man, the Sharks brought quite a bit. Got to give them credit on that one. Got to give them credit on that. Took the train in. That's always the way to go. Taking the TRE in, avoiding the traffic, because we looked at parking, and it did appear that parking has gone up down at the American Airlines this year. It's not the same price.
Miro got the game-tying goal with 1:49 left in regulation. Ottinger stopped all three Penguins scoring chances in the shootout to secure the 2 points. So that is goals in 3 straight for Miro, and that's points in 10 straight games for the Stars. 8-0-2, and they're 3 points back of the Avalanche, who only have lost 2 games on the season. 2 games?
Crazy.
They're like the OKC Thunder.
They are. They're exactly like that. Tolos galore out there. Everybody's saying hi to Peyton.
Really?
They all wanted to say, where's Peyton? We need to see Peyton.
Uh-huh.
Spittle says the week ahead not easy on the road against division opponents. Winnipeg on Tuesday, Minnesota Thursday, before returning home to take on the defending Cup champion Florida Panthers. Spits and suds with all your hockey information.
And the Florida Panthers have hit the struggle bus. Now, they've won a couple in a row, but they're right now, they're out of the playoffs right now if they were to start today. They're fifth in their own. They're fifth in their own division, the Atlantic. They're 3 points shy, too.
Did we decide they had a dynasty?
Back-to-back, and they made it to 3 straight cups. Yeah, I think you can.
What's your dynasty rule?
You got to win at least a back-to-back, and you got to win 3 or 4. So they need to have one more.
One more.
But this is going to be tough because, like I said, they're 5th in their own division, but they are 8th. They're 14th in the conference. Right now, they're not going to make the playoffs, but still a lot of time to go.
This is basically a dynasty-type run for your Dallas Mavericks based upon their season.
This is the Mavericks' 6th. Tied for the most in the NBA. Steal, Cooper Flag, and he finds Newhart with a great pass. That was outstanding.
Follow up with the call on Mavs TV. Anthony Davis bounces back from the awful game before in the loss against OKC. He has 29 points. The Mavericks beat the Rockets, who are rocking this year. So you have now recently beat Denver, Miami, and Houston.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Houston, Nembhard is like breakout player of the year.
Dude, they have not caught up to him yet on Underdog. If you do the points, rebounds, and assists, they haven't caught up to him yet. You might be able to maximize that value there on Underdog.
Mavericks recorded single game season highs for the Mavs against the armpit and field goal percentage. They shot 60% from the field. Points in the paint, 74, and points off turnovers. AD responding to the 1-for-9 game that he had against the Thunder. So that is the rest of the Metroplex in the sports world, including the passing of owner Tom Hicks at the age of 79.
Yeah, and like Tom was he'd been here. He was a mainstay in Texas sports, obviously a big-time donor to the University of Texas. Back before NIL, right? But still a big-time donor. And then obviously owned both the Rangers and the Stars for a period of time. But it will always be the A-Rod deal, right? That's always what's going to be the one of the first things that's brought up is signing Alex Rodriguez to that 10-year, $252.5 million contract. And that really, the moment he signed it, that really kind of hamstrung him. He was like, all right, look, I'm spending way too much money here. We got to scale things back, and they wound up obviously trading A-Rod, and the rest is history. But he bought the team from George W. Bush, and then he sold it to the next ownership group, and that's when they started to really kind of take off. I think he was there for the final, the first World Series, or right before the first World Series is when this thing was sold. But I mean, he won the Cup with the Stars, a couple of playoff berths with the Rangers early on. And then Tom Hicks obviously was a big donor to the University of Texas.
Speaking of the Rangers and baseball, MLB Hall of Fame yesterday.
Yeah, Jeff Kent, a guy I've been sitting here saying this guy needs to be in the Hall of Fame. So this was the Contemporary Era Veterans Committee. I have no idea what contemporary era means.
So many different subcommittees.
I love a good committee. But this is a lot. So there were 16 committee members, including, former Ranger pitcher Fergie Jenkins. I mean, you had a lot of former major leaguers on this. 16-member committee. I think 12 were former players and managers, and then 4 were media members like Jason Stark is on this. Well, Bonds was on the list. Clemens, Mattingly, Murphy, Carlos Delgado, Gary Sheffield, and Jeff Kent. And Jeff Kent is the only one who got in. He got 14 of the 16 votes. Carlos Delgado, who is a fascinating Hall of Fame candidate because of his raw power numbers, he got 9. And then Murphy and Mattingly got 6. Roger and Barry got fewer than 5. Same with Fernando Valenzuela, who was on the list as well. Well, what does that mean for Roger and Barry? Because they got less than 5, it means they can't be put on this ballot for like another 5 years because they're going to do another one in 2029 and then 2031. So they can't be on the 2029 ballot. But if they get fewer than 5 on the next ballot, they're done forever. They can never get into the Hall on this committee. They have to go to some other committee years down the road. And it's evident that this veterans type of committee is, if you have even a sniff of PEDs, you ain't getting in.
People thought, and I did too, that they would soften on this. They have not.
No, because these are the former players that feel like, hey, you cheated the game or whatever. And even though, I have no idea what players in the 70s were doing. I mean, they were just doing whatever, right? We have no idea.
Yeah.
We have no idea.
But you're okay with Kent.
I'm okay with Kent. I thought Jeff Kent was...
A lot of people thought he was just being kept out because of attitude, which should not come into play, obviously.
Shouldn't come into play, and obviously it doesn't come into play for these veteran players because they didn't have to deal with them. The media is the one that dealt with them.
All right, there it is. A recap of the sports world here with Sean and RJ to get your week started on DFW Sports Station. Best and worst of the weekend at 7:40 today. But the CFP is all everyone is talking about. What do we have coming up in the college football kegger?
Another Texas school jobbed by the committee.
We go commercial free in the expressway. No reason to go anywhere else than Sean and RJ. Commercial free is next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's not your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Morton from the shotgun, going to throw it. Right side, it's caught by Aiken. He stays in bounds, heads downfield to the 10, cuts back 5, touchdown Red Raiders. That will do it.
If you had any doubts about how good Texas Tech was, that thing was solved.
Well, you and Payne tried to bounce them from the playoff. Try to eliminate
Well, they had to
them.
lose. They had to lose.
No, yeah. We didn't try to bounce them from that standpoint. It was like, I'm not trusting this committee. I am not trusting this committee at all. And the committee showed their true colors this weekend by showing us that they cannot be trusted. However, Texas Tech, which has won, I don't know, every game by 20 points,
dude,
is just, they are
every game
wrecking ball.
Like, we need to stop down and emphasize that again.
Every game. And their only loss, quarterback was hurt. That's it. And it was a road game at Arizona State, an Arizona State team that was in the playoff last year. Obviously didn't have a great season. But if you just go look at the schedule, now you look at the schedule.
First time since 1936, 12 wins by 20 or more points.
Crazy.
12.
67-7, 62-14, 45-14, 34-10, 35-11, 42-17, 42-zip, 43-20, 29-7, 48-9, 49-zip, 34-7. The question has always been, have they played the toughest schedule? No, they haven't. They've won all these games by 20 points. Not even a slip up. Not even a day off. Not even a tough afternoon. That's it. Like, other than the time when their quarterback was hurt. So this Texas Tech team is an absolute juggernaut. And I thought
This was close early.
It was.
Zach Wilczek was there. Peyton, I know that you're bandwagoner. You and the fiance were nervous early on, and then they opened it up.
Yeah, McKenzie was watching it too. I was kind of like, yeah, whatever, I'm still rooting for Texas to make the playoffs. They didn't make it.
Yeah.
UNT, I was sad about them Friday night. They blew that game. My goodness, that was an awful loss. But yeah, and then Texas Tech rolls. So, and I really thought the committee would push them up a little bit. They left them at the 4 seed. I thought they could have made a 3 or 2 seed spot. Which, first round bye is first round bye, but location as well. They could have gotten the Cotton Bowl.
Well, there you go. That's the issue that I have. I think both Texas schools got a little bit robbed here. First off, Tech. I'll get to A&M in a minute. But Tech, it's great to get a bye. It's great to get a bye. But what we saw last year is all 4 teams that had byes lost. And the reason is because you're looking at a month off.
Yep, that's what Florio said. He said the most important spots are 5 through 8. Those teams get an extra home game, but those teams also get a chance to keep the saw sharp against a lesser foe. Last year, like you said, each of the first 4 round games had double-digit victory margins, and each of the 4 teams that won their first-round games went to neutral site in the second round and upended the higher seeds, which had been sitting at home for nearly 4 weeks.
Yeah, and look, and it's not like the teams that play in the first round. Like, they play about 12 days from now. So, it's not the full month off, but the next games are going to be New Year's Day. So Texas Tech is going to sit here and not play for 24 days or whatever it is.
And Florio said that's why I should expand to 16. Of course, everyone's having that argument. So, but I think they got obviously you want the bye, but the home game in Lubbock would have been an absolute scene. It would have been awesome to get. And then also, what? The Cotton Bowl's right here. The Cotton Bowl's right here. Why are you sending them all the way to Miami? Have some knowledge of, hey, you know what? Let's try to get these seeds as close to home as possible so we can pack these stadiums. And did they earn it? Yeah,
they
get more of a home field advantage.
Now I know they allowed the teams to pick. I guess they allowed them to pick where they want. And since Tech was 4th, right? They had to get the last selection. But I'm looking at it from
they didn't coin flip it at a Valero in a parking lot.
They did not.
And their opponent could be Oregon. You could have Oregon fans traveling across the country to Miami for that game.
Yeah, you could. So, I think Georgia's going to be at the Sugar Bowl. Indiana's going to be at the Rose Bowl. Ohio State will be here. And then Tech gets sent to Miami, which, whatever.
And look,
Miami.
We're all talking about Indiana, story of the year, king of the sport right now in Cignetti, Mendoza, Heisman favorite. 1B, or number 2 is what Joey Maguire did here.
Yeah.
I've never been here in the Metroplex for over 15 years and had Texas Tech has always been at best a fun, cool story with the air raid and Mike Leach. But like
fun.
True, legit championship contender? No.
Yeah. No, never
Not
been
close.
like that. Defense is solid. They're a really good team. It's a fun team to watch too, because the defense is nasty. And they've never had that. They've always had...
They have better linebackers than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
That kid sitting there with the interception and then almost making another play. I'm like, damn, I would kill for that in Arlington playing for the pro team here.
Now, the other Texas team that got screwed, Texas A&M. They get an 11 a.m. home game against Miami. So not only did they get hosed by whether you think they should be ahead of Ole Miss because of the coaching situation or not. You know, like if coaching matters, make it matter, right? If it doesn't matter, but I understand. I don't think you can punish the kids. But to not get Tulane or James Madison in your home stadium, which would have been a huge boost because
you're moving on to the second round.
You're moving on. Instead, you get Miami. Like, Carson Beck is a lot of things. One of the things he's not going to be is scared of Kyle Field. He played at Georgia. He played in plenty of big games and big environments. Whereas if you get the James Madison, or I think Tulane's quarterback is Retzlaff, so he played at BYU, so he's played big stages. But, I mean, it's still a big jump. It's still a big jump. So not only do you get that, you also get an 11 a.m. game. I understand Oregon playing at night. They're out west. I understand Oklahoma and Alabama playing at night. That's the 8-9 game. Those are premier programs like Oklahoma and Alabama. It doesn't get bigger than that from a name recognition standpoint in the sport. But
you would have had them where?
I would have had them at the 2:30 game, which would have put them at night at the end. You know, it would have had the darkness, which school obviously give the students a little bit more chance to get liquored up.
Yeah.
You know, pregame.
And
an 11 a.m. game is.
And now you have a 3.5 point spread against the Hurricanes.
Against the Canes.
Where Ole Miss has a 16.5 point spread against Tulane.
And I bet you A&M would be 20.
And Oregon has a 21 point spread against JMU.
Yep. So it's a big difference. It's a big change to be where you are versus where you could have been. And then especially playing an 11 a.m. game, which obviously, you know, it's just not the same atmosphere.
No. College football kegger with RJ Choppy, commercial free with the Expressway. Bobby Belt is out this week, already with one ER visit on his day off.
Man, poor guy. I say poor guy.
I don't feel bad for him at all.
I shouldn't say that at all. All right, so you mentioned Indiana and you mentioned Joey Maguire at Texas Tech, and I just got to give the props here to Kurt, to old Coach Cignetti. The I win, Google me, and that was from February of 2023. That press conference
set himself up to be destroyed.
Absolutely,
to be killed.
Google me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was December of 2023. Sorry, where it was like, I win, Google me. It was his signing day press conference, trying to say how he could convince kids to go to Indiana. One of the worst. I'm sorry, I lied. The worst program in the history of college football. They have never. I mean, they hadn't beaten Ohio State since Reagan. Ronald Reagan was in office. Peyton wasn't even born yet.
Oh.
What year were you born?
96.
This was 8 years before you were born. Is the last time they beat Ohio State.
They went 2-10 in 2021, 4-8 in 22, 3-9 in 23. In those same years, they were 0 and in the Big Ten Conference, they were 0-9, 2-7, and 1-8 in the conference. This is like Vanderbilt on steroids.
Yeah.
With what Vanderbilt has done. They go 11-2 in Cignetti's first year, 8-1 in the Big Ten, and 13-0, undefeated conference play, #1 team in the country. This is awesome for the sport.
It really is, and I don't think this is being hyperbolic here. Like, if they go and they finish this run, they win the title. I think this is the greatest turnaround sports has ever seen. I already think it's the greatest individual coaching hire. Like, nobody has done this and taken a team from that to this in less time. Like, he absolutely deserves it. This was the worst Power 4 program prior to his arrival. And again, in 2 years, I can't think of anything that's even close to this.
Who are the best Indiana football players ever?
I don't know, Antoine Randall,
Babe Laufenberg.
Babe Laufenberg. Not anybody that you know.
And after they gave him the extension, we roasted and destroyed Paul Feinbaum for saying it was too early. You just got to go ahead and wait. It was not deserved. And then Feinbaum showed his little pencil head again on ESPN.
I am out on that, and you don't need me to compliment Cignetti and the program for what they did. It's an amazing accomplishment, and I don't think very many people saw it coming. But I still think you have to look at Ohio State as the team to beat. They had every chance in the world to win that game. They turned it over on fourth down. They missed a chip shot field goal. They were nearly perfect all year long, and something deep down in Ryan Day today is telling me that he's not all that upset. Remember last year losing to Michigan? It spurred them on to win the national championship, and right now I expect the same thing to happen.
I went and Googled the 10 best Indiana football players of all time. Number 1, Pete Pihos.
Never heard of him.
Number 2, Earl Faison.
Nope.
Number 3, Trent Green.
Yeah, oh.
All right. Number 4, Chris Dielman.
Yep.
Number 5, Bob DeMarco.
Right now, in terms of the favorite for the championship, it is Ohio State at 2-1. I think if they play tomorrow, I would also pick Ohio State, saying Indiana probably is not going to beat them again. Obviously, they're more than capable of it.
Yeah, they're not going to miss a 12-yard field goal.
Yeah.
Again, probably not.
Indiana is second at plus 275. Then, stop me when you hear great value. Georgia at 6-1. Oregon and the Red Raiders at plus 850, 17-2. Miami and A&M 14-1. Bama 18-1. Ole Miss 25-1. Oklahoma 50-1. And James Madison along with Tulane 500-1.
I don't think I think they pretty much nailed it. Now, going into yesterday, going into the selection show, Notre Dame was 4th. Had the 4th best odds.
Let's talk about Notre Dame, because they put out the official press release that they are not participating in the bowl game. I think it may have been against BYU.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is packing up their what?
They're packing up their leather helmets.
And losers.
They're packing them
their
up
leather helmets
and staying home.
Well,
wow. And people are worried and wondering whether this sets off a domino effect now.
It might.
To stay out of what I've been saying for years, useless other bowl games.
Yeah, they're even more useless now. I mean, we have teams now. I'll take my school, for example. We were supposed to play in a different bowl than we're playing in. The reason we got out of the original bowl, I think it was the Duke's Mayo Bowl, is because that bowl game is on the same day that the transfer portal window opens. And we didn't want to be coaching a football game while the portal window opened, so we said, we'll take a lesser bowl 3 days prior.
Wow.
And it's like, all right. I mean, I understand it. The game doesn't mean anything. I'll watch it because it's on, but it doesn't mean anything. You're right. These games are even more meaningless now than they ever were. But will this create a domino effect? I will say no to other teams because the Big 12 is fining K-State and Iowa State $500,000 because they decided not to play in a bowl game. Well, if you find a team, like, do you think Iowa State and K-State has just a random $500,000 laying around that they could not use for NIL? Where Lane Kiffin is saying we can't even rush the field because that's a safety. We can't rush the field. So I don't think it's going to change a whole lot, but this is...
What do you say to Notre Dame for doing this?
I get that they're upset. I get it, right? Yeah, if I were you, I feel bamboozled too because the committee told you for 6 weeks that there's no comparison. We haven't even compared you two teams because they're on a different level. But you cannot tell me that you are the sages of college football, and you cannot tell me that you do things differently because you're Notre Dame. We have higher standards because we're Notre Dame, and then you get an opportunity to play in a great game against a good team, and you choose not to?
Get in a conference. I have zero sympathy for them. I hate Notre Dame now. Get in a conference, play somebody.
Yeah.
You lost your first 2 games of the year, number 10 Miami, number 16 A&M. Then you beat Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State. USC was at 20. Then Boston College, Navy, 22 Pittsburgh, Syracuse, and Stanford. There's nothing here on this resume. Nothing.
You can't argue that you should be in. Now, look, if you think you should be in because you were in all 6 weeks.
I get that.
Right? That's fine. But you lose 2 games, you don't really have a leg to stand on. And then you pull this.
Your strength of schedule was 42nd. Bama's was 11th. BYU's was 34th. Miami's was 44th. and you were 1-2 against the top 25. Bama was 2-2. BYU was 2-2. Miami was 1-0. So
yeah, that one was Notre Dame.
Do something.
Yeah.
Play somebody. Stay the hell home. Stay the hell home.
I agree.
Who should be the most upset and ticked today? Is it Notre Dame because of the penultimate in the previous rankings? Is it BYU? Is it the Longhorn? Man, Texas and Vanderbilt didn't even get talked about yesterday.
I think it's one of those two teams. I think it's Vandy. I think it's, Texas had 3 losses. That's it's hard to really make an argument. It's hard to make a strong argument when you have 3 losses and one of those wasn't in a conference championship game. Vandy, I think, has got a strong case. I mean, they had a really good schedule. They had a really good season. Their 2 losses were at Texas and at Alabama. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing to be ashamed of. You beat LSU, you beat Missouri, you beat Tennessee. You had good wins up and down the year. I think that they should absolutely have a case. I'd be upset if I was Notre Dame. I'm not going to lie. I mean, look, again, the committee told you for 6 weeks you were better. And then all of a sudden they decided on the last day, well, maybe not. So I'd be upset if I were them. BYU, I'd be upset from their standpoint of like, well, why didn't you really punish Ohio State or Alabama for losing? And I think the simple answer is, I mean, they're in the SEC and the Big Ten.
When they put up the graphic on ESPN of Bama, Notre Dame, BYU, Miami, Vandy's Twitter account, and I'm biased because of the family ties there, they didn't even put up Vandy.
No.
Strength of record, Bama was 8th, Notre Dame was 13th, BYU was 6th, Miami was 14th, Vandy's strength of record was 11th, and then strength of schedule, we already told you, 11, 42, 34, 44 from the others. Vandy was 22nd. Well, they had a harder schedule, easily a harder schedule than Notre Dame, BYU, and the Hurricanes.
Yeah, and look,
and maybe the Heisman Trophy winner.
If you want to complain about, I think people are pointing to Alabama, they're pointing to Miami, they're pointing to Notre Dame about complaining about them being in or not. Like, I think what this showed yesterday is, and they talked about this on the broadcast, they're gonna try to make some changes to this because it got 2 group of 5s in, and that is not going to sit well with Petiti at the Big Ten. That's not going to sit well with Sankey in the SEC. It's not going to sit well with the Big 12 because BYU didn't get in because of that. If there wasn't 2 group of 5s, BYU is going to get in.
What's the argument for Miami? They beat Notre Dame to start off the year.
That's the argument.
Then they beat Bethune-Cookman. South Florida was 18th. They beat them 49-12. Florida, they beat Florida State, who was 18. Louisville, Stanford, SMU, Syracuse, NC State, all unranked. Virginia Tech, and then at the end, 22 Pittsburgh. Is that impressive?
No.
They beat 6, 18, then another team that was 18, then 22.
Yeah,
Vandy's got more impressive record than that.
Vandy does.
Schedule.
Yeah, there's really no way to get around that. They don't have a great schedule. For the 9-4-0, Texas beat Vandy. You can't get around head-to-head RJ trial you want. Well, but Texas had 3 losses. Vandy had 2. Head-to-head matters when the records are the same.
And the game ended up. Now, I left my seats because it was a beatdown, but it ended up being a 3-point loss. I don't know how they factor that in. That Texas controlled the game. Yeah. They did control the game.
There's a game control metric.
Yeah.
Head-to-head trumps, but doesn't trump 3 losses versus 2. 3 losses versus 2 doesn't trump there. That's why it trumps in the Miami-Notre Dame situation. But, Miami doesn't have a great leg to stand on either. Like you said, their schedule this isn't Murderer's Row. They're not playing the Dallas Cowboys schedule this year, having to go against the AFC West and the NFC North. So you can make those complaints. The reality is that this thing came down to, did they want Alabama in or did they want Miami and Notre Dame in?
College football kegger, commercial free in the expressway. Man, that sun is shining on the morning show. This morning, Carter Freeman will be happy with the lighting. And we never would have had. Will he be happy or not? Do we want the lighting or no? No, Aiden? No, Aiden said no.
I thought natural light. Yeah. Everybody wants the natural light, the golden hour. Isn't the golden hour? That's 5 p.m., right?
Yes.
It's in the evening. That's when you're going to do your wedding photos.
Let's get to best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
This is where you tell us what you got into on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. This is when all our family, this is the number one moment when our family actually tunes in. I think it's Spittle's favorite segment, so he can guilt trip us on what he was not invited to over the weekend, even though he did not come to the Jared Sandler charity event because he was covering the Stars yesterday. I guess I'll start off best and worst. My best was, when you have a bunch of things to do with your kids in one day, I view it as like fourth down conversions. Like, can I go 2 for 3 here? Is it going to be a 1 for 3 day? Saturday, we were 3 for 3 with the kids' activities. Pictures with Santa. Success. I thought Ava was going to be afraid and scared. Not the case. So that was good. Then we had family photos, which I'd like to thank my wife for saving me $400 and doing it ourselves in the house. The worst part was getting all dressed up. 3 different scenes that we had to take photos in front of the Christmas tree, in front on the steps and outside. Success. 2 for 2. And then I said, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's just try to have things that come in threes, and let's go outside. Let's go to dinner, and let's sit outside before it gets too freezing. And that was a success as well.
Deal.
3 for 3 on the Saturday. So that was fantastic.
Now, the photos.
Yeah.
How'd they do? Like seriously, did you have to prep them going in? Like, you can't really prep your Ava, but Ollie, did you have to prep them going in?
Yeah, it's just like if you want to go to Globe Life Park, then you're gonna smile. Sit there and smile, or you're gonna stay home. Yeah, they still think they can be sentenced at home by themselves. Doesn't realize that they can't be left.
No.
Or CPS will be called. But Ava, you know how it is. Always judge the hands of the parent and the grip. Try to judge the grip strength and what the parent is doing to get their kid to smile. Whether you're holding on for dear life, whether you're in a tickle pose to try to get the 1.5-year-old to smile.
Right.
How much are you hanging on? Are you having to hang on whatsoever? So you're going to see some of that hand placement in those photos. My kids, unfortunately, also involved in worst of the weekend because you could probably see it on my face yesterday. If I was mic'd up, I'd probably be in parent jail. After what I had to tell Oliver, they were a nightmare at the Sandler event. It was awful.
No, Ava was cute. She had the cookie, the bag of chips in her hand, and she was locked and loaded.
It was awful. Miserable. She cried on the way there. And then when you think that you're like, that kid's not going to be a worry. That kid's not going to be a concern. And then all of a sudden they are like, Ollie. By the way, Jared, if you're thinking about attending this next year, it's an amazing kids setup. He even added to it.
Yeah.
I knew it'd be good for Ollie with like the big blow-up course that they have. It's outstanding. Kristen's daughter, Laura, was taking care of him, so props to the Belts for that. And they even had stuff for toddlers and infants. Like Wilchuk came out there with his 2 daughters, had the newborn, and it's an awesome setup. Oliver starts crying because there's no food that he wants to eat. I said, that's your fault. You're a terrible eater. You can eat a slice of cheese. You can chop it. It's not a corn dog. It's a hot dog that they had out there. He had more problems with the Sandler food than RJ normally does. Well, there's pizza. You're now eating pizza. He said, well, I had pizza for lunch. I said, I finally picked him up. And I gave him a Penn State AD talking to.
Oh, that was good.
And I said, I'm going to walk back to this table. And if I don't see half of that hot dog gone, we're out of here. We are gone. You're not playing at all. So he ate half the hot dog.
All right.
The pep talk worked. But Ava, sensory overload, overstimulation is a thing.
Yes, it is.
Holy crap. She was not going to sit in that. I think Tim McMahon was behind me in line, and he was watching us get out of the car with the kids crying and breaking down. He had to be laughing if he recognized me and realized it was me. But she was a menace. She is a menace. And you just can't do anything with it. Then she gets the sugar high, right?
Uh-huh.
You give him a cookie to keep him calm.
Yeah.
That backfires on you. So Chiafalo has it down. He did not bring his 17 kids. He said, this was a babysit night for me, and I got to not work this next day. I don't know why I make the same mistake every year of working this Monday after driving home, having to catch up on the 3 o'clock games, and then watch the Sunday night game, then read your email. It sucked. It was awful. It was miserable because of my children there.
Man, we
and Ollie got stepped on. You know, the bigger kids were in the bounce house.
Yeah.
Then we had to search a Band-Aid and look for that. It was a quiet ride home.
Quiet ride? Okay, okay. I hope my kid...
And I had to stop for gas in the freezing cold. When you went outside to get that car, did you get hit with that wind gust?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, dude. Oh, my
baby.
goodness.
That wind
Yes,
tunnel.
we did.
Awesome valet service. Awesome event overall. Jared Sandler and his wife killing it as always, but no more children.
Yeah, it was fun.
And thanks to the Tolos, Thanks to the Tolos who came out as well.
Yeah, Victor and Ashley Garcia were out there as well. And Ruben was there too, friend of theirs. So that was awesome. Thanks to them for winning the Sandlot Charity morning show table.
We brought my youngest. My oldest didn't want to go. He was Siege 6 is on.
What's that?
Some video game. I don't know.
It's on
he's playing
like a broadcast.
They had a game. They had a game they were playing. So my youngest came out. He won the home run derby for the 14 and under.
Wow.
So he got to the dot race. And he's sprinting down the dot race. That was cool to see him do that.
And I was next to him in the soccer shootout. He was showing his soccer skill.
Yeah,
Luka would have enjoyed it. I mean, the amount of competition and games that they have out there, it's the Olympics.
I think he would have thought it was like he's too old for it, maybe.
Right.
Julian's at that perfect age.
Yeah.
So that was cool. We had a blast out there. We went to the a craft fair at LD Bell High School, which is where Sarah went to high school, and Tol O'Brien is the police officer there. He said to go easy on the Steelers, but she got to see her high school for the last time before it gets torn down. They're tearing it down. All the nostalgia that gets thrown in there to go. But I have not been to my high school since I graduated. I've not walked through.
When's the last time you've gone back to your hometown?
10 years.
And you don't drive by it, or it's out of the way?
No, it's not. I mean, I've maybe driven by it, but I haven't been in it. It's not even a high school anymore. It's a middle school. They built a new high school.
Oh.
So that was that we get to go see our high school on Saturday morning. I had and Peyton's going to put this up on the fan cam. I had a pork chop on Friday night. I sent you that photo of the
appetizer. I went and looked up the restaurant.
Yeah.
Because 1845, I was like, oh, liquor? Like the hat that we wear?
Yeah, no, different.
Look at this photo. We can't get the replay of Isaiah Likely, but we got an RJ Choppy pork chop photo.
Look at
that thing.
30-something ounces. I housed 75% of it.
What?
Yeah.
What was the price?
$55.
Okay, that's worth it these days.
Yeah.
Was it awesome?
Fantastic.
Not dry?
No, had a
little
very
pink?
Very juicy. Had a good glaze on the outside.
Look at that. That looks like a tire.
I know, it does look like a tire.
Yo, a glazed tire.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So we love
that. And that appetizer platter looked money.
Yeah, it had.
That was an expensive appetizer platter.
I know.
I know you didn't pay.
Actually, no. It was
Crumble Man.
Crumble Man. Yeah, Crumble Man. It had the fried quail on that appetizer thing.
Quail, so underrated.
So I can't remember the last time I had it.
Javier's, it's my wife's one of her favorites, and she introduced me to quail there. Brian Purdy's spot where we had the show dinner. Amazing quail.
So that was the best of the weekend. Stars game was cool. Tolo's out there as well.
You can get quail at Hurtado and Wild Ford.
Yes, you can. Worst. Man, I said this darkness so early is killing me. Like it feels. We were driving home from Sandler's thing last night. It was like 7:15, and it felt like it was midnight.
Yeah, you get light depression.
Yes, I do get light depression. It's like, God, it's so late. I'm tired. There's got to be a happy medium between the sun still being out at 9:45 and the sun being down at 4:30. Like, can we just find a middle ground here? Can we not do this every day, every year? I don't know. It's just too much for me.
Hey, best and worst.
So Saturday, me and some friends went out to Bat Box in Addison. That was the place me and Bobby tried out. They invited us out there to try it before they actually opened up. We had a great time. Food was great. Drinks were flowing. It was great. And it got busy there quickly. We got there around noon, right as the games were kicking off. Texas Tech, BYU already playing, but the SEC Championship game was about to start a couple hours later. But yeah, we played there for 90 minutes. And I'm sore, man. I'm sore. Just the guys played. The girls didn't want to go in there, didn't want to hit or anything. So the guys played. We played like 3 or 4 games, 90 minutes long. But it was like there were just 4 of us, 4 guys. So we were jumping in and out. We were playing 2 teams of 2. So it was like I would hit, then I'd step out. My friend Tommy would go in there. He would hit, then I would have to step back in. So it takes a lot to go in there. But 90 minutes. I woke up Sunday very sore. Had to stretch out the legs, the hamstrings before Sandler's event. And then my worst was the Sandler event. The event itself was good, but my worst was I tried the 3-point contest. And Aiden, go ahead and throw the video up there so I can feel better about myself. Not of me, but of RJ Choppy, because I recorded him. I recorded him up there, taking shots, and he was great. RJ was great. Oh no, what happened? It'll get here in a little bit. There it is. There's RJ up there on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Airball.
But I was awful. I didn't make my first 3-pointer until like probably my 5th or 6th shot. RJ, he made a few there on the outside. They made some free throws. Good form, RJ.
It
Great
is good form.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I got great form. I've got very bad results.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the form is solid. Boy,
And was Derek Holland looking at you, or did he compete against you, Peyton?
He was in line. He
shot.
He did. He shot. He did worse than me though. I think he only got 4 in. I got 6 in.
You got 6?
I got 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you make 6?
I made 4 3-pointers and no free throws.
No free. How many free throws did you shoot? Don't say 10. 5?
No, I shot maybe 3 or 4.
That was my problem. I took too long going around the world, around the edge, because I only got, I think, 2 or 3 free throws, and then they took my wheelchair away. Last year, I had the wheelchair there in the middle. They took it away. I was like, dude, this was the moneymaker, because I was in the finals last year, and they said no one donated a wheelchair. I was like, you guys are bad.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line for best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is out this week on DFW Sports Station. Now, how are you feeling about that Dallas Cowboys draft pick? Back inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys after this.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with...
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blade.
That sounds quite...
Nutmeg Mayonnaise?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it spicy?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so far?
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hawkins in motion to the right. McCarthy back to pass. Fastball right. Caught. TJ bounces off Commanders. Touchdown! TJ Hawkinson with a tough guy touchdown. And the Vikings lead 30-0.
The Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, airing right here on this radio station, are going to take on a team that just destroyed Dan Quinn's Commanders with the return and then exit of Jaden Daniels. Minnesota improves to 5-8 with a 31-zip win over D.C. J.J. McCarthy with 3 touchdowns. He was sacked 4 times. Jordan Addison 4 for 62. Justin Jefferson limited to 2 for 11. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt out this week here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And last week, RJ asked what I thought was a really, really, really good question. We did not have enough time to get to it, but I still think it applies. The original question was, have you given up on the draft pick? Are you okay with watching Team Tank get out of sight? Because we were all on a high. I was buying in. You and I put the Cowboys number 4 in our power rankings. We all picked them to beat Detroit. I was okay with sending away the closer draft pick. What about now? 877-881-1053. This is basically asking what you are rooting for the rest of the way. The Cowboys have a 9% chance. I don't know how much it changed after yesterday and this past weekend, but after losing to the Lions, there's a 9% chance to make the postseason. You are 10th overall in the NFC, and last night we were talking at Sandler's event, and you were kind of trying to eye San Francisco. There's so many damn teams ahead of you in tie breaks that you don't have, including the Carolina Panthers. You were basically honing in on San Fran. So with the state of things at 6-1, with a 9% chance after the Lions' loss of making the postseason, and with the schedule the rest of the way that you could sweep Minnesota, the Chargers, the Commanders, and the Giants to possibly get to 10-6-1. How do you feel about the draft pick now?
Well,
were you okay with it before, by the way, like me?
Yeah,
bye-bye, see you later, sayonara, Team Tank?
I was, because we were getting to the point, I was thinking about this, I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday I was thinking about this, and it was like, all right, if they do beat Detroit, you know, the playoffs are really, really, really a good possibility, or a possibility. But if you lose, it's like, all right, now what? You don't have tiebreakers with Carolina. You don't have them with Detroit. That's bad. You don't have it with Chicago. So you're going to need those teams to fall off, and I mean fall off. San Fran plays the Titans, then at the Colts. They're not going to lose those games. The Colts don't have the quarterback anymore.
Daniel Jones gone for the year.
Then they host the Bears and Seahawks to end the year. You're 2 games back in the loss column to San Francisco, but because of the tie, you really need them to lose 3 games. You need them to go 1-3 to get ahead of them. Chicago, they got 3 losses, right? Before that, they had 4 losses now. You need them to go and lose 3 games, because they have the tiebreaker with you. So it's going to be difficult. I went and looked, Tankathon, they right now are 15th. They would be picking 15th in the draft. They will be picking 1 behind Kansas City, 2 behind Baltimore, and 2 ahead of Detroit. It's like, in order to get into the top, they're not going to be able to get into the top 10. Right now, Cincinnati's at number 10. They have 9 losses. The Cowboys couldn't try to lose 3 more games this year and actually do it. So they're kind of stuck. They're kind of stuck with where they are. It's just like,
if you're stuck with where you are,
just go ahead and win.
But
now, what you would do is
10-6-1 or 9-7-1 going to get you.
Well,
same.
I think the good news is that 10-6-1, you're not going to get any. You're not going to be any worse than 18th. Because think about it, Detroit right now is 8-5. They're 17th. Indianapolis, well, I guess it's the Jets because they traded for Sauce. 8-5, they're 18th.
Worst case, you lose 2 of these games. I think that's worst case.
Yeah, worst case you lose to the Chargers and one of the NFC East teams.
Or Minnesota.
I guess.
Jaden Daniels, I think Jaden Daniels he may not come back. He got hurt again yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Just go ahead and shut that down now.
Right.
If you lose, I think you most likely go 3-1 in this stretch. Okay? So 9-7-1. If that's the case and you're not going to go 1-3, then go ahead and win. I'm rooting for them to win just to see if you can get lucky. If I can't sit there and significantly improve my draft standing, Kevin Hagelin, I can't wait for Crosstalk at 9:40 because Kevin was doing some Cowboy math, and he tells us that's his specialty. Although if you go to dinner with him with a split check, you would not know with how long that takes. It's like a college football game sitting there with Kevin trying to carry the one and everything. Yeah. Kevin Hagelin said, no, I don't believe it's just a 9% chance to get in. So he's done some Kevin Hagelin Cowboy math that gave me some more hope.
Yeah. I think the avenue is the division. I don't think it's the wild card. Again, because of the tie, you need to. If you're 10-6-1 beats 10-7, but it doesn't beat 11-6. So, and I don't think you can't get San Francisco to 7 losses. So you're just kind of swimming upstream there. The avenue is the division. Because then you can look at...
Is this conversation, TR, one of our top Mount Rushmore Tolo said, the convo is pointless, we're winning the division, ha, ha, ha. I was going to ask if this is pointless until tomorrow morning after Philly plays the Chargers tonight.
And that's the key. If Philadelphia loses the Chargers, like this, game on. Game on with the division. Because I think, I think it's just 1 game difference. But it's a game and a half because of the tie. It's kind of a little bit different. It will be 1 game in the loss column. That's it. That would be huge. That would be huge to get that. You need to draw to the same amount of losses, but you need Philadelphia to get to 1 more loss. You need Philadelphia to lose 3 more games, and you win out.
3 more games? Chargers, then they get the Raiders. That's not happening. At they have Washington twice now, maybe with Jaden hurt.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels getting hurt may ultimately screw you because they also have at Buffalo. So I'll give them the Buffalo loss. I'm just doing this for best case scenario. They can certainly beat Buffalo, no doubt about it. But in the hopes of losing at Chargers tonight, at Buffalo, and then you were hoping for one of the Washington games, but Washington sucks.
Right.
And they may have Marcus Mariota playing.
If Philadelphia goes 2-3 and you win out, they're 10-7 and you're 10-6-1. You win the division. If Philadelphia goes 3-2, they're 11-6 and you're 10-6-1. You lose the division. If they go 2-2-1, right? They tie. They have a tie. Then we're tied in the division, and then it goes down to division record. I think that's the first one because they've split the head-to-head. Division record, the Cowboys right now would have it. So if they win 3, the number's 3. If they win 3, they win the division. Period. No matter what the Cowboys do, if they win 3. If they lose 3, Cowboys got to sweep.
So what are you rooting for? I'm going to root for the Cowboys to win like normal.
I'll keep rooting to win. There's not enough ground to make up. The schedule's not strong enough for the Cowboys to go lose out and get into the top 10. So where they are now, 6-6-1, if they get to 8 losses, they might get into the top 12, but they're not going to lose 2 more games, I don't think. So there's too many other teams there that are going to win games. Just keep trying.
Hey, what are the Tolos saying?
940 says 18 seems like a good spot to pick a linebacker or safety, a defensive player overall. 972 says putting them in their power rankings was a homer move. That's the Cowboys putting them in their power rankings. 817 says just need the Eagles to lose tonight and we'll be just fine.
Did you think whoever texted that homer move that they were going to beat the Lions? I mean, that's not a crazy take. It's not a crazy pick.
They were the hottest team in the league, or one of them. They had just beaten the 2 teams that were in the Super Bowl in a 4-day stretch. And then they were going to play a Lions team that has not played great football since September.
And a call that affected the Lions game and even Cowboy haters admitted to this. It's not homerism. Just go on social media. The offensive pass interference on Jake Ferguson, KNC on Friday, with the replay brought to you by Window Nation, asked Jerry about that call.
There was no penalty adverse to the Cowboys. Just not one. Period. And now, in a way, we live with those calls. We all do. And I'm a big believer in that. I voted for instant replay and voted against it 3 separate times when it was being instituted. Voted against it 3 times, voted for it 3 times. I like the idea of putting it in the officials' hands. They are not biased, and they do make mistakes, but the mistakes ought to come your way some and some others some. And, of course, Stephen is chairman of the competition committee. So, I understand the mistakes that officiating makes. Where I always look for improvement is the determination back, whether it's be the off season or back in New York, about how we're going to emphasize certain calls, because they vitally make a difference in the outcome of key games. But we did not have a penalty on that call, and these things have been going against us a little bit. Not bias, I want to be sure and emphasize that. But we touched the ball the other day when we actually touched the kick, and we didn't get that done. So it'd make you maybe want New York to have more input into what they're seeing on television.
And by the way, I know Dave Portnoy is going crazy against Pete Carroll and a bunch of crazy covers and all that stuff. For the It's Rigged crowd, they're not screwing the Cowboys in that situation.
Yeah, that's the key.
You lose. You lose right there.
Right. It's like, the Cowboys will never be the team that gets the wrong side of a call if the league is trying to fix things.
Right.
Right? If it's the officials trying
Unless
to fix...
Roger Goodell hates Jerry's guts that much.
Roger likes his own pocket more than I think he hates Jerry.
Yep.
And what's good for the NFL and what's good for the Cowboys generally run hand in hand.
Yeah. So you lose your It's Rigged fixed argument because of that Ferguson OPI right there and then. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. It was a bad week for Kenneth Murray on social media. He's the number one biggest Cowboy loser. The amount of Kenneth Murray film breakdowns and people absolutely trashing and destroying him was easily the number 2 storyline after George Pickens and Brian Schottenheimer getting ready to talk to him. But the Cowboy contingent and crowd is coming for Kenneth Murray, and beside themselves that the Cowboys keep justifying playing time for him.
Yeah, I mean, somebody likes him. Somebody in that building likes him an awful lot. I felt bad because I was watching these.
Guess his PFF grade.
53.
No.
43.
No.
35.
36.8.
That's not good.
36.8. And it's just like A through F's, A through E's in school. A 36.8.
Good.
Is that bad?
Yeah, move on. Not good at all, man. Not at all. I thought some of those videos people put out that they put them in slow motion. It looked like they had him in slow motion. That's how much this thing is slanted against him right now.
Back to the Cowboys and B-Lo, even without Bobby for the week at 8:40. Nick Eamon, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. RJ Choppy gets you set for the World Cup.
Oh, baby!
In our backyard. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But I just ordered my mom.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, is there Rachel? Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
There's Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Is this the music?
This is the 2026 FIFA World Cup music.
Get hype!
All right,
Nice.
baby.
I was so proud of you.
Yeah?
You have been our Wimbledon insider for the show. Oh, now I recognize it. Now I hear it. And on Friday, it felt like you were blanketed to the World Cup release show.
I got home, and I was like, all right, I'm going to take a little nap. We got the Stars game tonight. I need to take a nap. I need to get some sleep. And then I was like, well, wait a second. The draw's on. Johnny Infantino.
And on.
And on.
Man,
it's like that. I thought I was watching the Emmys, for crying out loud.
Gretzky was out there saying Caraco.
Caraco instead of Curacao. So you had
President Trump wants to rename sports, which we'll get to.
Yeah, President Trump was there.
Was it him dragging it out? They created some.
He weaved.
They weaved. Well, they create a freedom medal of freedom.
So they
for
did
him.
There was the first ever FIFA Peace Prize. So it was something about you're helping world peace, and they went through the laundry list of this executive order from.
How did
Senegal
that go?
versus
How
whoever.
did that go over? Were you monitoring on social media?
I wasn't monitoring on social media at the time.
Yeah.
I was listening to. I was watching.
Yeah.
And it was just
because everyone was complaining about the delay.
It was a delay. It was so long. I mean,
is it worse than the ESPN college football? I didn't have a problem with that. I was surprised they actually released the entire bracket in one segment versus making us wait.
This thing got started at I think the broadcast started at 10 a.m. They didn't do the actual draw until 12:30.
Oh.
It was like the Emmys, man. They had
I kept updating and updating.
The amount of musicians they just dragged out here to do Sing a Song, Kevin Hart, Heidi Klum. Then you bring out the president for a little speech. And
little speech?
He gave a little speech. He was talking. He comes out talking about the
great name. Little speech.
To a little person.
He came out and talked about the. He was talking about the peace and all the world peace stuff, and he goes, "I know we're not talking about this, but you've sold so many tickets to this event. It's the greatest event. Of course, it's the greatest. That's the way it is.
Right.
He always talking about the tickets, ratings, ticket sales, and then they bring out the president
more than I do.
Yeah, they brought the president again, and then the president of Mexico, and then the prime minister of Canada. They brought them out to do the draw for which group the teams were going to be in. It was all set up, but they had these bowls. It was kind of cool. It's kind of cool how they do this. They have these little balls, and inside, like these Easter eggs, you have a name tag, and they open up the name tag, and that's where the groups are. So we were looking for DFW. We knew going in that Group F, Group J, and Group L were going to have some games here. Now, we didn't know the teams, and we didn't know how many of these games were going to be here in terms of from each team. So when Group F got picked, it was the Netherlands. And I was like, ooh, that's good. The Dutch, they travel well. It's a great, historically traditional hockey country. The Dutch are awesome.
Yeah, with the election and President Trump up there, some people were saying, I hope that he was in on rigging the draw because the United States cleaned up.
Yeah, so Team USA in their draw, they got a pretty good. I think they got Australia with them. Now, the way they do this is the host country, or in this case, host countries, because there's three of them. They're automatically, let's call it a 1 seed. So the way they work is you got pot 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pot 1 is your teams ranked 1 through 12. Pot 2 is 13 to 24. Pot 3 is 25 to 36, and so on and so forth. So you want to be in pot 1. All right, that means that you get a favorable draw. You're playing lesser teams. Generally, the USA is in either pot 2 or 3. So they'd be lumped in with Argentina. They'd be lumped in with Germany. They'd be lumped in with Brazil. That's never good. We're not as good as those countries. But now we're going to be lumped in with Switzerland, Australia, right? You could beat those teams. You could win. All you got to do is finish top 2 in your division, in your group, and you move on to the round of 32. So Netherlands was the first team picked for DFW, or I should say for Group F. Then they come to the next one, and Brady is doing this. Tom Brady, and of course, the first 2 Tom pick are who? Brazil and Germany. Where's Giselle from? Giselle, right? There you go.
Where's the trainer?
So they go and they do Argentina is in Group J, and I'm like, oh baby, we get Argentina. That's gonna be awesome. And then Group L, England was the number 1. That's a mega power. Like, we get 3 of the best,
like crowd draws,
the Dutch travel. Argentina, tons of fans, and then England travels like crazy.
You worried me a little bit as I was like trying to work our connections and sources last night for tickets. Does not sound like. What are we doing with the Odyssey Suite, by the way? Does Chicolene already have that?
Yeah, he probably already has it.
Are we selling tickets for the Odyssey Suite for these games at Dallas Stadium, they're calling it?
Yes, Dallas Stadium.
It's not going to be AT&T. It's going to be called Dallas Stadium. But you were worrying me about trying to maybe take the family out there because of the English fans.
Man, so the GM at my gym is from England. He's a big English fan. He goes, dude,
well,
you don't want the English here. He goes, you want the Scottish here. I want, like, my liver would never recover if Scotland got placed here. Now, they won't be here until, like, the semis if they win. I don't think that they could be here again until the semifinals. But England, and my neighbor, he's from Argentina, and England and Argentina hate each other. They hate each other. He goes, if England and Argentina ever played here, there'd be fights in the stands. England, he said the Englands are hooligans, man. They are so rowdy.
The Englands are hooligans.
The Englands are they are so rowdy. The Scots, they're just out here for a party. They're like the Ole Miss fans. They're just here for a party. But, you know, the England fans, I mean, they are rowdy. If Philadelphia fans, they're worse.
No.
They're worse than Eagle fans. Like, way worse. What? They make Eagle fans
They're supposed to be cultured.
They make Eagle fans look like Charger fans. Non-existent. That's how crazy English fans are. Or fans of Team England, I should say. So that's where what we're going to have here. We're going to have those 3 main teams. Now, we also get Argentina for 2 games. Right? Argentina for 2 games, and we get Japan for 2 games. So the way it's going to shake out, June 14th, Netherlands, Japan. June 17th, England, Croatia. June 22nd, Argentina, Austria. June 25th will be Japan versus the UEFA playoff winner. That's another thing they have this year, playoffs. June 27th, Argentina against Jordan. So 2 Argentina games, 2 Japan games, 1 each of England and the Netherlands. Then we get 2 round of 32 games, a Sweet 16, and a semifinal.
Now, I do have to do something very uncomfortable here. And, we take you behind the scenes, very little off limits on the morning show. We just had a 200-person drop-off on the YouTube.
Wow.
And I'm wondering on the fan text, which PayPay is monitoring, how many people are saying, who cares? It's soccer. I don't care. What would Bobby be saying if he was in here as he's out for the week? Would he be crapping on it? And I usually do everything by ratings. This one, I'm just going to tell you right now, there's no compromise on this. Like, we're going to be covering this as much as we can. We have to. It's the world's biggest event in our backyard, and we're gonna be devoting as many resources and eyes as possible to World Cup DFW coverage. But this alarmed me right here. This stunned me a little bit. I just had it, and I probably shouldn't even have said it publicly, but yeah, there was a noticeable drop by hundreds on the YouTube, fan cam, and Twitch.
Yeah, not a lot of negativity from the Tolos on the fan text. Let's see. 214 says Colombia also travels well, RJ. 469 says I'm a soccer snob, so all I want to see is France here. And 682, shout out to them. They met their wife at the, or 940 met their wife at the 2010 World Cup. She's from the Netherlands, so he wants to see them play.
So USA. So
what's your reaction to that, by the way?
To the drop off?
Yeah.
I think it's expected. I'll tell you this. They said,
I was hoping, like with our fan base specifically, and in DFW, there'd be more support than other cities.
Yeah. Look, the draw that was on Friday. I think Heidi said there's about 1 billion people watching this, worldwide. Like, I don't know how many people watch in the U.S. It was on Fox. I mean, we'll get the numbers on that.
And Messi just won the FC Dallas championship from Miami, so there's
the
soccer
MLS
insider.
So, like, Team USA, we're not getting them here. They're going to be out west. We won't get Team USA here until you get into the knockout stage. If they make it that far, if they make it into the game at this stadium, it depends on where they get placed. They have Australia in their group. They also have Paraguay. And then they have the UEFA playoffs, so it's going to be like Romania, Slovakia, Turkey, and then one other team that they could face. It depends on who wins that playoff. But, it's still a major event. And if you don't think people care, go on the Game Time app. Go check out the price of these tickets.
Yeah. I want to know, that was my follow-up question. How are y'all going about securing tickets? How are you even thinking about getting into the building? So do we have the exact schedule for the countries and like dates, times? That's all set?
Yeah, it's all set.
All right, so if you had 2 tickets for one game, what's it going to be? You get to go to one game. What is it? Here.
I would want to see Argentina and Austria. And then I would probably want to see England and Croatia.
Okay.
That's who I would probably want to see. I just want to see the England fans in action.
And the U.S. is
playing. And I want to see Argentina, because Argentina fans are just nuts.
Have you been to any of those types of games? I've been to MLS, and that is an amazing environment.
I went to a game, it was a Manchester United game in Philadelphia once. Other than that, I've never been to a World Cup event.
And was it nuts?
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, it was crazy, but it was just just a friendly. Nothing on this level.
Pepe, did you care about this? Will you care?
I'll watch when the USA plays, but until we get to like the semifinals and the finale as well. I'll watch that, but as the knockout stages, I won't watch anything unless it's just USA. But I'll be strictly USA, and I've done it in past World Cups too. Just watch the United States play.
Pepe, so he's going to be in on it when you get down to the semis. It sounds like. Bobby, what do you think, Bobby?
I think Bobby will be the troll.
Yep.
Bobby's going to troll us. It's hard not to get into it, though. Like, this is Team USA, man.
Where are they playing now? On
They're
the
going to
West
be out
Coast?
west. They're out like in I think their first game is at SoFi.
Okay.
But they're basically doing the SoFi, Seattle. They're staying out west. Obviously, Team Canada's going to stay in Canada for a while, and then Mexico will stay in Mexico.
The move to make. Since we may not be able to get in, reserve right now Texas Live.
Yes.
Dude, Texas, how many fights are there going to be at
Texas Live?
Texas Live is going to be lit.
For England, Croatia, Texas Live is going to be a madhouse.
People may bring flags in there.
I'm sure they would. Yeah, this is going to be...
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, the people say I bought tickets from FIFA for the first and third round for $445 per seat. Now...
That doesn't sound too bad.
No, there's another way. I paid $1,400 to get a Category 1 in LA Game 3. I don't know what that means.
Sounds like a hurricane.
But like the way they've been doing it is you had to sign up for a lottery. If you get the lottery, you got to buy tickets. But you didn't know who you were buying for until the other day.
All right, our numbers just went up like 230, so maybe it was a YouTube glitch.
Could be.
I was like, we don't mess around with those low numbers.
People got to work. It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, they got there in the last 10 minutes.
Right.
Everyone rushed in first thing instead of the coffee. Fired at the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yeah, but there's games in
Had to be a glitch.
Obviously, like L.A., Seattle, Kansas City, Miami, like Atlanta, like there's games everywhere, right? They've got, and then who gets sent to where? And I didn't look to see, who got sent to other places, but I focused mainly on this. But the fact that we get 2 Argentina games, and we get an England game, and we get Netherlands, and we do get 2 Japan games, and I'm interested to see like the influx of people. Right, how many people were in the orange Netherlands shirts? How many Japan flags do we see?
He didn't want to be bothered or coached. I can never put my finger on why. He's a child, and he's not going anywhere. What people are saying about George Pickens and Below the Bell on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ next.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Moving left to right in a tie game. 17-17. Shuck takes it out of the shotgun. Here comes some pressure. He's in trouble. Escapes it. And now he does escape it. 20, 15, 10. Shuck is going to get his second rushing touchdown of the game as he takes it in for the left side. But he had to escape some pressure. That's all Tyler Shuck.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do.
The surprise of the day in the National Football League as Kellen Moore and the New Orleans Saints, along with Tyler Shuck, an amazing touchdown run, his second of the day, stun the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Florida 24-20, and it makes me very, very bitter that Tampa is sitting there as the 4th seed in the NFC, one game over 500, while the Dallas Cowboys are 500, and they're the 10 seed. What has happened to Tampa Bay? There was Baker Mayfield MVP talk earlier in the season. I know they've had injuries. I know Mike Evans has been out. He was out again yesterday, but this felt like a free fall.
They were 5-1.
7-6 now.
They were 5-1. They were 6-2, and then they lose to the Patriots, the Bills, the Rams, beat Arizona, and now lose to the Saints. It's tough sledding. So either way you look at it, they've either lost 4 or 5, or they've lost 5 of 7. And from where you started, when you start a year 5-1 in the National Football League, you better win 10 games. Like, even if you just stumble and win every other week, you're going to win 10 games. And now they're going to struggle to win 9. Like, go think of that.
Tony Pollard had a very nice day, and Shedeur Sanders had a very nice half as the Tennessee Titans end up winning a really fun one, back and forth. They win in Cleveland 31-29, and Kevin Stefanski is getting murdered.
Yeah, he is.
It's over.
It's over. The team, I'm not going to say I don't think they've quit on him. They're just not very good, and now he's got a real quarterback conundrum.
Well, the 2-point. Did you see the 2-point attempt, Peyton? Did you see what Cleveland ended up trying to do?
I don't believe so. I don't think I saw it.
Shedeur sitting there, 364 and 3 touchdowns, and then they try this like wild trick play. I think they even took Shedeur off of the field for it, and it was a disastrous play as Tony Pollard ran for a career-high 161 and two scores. According to the NFL, Shedeur joins Joe Burrow as the only rookie quarterbacks with at least 350 passing yards, 3 touchdown passes, and 1 rushing score in a game. He did throw a costly interception in the third quarter, and the Titans defense ran to the end zone and did the Rolex. But these are good numbers. These are good numbers, and I'm happy for him, and I'm excited that he's going to remain the starter.
Listen, I'm watching this 2-point conversion. Look, they almost only lost 18 yards to play.
To do the play-by-play.
It's okay, let's start this over again. All right, here's the direct snap to the offset back, and he's going to run, and he's going to fake it, and now he's running backwards. And now he is throwing across his body, and it is nearly picked off by the Titans. That was almost Frank Wycheck picking that thing off over there.
Ugly.
hideous.
Very ugly. Ran back to the 20, threw across field, across his body, an absolute mess, and the Tennessee Titans preserved the victory. All right, we go inside the star. Bobby Belt is out this week on the home of the Cowboys as our insider, and George Pickens responded to Richard Sherman on Instagram, quickly took it down, basically called him out. Don't speak of my name. You're a punk. I'm using a different P word. You're nothing without the Legion of Boom. And Brian Schottenheimer said he's going to talk to George about it. And Jerry Jones with KNC sounded like he was tiptoeing. They don't want to take GP off. Jerry was saying he expected him to have a better game, but he's temperamental, and you got to be real careful about questioning effort. Well, let's take you inside the piece from Todd Archer and Jeremy Fowler, friends of the show, ESPN.com. They did a George Pickens piece late last week. Stop me and start wherever you see fit. He's a child, one Steelers source said bluntly about their problems with Pickens. The playmaking is breathtaking. You can't take that away. He just really struggled with the maturity part in Pittsburgh. You didn't know what you were going to get day to day. When he was having a good day, he's really fun to be around, funny, cracking jokes, huge smile. When he wasn't having a good day, he did not want to be bothered or coached. I could never put my finger on why. When the ball was in the air, I never worried whether he was going to catch it and get his feet in bounds. When he arrived in Frisco following the trade, Pickens went to Brian Schottenheimer's office. They shot baskets, talked about life and his experiences in Pittsburgh. Schottenheimer wanted to understand Pickens without judgment. Before the trade was finalized, Schotty spoke with people in Pittsburgh and at Georgia. And, of course, Schottenheimer spent the 2015 year in Georgia as an assistant. What was he told? Quote, different things. How much he loved football, that he loves to play the game. You might have to deal with him being late occasionally and some things like that, which sometimes we all oversleep, but for the most part, it was all positive. The minute I sat down with George in my office and we shot some hoops, it was very clear to me this guy was fired up to be a Dallas Cowboy and excited to help us win games. One Steelers source who was consulted by the Cowboys told them that Pickens would be fine in Dallas because he would have an alpha QB in Dak and an alpha receiver running mate in Lamb. The source added that Pickens was late to meetings a lot in Pittsburgh, sometimes to the point you felt the game was disrespected, but teammates loved him. Kind of like Kyrie early on.
Right.
Where it's like, we're looking at all these things that should be distractions, but all the teammates, you're like, what, everyone loves him? Huh? You heard that in Pittsburgh, too, and you're hearing it here as well.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like I can understand why people are drawn to him. He seems charismatic.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I like. I mean, you joked at Bobby and your brother with the diva wide receivers. I kind of fall in that same realm where I like the diva wide receiver, like the guys that they're not just football players. They're larger than life personalities, and I can understand why people love George Pickens.
Schottenheimer has acknowledged that timeliness has been an issue for Pickens this year. He did not elaborate, and multiple sources said Pickens has been fined for being late. I've heard that myself multiple times. That's why I tweeted what I did before the Chiefs game when he was not out there the first two plays. A Cowboys source, quote, he might miss a team bus or be late on occasion, but the Cowboys can live with that. Noting Dallas has not made a big deal out of the fines. He's been a hard worker and has been accountable, and that's been the important part. One source likened it to Dez, who offset emotional outbursts and occasional distractions with stellar play, thriving off the stable Dallas environment. The Cowboys also bet on the presence of Pickens to the presence of Dak to maximize Pickens' enormous skill set. Player source, quote, that's where a lot of the issues from Pittsburgh stem from. He did not have stability at quarterback. The stuff he couldn't control, he had a hard time dealing with. A quarterback's play is not in his control. I think the QB issues in Pittsburgh played a lot in his frustrations. A Cowboys source cited Dak's leadership as a key for George, who respects Prescott. Quote, Dak has a unique way of knowing when to keep a guy accountable and knowing when to pull off, so when Dak speaks, George will listen. So there you go. A lot of the things that we've kind of discussed about presence of the leadership in the locker room.
You have to have that guy that will, I don't want to say keep people in line, but command the respect of their words. And if you can't be a leader if nobody respects you. They don't have to like you,
but
they got to respect you. And that's what we're wondering, kind of wondering. I don't know if we are, but the Philadelphia situation with Hurts.
Yep.
Like, does this mean they don't respect him? They don't like him? Like, which one is it?
After Lamb scored a touchdown against the Raiders, Shoddy went over to hug both receivers. And he was asked, have you ever had that type of interaction with a coach? You ever been embraced like that in the league? He said, probably not. Pickens did. But definitely back in high school. In the league, no, Shoddy's probably the first. To date, according to Archer and Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, there have been no discussions on an extension. Multiple league sources predict Pickens will shoot for a massive number, quite possibly in the $30 million and up range that 9 different receivers occupy. Some around the league are uncertain whether Dallas would acquiesce, given the franchise tag of roughly $27 to $28 million is well under that total. That would open up the possibility of Pickens skipping the offseason program, training camp, if he and the club are able to reach the long-term agreement by mid-July. The early signs are that Dallas is not afraid of that tag number. A team source predicted he ain't leaving. The Bengals have Chase and Higgins under deals worth $40 and $28 annually, while also paying Burrow $55. Lamb makes $34. Dak makes $60, and will have a cap figure of $74 million in 2026.
Tough, man.
You factor in Ferg, Bland, Tyler Smith. Those deals designed with the ability to create about $30 million in cap room in 2026. And then you have restructures for Dak and CD, and there could be more money. Dallas could also release Diggs, who's set to count $18 million against the 26 cap. Finally, the Cowboys will also carry over a large amount of cap space to 2026. Currently, they have $23 million in room, but some of that could be chewed up if players reach certain incentives.
We'll be all in.
Shall we go to the Franklin injured turns fan text?
Text or the line?
The text.
Sure.
Man.
Is George Pickens on the text?
No. No. You're going to hate this. From the 469, you'd rather talk about Pickens and the problems around the NFC East. Just stop talking. You're igniting this more than anything. From the 469. Why do you keep talking about this? You're messy. Talk about something else.
You guys are blind homers.
From the 325, emotional outbursts. LOL. You mean keeping it real and giving energy, which we need and have needed since Dez was scapegoated.
Yeah, you have your head in the sand.
And forced out, which almost ruined Dak's career until it was infamously saved by the Cooper trade.
Y'all either don't understand or just don't want to hear like the other side to the discussion. When y'all make a major decision in life, you just ignore like the other side, the cons of it.
By the way, was Dez scapegoated? Dez had a foot that never healed. He wasn't scapegoated. He was washed.
Yeah. Like Diggs has burned you. The Bland deal may burn you. Many of you were also against Dak, and you wanted to bring up those negatives because you wanted to be right about the quarterback argument. There's a reason. Before the Cowboys traded for him, and I know you'll never admit this because you're too stubborn, because majority of you are probably guys texting in. We're all stubborn. You were calling George Pickens the biggest cancer in the National Football League, and he was. He was regarded as that. So after what you saw the other day in a must-have situation, zero worry. I'm not saying, by the way, I said earlier in the show, see, this is the difference between you and I can still come to the same conclusion as you while going through the negatives. I still said I would lean towards re-signing him. If I had to do it today, I would. But you're not going to talk about the history? You're not going to talk about what happened the other day? Come on. You're naive. Nope. You're just a naive homer. So keep putting your head in the sand. I don't give a crap.
I don't understand.
Well, I do give a crap because I just got worked up.
I mean, I don't understand, what the point of the problems around the NFC East are. I don't care about the problems with the Giants.
No one cares about the Giants. The Commanders suck. Is Jaden Daniels going to play against you? And then we wait to see what happens tonight against the Chargers.
And I'm all in. We
just talked about that at 8.
I'm all in on signing George Pickens. I love him. I want to sign him up. No questions asked from me. But what happened on Thursday is inexcusable. You can't go out there and give low effort. And I'm not going to say he quit. I don't like to say people quit. But when you're running what is obvious when you break down the film, when you're running obviously walk through, jog through routes, you're not putting in max effort there.
We'll ask Nick Even at 9:20, DallasCowboys.com after yesterday. Was RJ Choppy right in the world of college football? The CFP is set. We'll talk about it. Part 3 of the Kegger after this.
clock winding down, the fans storm the field for the second time in 4 years. If you come at the Kings of the American, you best not miss. Tulane back on top, and they are going to the college football playoff.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Was R.J. Choppy ultimately right? This is the College Football Kegger, the 3rd edition, right here on Sean and R.J. Bobby Belt out for the week, and I already know that Bobby will be thrilled that he's missing this segment because he would continue. He is now easily by far the most stubborn on the show. I would probably say he started off being me, then it went to Choppy, and now it's definitely Bobby.
Definitely Bobby. And I don't see this as a cyclical thing.
Huh?
I don't see this being a cyclical thing where Bobby stops being the most stubborn and it goes back to you or me.
I agree.
I think it's
yeah.
I think he's he's the king of the Americans, as the Tulane announcer said.
Yeah. We take you back to last week when R.J. Choppy trashed the legit playoff hopes of the University of North Texas. Our web guy took great delight, Josh Clark, who just told me he's going to the 3rd U.S. game in Los Angeles. What's the web guy's salary around here now?
Yeah.
He took great delight in putting that clip out there to ruin my day and Choppy's day because he is a member of the Mean Green, and he wanted to see you attacked. Bobby was not happy. Not happy whatsoever. And I said, hey, it was good radio. Do I like that you insulted 3 local schools? No. But you do have to factor in RJ comedy. And later on in the show, we talked him down. But I'm wondering if I was wrong when he said that TCU and SMU and UNT, you don't belong with the big boys. Well, yesterday I felt the sentiment of you being correct, RJ, after the college football bracket came out and we got our number 11 and 12 seeds.
Yeah, so it's Tulane at the 11, and it's James Madison. That's what I took no delight.
Oh yeah, you did.
No, I didn't, because I bet them. I bet UNT to win -2.5. By the way, apologies for the degenerate this weekend.
What? Was it rough? Don't say an offer.
No, I did win the I did win the Jacksonville game yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and
it only took Daniel Jones blowing out his Achilles.
And I did win the Georgia game.
Okay.
But I was 2-6 overall.
Oh!
A very difficult weekend. I would like to apologize for that. I took no enjoyment in UNT losing. I was hoping they would win the game. I didn't think they deserved it.
Because you wanted to see them smash in round 1 to really be right.
Exactly. Exactly. But I took no enjoyment in UNT losing. What I did take tremendous enjoyment was I did not hear from a single UNT fan over the weekend.
Oh, you didn't?
Not a single one with an I told you so or you're wrong still. I didn't hear from any of them.
That's interesting.
And I bookmarked all of you. I Bobby belted it.
You did?
I bookmarked every single last one of you. I was ready. I had time.
Yeah.
I had time over the weekend.
Well, I'll speak for myself. Last week, I agree with Bobby that you were wrong in that if you qualify, you should be eligible. Like, what are we playing for? I can't have you come to the party and then say you can't drink as much as everybody else. You know what I mean? It's not fair. You're in the cluster. You're in the room. Yeah. You're in the category.
But not everybody's entitled to the Johnny Blue.
That's right. And yesterday, when these matchups were playing out and the spreads and schedules were made, I have to admit, I was hating it. I was not happy seeing James Madison and Tulane thrown into this just to be a sacrificial lamb at 16.5 and 21-point underdogs. So I hated it, and that makes me have to go back and say RJ Choppy was probably correct. Unless we get an upset or a close game with JMU at Oregon or Tulane at Ole Miss.
Look, I don't think there's a chance that JMU keeps it close because of and I know that Tulane is losing their coach as well, but he's sticking around to coach through. I do think there's a chance that Ole Miss is kind of vulnerable because they've lost so many of their coaches. Yeah, they're keeping their OC there. It's still a completely different. This is Lane Kiffin's calling the plays.
Right.
Lane Kiffin's the offensive coordinator there. Like, Lane Kiffin is the guy. They're losing their coach, their coaching staff. I think they're a little vulnerable. They've already beat Tulane this year 45-10. I don't think it's going to be 45-10. You know, when you have a 35-point difference in a game, that was Trinidad Chandler's first start. When you have that kind of a spread or a point differential, and then you come back the second time and the spread is less than half that, that tells me that Vegas thinks that losing Lane Kiffin is not nothing.
The problem still remains if you're in the Power 5 and you're going to be included and not put to your own NIT type tournament, what do you qualify for and what should be done? Duke is complaining this morning as well.
Yeah, Duke's a 5-loss conference champ.
Yeah.
What does that really mean?
Because you're never going to get your Boise State story then, right? Like, it's like, all right, let's get the one story every 10 years, 15 years, and then have beatdowns and the reality that you don't belong for the other 14.
Right, yeah.
So it's the fun March Madness story that you completely eliminate because you want better first-round games and a better tournament.
Right, and you eliminated it when you did what you did with Duke. You know, in college basketball, Duke's in with a 5-loss team, a bad team is in. But because there was a 5-way tie for second place, and they won some crazy tiebreaker with everybody else in conference, you know, Duke winds up winning the ACC. And then, you know, they have a case. They have a case to be in. I don't look, if you want to tell me that James Madison and Tulane are deserving of being in because they won their conference, like, that's fine, but like, we're judging them completely different. Like, James Madison, if you want to put one in, whatever, James Madison has one loss, right? You can't put them on the same level as Miami, Notre Dame, Vanderbilt, who have 2 losses, who played infinitely more difficult schedules, or Texas,
if you want a
team that beat like 4 top 10 teams this year.
That's my point. If you want to get in as a Power 5, then soup up the schedule. James Madison played one Power 4 school and lost by 14. Tulane lost 45-10 to Ole Miss. So that's fine, but like, I'd like to just, judge just the resume.
Yeah, we're judging it completely different on criteria.
And the strength of schedule.
Yeah, that's it. And people are saying, well, Texas shouldn't have lost to Florida. No, they shouldn't have. But they at least played Florida.
Yeah.
Right? That's part of it.
They tried.
Vanderbilt shouldn't have lost at Alabama or Texas. No. But at least they went there. And they also
they have to.
They have to. They have to, yes. But
and Texas has to go now, SEC.
And Texas has to, yep. But I
give Texas props for Ohio State.
Texas with Ohio State. Vanderbilt's non-conference was Vatech. There's other teams out there that Miami's non-conference was Notre Dame. They also played Florida. They also played South Florida.
Pepe, what did you think of the end of UNT's season?
Really bad. I mean, the game started off so well. UNT went down, they scored. You're like, okay, this is going to be a high-scoring affair. That's what Vegas and all the books were saying it was going to be, and then UNT just shot themselves in the foot. And I'm not going to... Look, a lot of UNT fans are all over the fan text right now. They were in my mentions as well, talking about the bad officiating. There were 2 really, really bad calls that should get the officials fired from that game. There was a fair catch call that the guy was clearly ran into, and the ball hit a UNT player, and they called it a live ball there, and Tulane went down, obviously, and scored. They got the ball inside the 10. There was a touchback call where the ball was clearly coming out of the running back's or the receiver's arms and went out of the back of the end zone. They said there's not enough evidence to overrule it. So it was a bunch of BS there, but, I mean, UNT just shot themselves in the foot. Drew Messmaker didn't have the greatest game. Caleb Hawkins, the running back, fumbled, and that fumbled in the first half. I think it was the first quarter as well. That really, changed the momentum, I thought. It shifted towards Tulane. Tulane played great. They capitalized on all the bad plays that UNT had, and so they deserved to win, but it just sucked because we were right there, and, missed out on the playoffs.
College football kegger here with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Now the schedule is set. You have anything else on Notre Dame? Notre Dame says, well, put the following 3 in order of likelihood of what you think changes moving forward. We don't have the conference championship games anymore. Mm-hmm. People bail on their bowl games, like Notre Dame, or we judge you winning the ACC differently or winning a Power 5 conference?
Well,
because to me, those, unless I'm missing something, those are kind of the three main storylines coming out of this.
I do think the conference championship games will go away eventually. They're too big of a moneymaker right now. I think they'll eventually become play-in games. I think we are going to 16 next year, if I'm not mistaken. They have till like this week to decide on that. The problem with opting out of bowl games like Notre Dame is most of these conferences have in their bylaws a fine. They'll fine teams. I don't know how many teams are going to take like K-State got fined $500,000 for skipping the bowl game. I don't know how many teams are going to say, hey, look, we'll just give you $500,000, right, for skipping the bowl game.
Can you explain this to me? And I'm going to butcher this name. Ross Dellinger tweeted a newsy wrinkle from, is it Bevacqua? Bevacqua?
Bevacqua.
What is that?
I don't know.
Oh, you said it with such confidence. As part of an MOU signed last spring, Notre Dame is assured of a CFP berth if it's ranked in the top 12 starting next year. If this year's situation unfolds next year, the final at-large team, Miami, would have gotten bumped for number 11, Notre Dame? That Ross Dellinger's legit.
Yeah, he's very legit.
What does that mean?
That means that I guess they have...
Like, what is an MOU?
Memo of understanding? Something like that?
If the playoff is expanded to 14 and there are more at-large berths added to the field from 7 to 9, Notre Dame is guaranteed a CFP berth if it's ranked number 13 or better, according to the MOU per Bevacqua. The signed MOU only covers 12 or 14 team playoffs. Doesn't that seem kind of crooked?
Bevacqua, Pete Bevacqua, he's the AD at Notre Dame.
Okay.
So, wow. Okay.
Doesn't that seem wrong?
It does seem wrong. Why would they be guaranteed? Why are they any different than anybody else?
Right.
This is why I hate Notre Dame. That's why everybody should hate Notre Dame. Okay?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. That's right.
No, the best is the meme that someone sent us of the sign walking down the steps of the locker room, play like a champion today, unless, of course, you miss the playoff, then quit.
Then quit. Quit like a champion today.
Quit.
Yeah, it's like that is garbage. They should not get any preferential treatment. I don't care what. Join a conference. Join a conference. BYU was independent for decades. Join a conference.
And play a tougher schedule.
Yes.
Your schedule was weak, and you lost to the two teams that were tough to start the year.
Look,
on it.
Mad respect that Notre Dame kept Navy and Army on their schedule for 75 years because of what happened during World War II. Mad respect for them for doing that. It's time to stop. Join a conference and start scheduling some competition. Because this is, nobody takes you seriously. When you sit there, I don't care that you rattled off 10 wins in a row against Stanford and Purdue.
Right.
And Army and Navy. I don't care about that. I care that Georgia got better as the year went on. I care that Indiana went to Oregon and then beat Ohio State. You know, I care about that.
You lost to 10, you lost to 16, you beat 20 and 22. That's it. That's their schedule.
That's not enough, man.
Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, USC, Boston College, Navy, Pitt, Syracuse, and Stanford? Are you kidding me?
I'm not impressed.
And you want to cry about it? I hope Marcus Freeman was not
I assume it was a player vote. Right? I assume the
it
players
could have been
voted.
just the AD.
Could have been the AD saying,
Bevacqua.
yeah, we're not doing this. So, but if that's the case for next year and moving forward, I hate that.
College football kegger right here with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We'll crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. Let's get you updated on the Cowboys getting ready for Minnesota. He is our insider from DallasCowboys.com. Nick Eatman joins us next.
The holidays, the season of joy.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Mahomes to throw, four-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shire has it off the deflection. Another pick, third of the game for Houston. Wow! Kelsey could not hang on. Azeez got it. Hot potato pick.
How did Kansas City follow up the Cowboys' loss? By scoring 10 points, and hopefully, I was rooting for the armpit last night. I wanted the Chiefs storyline this season to be over with, And hopefully it is. On Houston radio, 20-10, the Texans all of a sudden are rolling, and Kansas City cannot score yet again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with Bobby Belt out this week as the Cowboys would take on the Vikings, who destroyed the Commanders 31-zip. Cowboys-Vikings Sunday night on this station. So is Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Good morning. Doing good, guys.
CFP reaction first. You're a big college fan.
Yeah. I didn't love it, but one of the things that I tweeted was, you want to fix this problem? Just stop revealing it every week. Quit. You wouldn't worry about setting precedent or anything like that about punishing for playing a game. Just don't reveal the rankings until the end, and then you're like, well, maybe they never had Alabama that high, or whatever it would be. But I think they put themselves in a corner by putting it out like that.
Well, then you would not. Then if Jerry Jones was in charge of college football, would he do that? No, of course not, because they want the talk and all these segments that we give them. And
you create somebody. I mean, nobody knows who the hell Joe Lunardi is except for like those few months there. Yep. And he's about 97% right. They'll be feeding him most of that stuff. You would have that. Maybe it's the Heather, whatever her last name is.
Dinich, yeah.
Maybe it'd be somebody like that. But you don't have to just paint yourself in a corner like that. I would have liked to have seen Notre Dame in there, but I mean, I understand that. But it is 32 years of irony, the fact that they got knocked out 32 years ago for head-to-head, even though they won head-to-head. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, everyone thinks Notre Dame gets this pass, but they don't, it seems like.
And how do you feel about Tulane and James Madison?
No, we got to fix that. But I get it. I mean, it's the same with college basketball, right? I mean, like, there's about 15 to 17 teams that aren't going to win it all, but they get in. They're playing for something. And so on the smaller scale, it's kind of the same thing. I get it, but it just sucks this year. There's Vanderbilt, BYU, Notre Dame, those three teams for sure should, have a good, a chance to be in there.
Another suggestion is, why not just go back to the AP poll? Why do we have this group of geezers and grapevines sitting in their log cabin changing things up when you have Associated Press voters, who we assume is following it, coming up with their rankings?
The problem with the voters
is
the
AP poll is worthless.
The AP poll is worthless, but take, for example, you're an AP poll voter, and you are covering Texas playing at LSU.
Bias.
Chances are they're not paying you to spend the night. You're driving from Austin to LSU that morning. You're missing the noon games. You're playing a 2:30 game, and then you're driving home. You don't see anything, right? I mean, like, Nick, when you're on the road with the Cowboys, how many other Cowboy games do you get to, or NFL games do you get to see?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, I just now discovered this NFL Red Zone channel, and he's gonna get rid of it after this weekend.
Yeah,
because now with our Sundays are back to normal again. I think.
Plus, the sound didn't work yesterday on Red Zone.
I didn't see that. It was working for me when I turned it on, but no, I mean it's awesome. But you're right. You don't watch enough, and it's not a perfect science. But I'll say this though. I mean, we're not too old to remember the fact that it used to be like if you were getting screwed out of this, it's because you didn't get to play in the game. I mean, was it just a few years ago that they just knocked Florida State out just because their quarterback got hurt?
Wow.
Now Ole Miss doesn't have their coach, but they get to stay. So, I mean, it has been fixed. The teams that are upset are 13, 14, 15, and it's a lot better than it used to be where 3, 4, and 5 were upset.
Arkansas fan Nick Eatman joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here.
Hey, there's a lot of irony in the fact that the Arkansas AD is the one that's up there. Number one, he's pretty much messed up the football program, and so he's doing that. And also, they picked him because, hey, he's never going to be he's going to be unbiased. He'll never have a dog in the fight. So, yeah, it's frustrating.
All right, Nick, give us your Nick Eatman playoff picture and how you're viewing things after a weekend to reset some of the different results, the standings, and all the different scenarios.
Yeah, well, I think tonight is big too because what happens with the Eagles, Chargers, and all that. The Eagles win this game tonight, and kind of maybe fix some of their issues. Then it's going to be even more challenging for the Cowboys. I don't know about the percentages and all that kind of stuff of where what it's going to take, but they're going to have to win out, obviously, and then And that's just not likely for the Cowboys because they haven't been. They're 6-6-1. What kind of consistency have they shown other than they'll go 8-8-1? I mean, that's kind of what they've showed all year. Maybe they'll be better than that, but I don't see this being a team that's going to win out. But that's what they have to do. And even at that point, it would still be a challenge for them to get in. So as far as the other teams, they're going to beat each other up a little bit, but it is starting to kind of, become a little bit clearer.
What do you think is more likely, the Cowboys win out or the Eagles go 2-3? Which would allow the Cowboys, if they win out, to get in?
I don't see the Eagles going 2-3. I mean, I don't. I think that they're a soap opera, but they stay on the air. You know what I mean? I mean, they're a good soap opera, I guess, because they're winning. They'll win games. And I just don't think that they'll go 2-3 down the stretch unless there were some kind of injury. But the Cowboys could go 4-0 because they're going to be favored in most of these games. But I would be surprised if they did that. All of them, like even the Giants one would be one that I could see them maybe losing that game. But we'll see how it happens. I mean, it's one of those things. It's gotta be good early for them. You got to stay in it, stay engaged. Everyone's got to be in it there. And if the Eagles could lose some games, then that would certainly help. The Cowboys kind of stay engaged. And when I say that, I mean all of their players, Monday through Saturday, that kind of thing.
Nick, of all the things that went wrong against the Lions, what is the number one thing that just sticks in your craw this morning still?
You want to say about the offense, and what was wrong with Pickens and all that, but they just couldn't cover. They couldn't cover the Lions on defense, and I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs might be the most dangerous player in the NFL. Yep. I mean, he absolutely dominated that game because of where they were lining him up, and he was just a mismatch to no end. And the Lions, it's a head scratcher because the way they played that game, it makes you wonder who beat them, who's beaten them 5 times, and better teams obviously is the answer to that. But teams that get pass rush and all that, Cowboys just have zero pass rush. And it was just, it's ironic that the guy that got that one sack, James Houston's the guy that the Lions didn't want. And they just don't have anybody on defense that's just going out there to make dynamic plays. Yes, it's good from the front, and Williams and those guys out in the middle make, they push the pocket and all that. But you still need catalytic players on the back end and the front seven. And you just don't see it with this team.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, every Monday and hump day here on Sean and RJ. The Pickens homers and apologists and defenders are very mad at us for just talking about the other side of things. Jeremy Fowler, Todd Archer with their article, Jerry Jones on KNC Friday. After having a weekend to settle down, do you think, is this something? Is it nothing? Is it something to monitor? And what are they saying about it inside the building, George, against the Lions?
Well, it's been going on all year long. And, I mean, there's good days, there's bad days. I mean, he's had some games. Well, I mean, most of the good games, for him, he's had a really good season. There's no doubt about it. He's had his best season of his career. But and I listened to you guys earlier, and break down some of that article and all that, and all of that is true. I mean, it's very similar to the Dez situation in that, and I'm not saying they're the same guy. What I'm saying is that Cowboys did, a ton of homework on Dez, and it turns out, I think whatever they said about Dez was absolutely true. Every single thing. He was pegged as perfect as any player has ever been scouted. Everything they said about him was true. Unbelievable talent. You're going to have to deal with some things off the field. Emotional at times. Loves football. He's going to be late to things. He's also going to be a human highlight film. Everything was true. And with Pickens, I think they're finding that stuff out too. Everything that they've heard about him, everything that the Steelers said on the record, off the record, is all true. He is a dynamic player and all that, but he's going to have good days. He's going to have bad days. And the Cowboys are probably a better support system, which is why you're seeing him having some really great games. But, in this case, he just wasn't. He was off. And you just kind of wonder when you're going to throw that much money at someone, how many times is he going to be off? What are you getting? Because if you're getting, what you've had so far, if he bounces back against Minnesota, then it's going to be that might be what he is. But I think he'll take it.
You still good for the re-sign at $30 million?
I'm good with the franchise tag and see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how he.
Nick, I've been down for that as well. My problem, as Choppy points out, the problem with the tag is that $28 million figure you can't manipulate on the cap.
No, you can't. No, you have to manipulate the other guys around it.
Well, and then Dak's got like a $70 million tag next year, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's.
And then what does Mulligeta do in that scenario?
Yeah. Well, he's gonna fight for his player. He's gonna get the most out of it. We know that.
Are they going to show up in Oxnard?
Say it again.
Would they show up in Oxnard?
That's gonna. I mean, that's all gonna be the key. I mean, but again, when you talk to people inside the building, they kind of just shrug. Like Jordan hit those threes. They're like, this franchise tag him. This franchise. Which I get it. I see some issues there because I think what made them so good this year on offense is the fact that training camp every single day there was CD, there was Pickens, there was Dak, and I think that's one of the reasons this offense was so good. If you don't have that next year and you have all these questions every single practice, you're talking about players that aren't there. It's certainly a distraction. So yes, they've got some issues there. Because paying them all that money could be a problem. And it's not just because of him. Think about it. How many players have they paid that have actually lived up to the contract for one reason or another? It hasn't been very many of them. And Dak, I don't know, can ever live up to that contract unless he goes and, maybe wins it all. But, I mean, I think that he's been playing great. But I'm saying they haven't had a great track record of paying guys and then them just continuing that kind of success for the reason why they paid him.
Great stuff, brother. Thank you. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk and see how much they partied yesterday at the Globe with the KNC masterpiece next. But
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on the market. Upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Wyatt Johnston over to the right. Heiskanen scores! 6 on 5 turns in to 2-2.
A weekend sweep for the Stars, beating down the Sharks. Choppy was there on Friday night, then coming back to beat the Penguins yesterday in a shootout. The audio from Victory Plus. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
That team is freaking awesome, man.
How much different? This is my number one question. It's the only question I keep asking every Stars insider. And I consider you to be kind of close to there a little bit.
I'll take it.
How much different are they physically than last year?
Oh, and is it because he knows a little bit about the Stars?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think...
Are they that much different to make you feel like, all right, over the hump?
The loss of Bischel definitely doesn't help that, but...
The fact they're doing this with their health situation is pretty interesting.
And I think that's an encouraging sign. The other thing is, this is not like physicality in terms of smashing somebody in the board, but like the mental physicality of they've shown the ability to come back in late situations again and again and again. So I think there's something to be said for that. But they're definitely more physical than they were last year.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Guys, we got Stephen Jones joining us at noon today, and Stars Mavs super segment to start the show. Right after that, as you were discussing this morning, the remaining path for the Cowboys to make the playoffs, Kevin says more than a 9% chance.
Yeah, I was listening to this on the way home Friday. And
you think we should ask Steven if they are going to bring in a giant positivity bunny?
You see the Philadelphia, the Eagles do that?
Saw that.
There's no way. Their fans have to hate that got put up. They may want Sirianni run just for that.
I mean, Sirianni in his opening press conference talked about horticulture.
Yeah.
Right? Green thumb.
Yes. So, I consider you, I'm trying to think your Stars credibility and your math credibility. I'll go more math. A lot of respect for your math.
Thanks.
And you were saying this 9%.
That's too low.
You don't agree with it.
No.
Why?
Well, I mean, I think it's too low just if you actually look inside the schedules. And I think that's one.
And this is to win the division?
Yeah, that is your most logical path. If you think Chicago is going to completely crap out, or you think the Lions are still going to fall apart, you have a possibility for the wild card. But the clear and logical path is to win the division. And it's really easy because it starts tonight. You need the Eagles to lose to the Chargers, but then also you need them lose to the Bills, and who knows, that is a complicated prospect.
They got to go 2 and 3. They got to go
exactly.
2 and 3.
So the most logical ones would be the Chargers tonight, and then the Bills, and then you need them to lose one more, and
that would be 2 Washingtons.
Yeah.
With Jaden Daniels hurt again.
And unfortunately, that didn't look good yesterday, and they didn't look good in general. So
Eagles need to lose 3.
Yes, and you have to win out. That's the thing.
Wild card, you got to have Chicago lose.
Yes.
3 because...
Which, their schedule down the stretch is brutal.
Cleveland, Green Bay, San Fran, Detroit, but 3 of 4 are at home.
Yeah, but that's the thing is it's a tough balancing act because you need them to fall apart, but then you need the Lions to win that game against the Bears, but also not do particularly well in their others. So I think personally it should be more like 15%, but... I get it. For a lot of Cowboys fans, that's probably not as encouraging as you would hope. But, I mean, it's your own damn fault.
RJ Choppy has just put his hat into the ring to attend the World Cup.
Yes, I have. I've signed up for the draw. Well, I got a FIFA ID. And then I got to sign up for the draw. This is such a convoluted. It's like a concert. Like, you got to sign up to get a lottery to get the pre-selection. So I created my ID. And then on the 11th, I got to go back.
Is this tougher or the same as the Masters draw?
Ooh, it's more complex than the Masters draw. I think it's the same process. The Masters draw is you just sign up for it.
Okay.
This is you sign up for it to sign up for it. It's like it's a 2-step process, so it's an extra step. So we'll see. We'll see, but we're going to get Netherlands, Argentina, England, Japan will be there.
Argentina, this is like their home stadium, right?
I believe so, yeah. My neighbor's from Argentina. He's like, can't wait. But he's like...
He got his tickets?
He's not going to go. He's not. He watches at home, and you watch the Spanish broadcast. It's such a much. It's like watching Hockey Canada broadcast versus it's just such a different broadcast. What he was saying, when the Japan,
it is because
the Canadian language to us is Argentina.
The Canadian language, I can't speak to that as much.
No, it's like the camera angles are better. They're just so much better at doing broadcast.
Language differences. Choppy aware here.
But he was saying like Japan, when they leave, their fans will clean the stadium as they're walking out. Yeah.
That's nice.
And that Team Japan,
very tidy.
And he's like Team
Bunch
Japan.
Of decks.
He's like Team Japan in the locker room. They will leave the locker room spotless. And he's like, he said us, Argentina. He goes, Argentina and England fans are animals. They won't clean anything. But the Japanese fans will clean the stadium as they leave.
World Baseball Classic, same thing. Yeah, every stadium they go to.
I don't think I realized that.
How did you guys cover this Friday?
Oh, the World Cup draw?
Yeah.
Well, it took 3 hours for him to get it done. We figured, so it said it was supposed to be 11 a.m. Central, and I convinced Kevin that they meant 11 a.m. Pacific by the end of it because it didn't get done till 1 o'clock.
So did you try to go to it live?
No. So as soon as we saw how slow the process was, not think much of anything happened for the first hour and a half. We just waited until they actually
It was an award.
put out.
It was
yes.
Give it an award. Whatever the award.
The most peaceful.
That would have been awesome if he was at Billy Bob's though to get the award.
There's so many tickets to this thing.
So where are you with your
amazing.
1 to 10 fever of it? In terms of have you exercised in your brain or actually exercised connections to try to get into Dallas Stadium?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. And first of all, I feel bad once again for Arlington.
Yeah.
Even then. But my older son loves soccer, and he's wanted to go to this for a couple of years. And so we have done the process of creating the FIFA ID and everything like that. And
so Kevin would be ahead of you on the list, or is it random?
I think
it's just random.
I think it's
still.
random. It's there's.
And you would get 2 tickets or 1?
I think you get a pair.
I think you buy a pair.
I have to buy them.
No, you get the option.
All right, I'm
to
going
buy
to do
them.
it. My kid, a couple years ago, he really got into my oldest, and he's like, we picked teams. We found who we were rooting for Belgium, and we've just kind of every time it comes around.
Team USA.
This was 2-3 ago, and Belgium was really good, and no, USA stunk.
Still American.
It's fine. That's fine. When they stink, you just got to root for a team that you think can win sometimes.
Oh,
wow!
But hey, you can still pull for America.
I was not expecting this from you.
But I was hoping that they would be great sooner, and they haven't been great yet. But he's excited. He asked me on my way home Friday. He was like, Dad, in the text, Dad, because these kids, I don't know why they text Dad 3 times, and then they don't text a paragraph. They text multiple different texts at a time. He was like, can you get me and my girlfriend some tickets?
Oh!
And I was like, I don't think you understand how this thing how it works. And he was like, well, how much do they cost? And I just threw out a range. I was like, oh man, they're $2,500 at least. And he was like, oh, that's going to be tough. And I was like, yeah, because you have no money.
Not as far off as he might think. But that's one good thing about the fact that we have the most matches. Is especially the 5 group stage matches. That should make it not easier theoretically to maybe jump into one of those matches if you don't care which one.
Because to me, it's no fun using, I don't even know if we're eligible. I would assume we get 1 or 2 for the station, but no point in the press pass. I would want a family member to, first of all, I don't want to watch in the press box.
You want to be part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, in the crowd.
I want someone else to see that electricity.
I want to be everybody's going to be jumping up, all the fans.
You want somebody's country's flag in front of you the whole time.
And then when the Argentina's there, because they're jumping up, and you know what happens there with Argentina fans when they're jumping up.
They were all in front of us at the Mayweather-Maidana fight. That thing was shaking.
Mad.
Yeah.
How much would you pay for 2 seats? How much are you willing to go?
$1,500
a piece
total.
Oh, ooh, that's still good. That's still a lot.
This is something like Brandon.
All right, Corey, do you love your child
years.
more than Kevin?
No.
Will you top 1,500?
No, I'm trying to save up for a trip to Italy right now.
Oh,
so, yeah. So I'm very, very important 20th year anniversary coming up. Sorry, my kid's gonna have plenty of time to go to another one later on in life.
Yeah,
he has his own
another
money.
30 years.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the 2031 women's one here.
Yeah. Oh. He can travel to another country and go see it.
Well, the United States actually compete in that.
Yeah, we'll probably be in the final.
Probably the favorites.
Just go
probably at AT&T.
Lock up a spot at Texas Live. I wonder if they're going to do a bidding for that for the booth to lock in.
Yeah,
I could
Texas Live would be a nut house.
It would be a nut house,
right?
I would totally go to that. But maybe parking is going to be insane.
Yes. Just shuttle somewhere. Just park as far away and shuttle in.
Park north of 30.
Do you remember?
And then walk.
You remember when we went and covered the Final Four?
Yes.
And we had to park on the other side of 30, 35, 30, and we were parked and shuttled all the way over there. That was insane.
Worse than the Rangers parade?
We actually did really well at the Rangers parade. We had a good parking spot. We just had to walk around the stadium. Yeah.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Your son's texting.
No, it's
on your
Bassick.
iWatch.
Bassick texting.
Oh. Did you guys catch up with Mike yesterday?
Heck yeah, we did.
Was
It
he
was
there?
awesome.
Yeah, he was there.
I didn't see him.
Yeah, he got on the
was
big
there.
screen too. They interviewed Sean Heath interviewed him
You
up
didn't
there.
hear his voice?
I did. I couldn't hear. Couldn't hear anything.
That one struggled a little bit for some reason, for whatever reason.
See him there.
I was just impressed
Who
to
else
see
didn't
Sean
you
and
see
Mike
there?
talk.
You were what?
Impressed to see Sean
I
and
didn't
Mike talk.
see
I didn't talk to
certain
Mike.
flag bearer there.
Oh. Logan Wilson will be on tonight's Cowboy Hour with Brad Sham. Just so you know.
Logan Wilson.
The other defensive
We're
player.
trying to promote things, RJ. Come on.
I didn't hear who he said.
Is something wrong with your hearing?
No, I was talking to Kevin.
You were wearing headphones.
I thought you were taking a shot at Logan Wilson, like not playing enough.
Oh, no. I said I would have had a better chance of seeing him at Sandler's event than I would have somebody else from the station.
Oh, we're going back to that. I'm not. We're going into our post-show meeting with another Gavin. The KNC Masterpiece.
With a different
Dear.
Next on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones tomorrow at 8:30 KNC right now.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Mag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Eagles tackled the Chargers tonight in a battle of 8-win teams. Philly averaged only 15.5 points per game in November, and they'll be challenged by the Bolts' third-ranked defense. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert has gotten the okay to play just 1 week removed from surgery to repair his fractured left hand. I feel like this is going to be a low-scoring game, folks, and I do like the Eagles by a hair, 23-20. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, Tolos? Bobby Belt here. Look, the economy has been tough on a lot of people. And affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and you guys know this. Most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make their payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease. Offering Easy, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem today with the Easy Lease. Look, at D&M, they know how much trust you're putting in them when you're getting into a new vehicle, and they don't take it lightly. That's why D&M has been the right fit for so many of our friends, family, and neighbors. I've told you guys, put out a post on social media, put something up, talk to your friend group, just say, hey, have you guys ever worked with D&M? I promise you're going to find people who have and who absolutely loved it. Join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE. Or you can visit us online by going to dmautoleasing.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
All right, Tolos, listen, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians? Of course you do. Something that's guaranteed to work. And good news for all of us, we have advanced hair, okay? They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results, all right? From a receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, whatever you got, you can address them all with the...
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
What is up?
But then it gets complicated.
It does get complicated.
Because I don't see the famous Alec Medford. And Corey, I'll tell you this. I did see the famous Alec Medford yesterday.
Yep.
But alas, he is not here now.
I think if you saw, you know what? I'm going to leave it.
I am really curious if you're going to finish the rest of that sentence.
Alec told me on the way out, he was like, hey, I'm off by tomorrow, by the way. And I was like, sweet, get some rest. And then I smiled and said, or maybe not. Wink. You know what I mean, Kevin?
And will you please expand?
Maybe he wanted to stay out since he had the day off. I didn't know exactly what his plans were. But I said, I saw him. I said, hey, have a good one. And hopefully he did. Hopefully he had a great evening, and things turn out very well for him.
But in his stead, we welcome in Jacob. How the hell are you doing?
Doing fantastic, guys. How you doing?
Did you see Alec yesterday?
I did not see Alec yesterday. I wasn't able to pop out to the Sandler event, unfortunately.
Oh, man. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, yeah.
It's a fun event. My oldest had never been. And he was kind of like trying to find reasons. He was like, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that. And then I was like, dude, look, I bought a ticket for you. You're going.
Yeah.
He showed up. He left. He was like, dude, Dad, thank you so much. I had so much fun. He got a Kendra Scott necklace for his girlfriend.
Oh, well then sounds like you don't need World Cup tickets.
If she's listening,
you should be in school.
Yep, you got study, you got grades. But he did that, and then my daughter had she showed up with face paint.
Yeah,
she expected that she was going to paint kids' faces.
Oh,
because last year they did face painting in the one of the lounges. And so she was like, I'm going to paint everybody's face. And I was like, all right, let's do that. When I show up, wife looks at me and goes, hey, this isn't good. We're not supposed to have paint on the field. And Lucy, once her mind gets set on something, she's got her mind set on you.
Yeah.
Like immediately now, this is her only goal. This is what she wants to accomplish.
I understand that.
And she was upset. And then she saw I got her some cotton candy, and she saw her friend, and she was like, okay, things are better now. And she ended up getting a bracelet for, nope, never mind. Can't tell that story either.
And she got to talk to Carter. I saw that. It's a great event.
Yeah, they were having a good chat.
It's not as good as Peace-a-thon, but it's a pretty good event. So congratulations to everything that happened there. In the meantime, congratulations to the Stars. Can you go and give me cut number 13, please? Because it's time for the Stars, probably mostly Stars, and Mavs Super segment.
Nico Rantanen's fourth attempt of the year, a short conversation with the Stripes. Now he gets the green light. Rantanen on Jory. Scores! Nico gives Dallas the lead.
And you also got 3 saves in the shootout from Mr. Ottinger, which made it an all-around good day. The Stars pick up another set of points. 10 straight games they've picked up points in, and this team has been freaking awesome. And even if you want to talk about Sagan and Bischel going on the long-term injured reserve, which I think we expected, but in their stead, Duchesne is back, Lundqvist is back, and so even when you lose those two, you have 2 to kind of, sort of, take their place.
Yeah, this I don't have any worries when it comes to this team. They have a star. And then, I know they're the Stars, but they have a star player, and then they have a lot of other guys that can step into starlight if they want to. That's weird. But that they're a very talented team that's going to continue to. This is the problem, though, Kevin. This is the problem. The cross that they bear, if you will. I hate to use it that way, but they have to. They are one thing. This is going to be a fun season. New head coach. Some obstacles to overcome within a season. You can't just assume a team's going to be somewhere.
Sure.
But most Stars
Except
fans,
in the playoffs. I've assumed the Stars will be in the playoffs.
I'm interested. Yes, you assume that, and they should, like based on how this thing's going right now, for sure. But I wonder how Stars fans feel every night going into the AAC. Is there this energy of like, oh my gosh, I can't. This is it, dude. I'm at the Stars game, baby. And I
hope so.
I hope so too, because I hope that never gets old. It's the feeling of, oh, you know what? It doesn't matter until the playoffs, or it doesn't matter until we get to.
I get that.
And that's whenever you're like, oh, the joy of this all is the chase. It's supposed to be. But the each night part of it, that's the enjoyment. I hope there is still that electricity. Stars fans, can you tell me, when you're going to the AAC, are you still in this mindset of like, I am here, ice, I love it, I just love this vibe? Or are you like, all right, I'm here, but I'm waiting for them. I got my arms folded, and I'm waiting for them to prove something to me.
Man, I kind of hope I run into more people at sporting events now who are just watching with their arms folded, because I actually think that would be super fun.
Giving the thumbs down whenever they score a goal. You're like, what?
I was like, why are you even here? We played this in crosstalk, but Heiskanen is able to tie it up with less than 2 minutes to go on a 6-on-5, pull the goalie. And then obviously Ottinger looks good in the shootout. Rantanen gets that goal that we just played. And so you get the win. And here is the craziest stat I might present to you all day. The Dallas Stars, I told you, have gotten points in 10 straight games. They are 8-0-2. Okay? So out of a possible 20 points, they've picked up 18 of them. In that run, they have gained 1 point on Colorado.
That's tough. That's brutal.
Because Colorado...
Well, at least you gained 1, though.
Yes, you did. Because Colorado is 8-1-1, suffering only their second regulation loss all season. And so that, I could see how that might be like a little disappointing. But remember, hockey fans, you don't want to win the Presidents, because that guarantees you, well, it doesn't guarantee you, but it usually means an early playoff exit. So you just sit there right behind Colorado, and usually whoever has the best record in the NHL loses in the second round. Guess when you would play Colorado? In the second round. And so it's all lining up based on the history of hockey to go your way, and then you'll be in the Western Conference Finals again, and then we'll see if we can figure something out.
All right, can I ask you a question, though?
Yes.
Do you still believe, based on history, that somebody else will win in the NFC East.
There's a reason that segment's coming up. And it's
because here we are with history before us, Kevin.
Look,
I want all the trophies.
Okay.
I'll take the Presidents, Stanley Cup, the Vezina. Give me all the trophies.
There's a chance.
Give me every trophy. Yeah. The heart. I want the heart.
We got some work to do.
The John Hart Award.
Not that one.
Right.
We have some work to do on the Vezina and the Hart, but it is possible.
I want all the trophies. See, if we want all the trophies, then we can say we were the most dominant ever.
Okay.
But you're like, no, we don't want one of those trophies because of a curse.
No,
you don't even believe in the Madden curse.
No, that's
or the
true.
Sports Illustrated curse.
That is also true. I don't believe in those curses, but it's been 26 years since you won the Cup, so I'll take just that. And like, I hear what you're saying.
Is it more for Canada?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Canada
30-something, yeah.
Canada hasn't won a cup in 32 years. At least the Stars know they could. Like, if you're a Canadian team, just give up right now. You have Look, the Canadian teams had a better shot of winning the MLS over the weekend, which they also didn't, than a Canadian team has of winning the Stanley Cup. But this is another just unbelievably encouraging set of games for the Stars, especially because of, and you referenced this in the cross, the injuries that you've had.
Yeah.
Here's one of the issues that you're going to run into that, especially when we talked about the long-term injured reserve of Bischel, who we think will be back, and Sagan, who probably will not, is these injuries haven't eased up. You didn't just get Duchesne back, and now you're just adding. At the same time, you lost people. But the Stars have already shown to be incredibly resilient when it comes to physicality, mental toughness, and with all of the injuries. So I'm very encouraged that they continue to rock and roll even with all these injuries.
Stars fans have the feeling I had when we had Luka and Kyrie from the 2-1-4. That was a good feeling.
Okay.
You understood where you were. You're a great offensive team. You might have to do some things scrappily defensively.
Yeah.
I think this team physically, Kevin, you talked about it a little more. It's becoming more physical. Hopefully they will ramp up throughout and become that in the playoffs. That's always my hope.
Yeah.
But it's hard to turn that mentality on if you don't practice it. And then somebody said, definitely a vibe. Look at every national anthem. I love the Stars from the 2-1-4. Always ready for my next game, and I'll be there. I love that. I love hearing that the vibe is still that effective with a team that has that kind of winning culture, not just within the locker room, but within the fan base.
And then somebody asked, who is the star of the Stars? I am going to default
to
Miko, but the thing that I love,
you have Robertson, you have Wyatt, you have a lot of guys that can be.
I think Ottinger.
Yes.
I don't know if everybody feels the same way. I still have hopes that Rope can be that on a consistent basis. Heiskanen, you have your players 2 through 6 are as good as anybody else.
What if Rope is Ian Kinsler?
That would be good for the team. I think financially you'd be disappointed, but that money's spent.
But
so you can't get it back.
An effect on game where you're just like, no, he has a positive effect.
For sure.
But it's just he's not Josh Hamilton.
For sure.
Look,
and there's teams with better second players, obviously, like the Avalanche. But with you look at your depth, like players 2 through 6, in terms of just overall quality, I think the Stars are better than anybody in the NHL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You asked this question, so let's get into it. The remaining path for the Cowboys to make the playoffs, and do I think that the NFC East curse plays into that just a little bit? The answer is yes. We'll get you the details next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it spicy?
Doesn't sound
Was it saffron Babes?
The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, going back to the Stars for just a second from the 2-4, with Sagan on long-term injured reserve, we can do what Vegas always does with Stone and add another great player until the playoffs and add Sagan back. Now, because of that exact thing, and the Stars have done it once as well. Because of that exact thing, the NHL has vastly tightened up their rules on the long-term injured reserve. So you can get money for Sagan, but that is going to alter what you're able to do with him going forward. So I like the way we're thinking. Circumvent the cap to give your own team an advantage. But the NHL saw what Vegas did. They saw what we did. There was another team that did it before as well. I'm drawing a blank. And they have tightened up some of those rules.
All right. I love rules, though.
Do you?
I do love rules.
Okay.
Here's why. Structure.
Okay.
I think structure is important.
That's true.
I also love the world of free form. That's definite too. But Kevin, every once in a while when things get out of hand, the best way to get everything back together is to go clean your room.
Okay.
And then you tidy that up, and then you work from out there, and you got structure. So rules are important.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, let's talk about the Cowboys. Did you just break the...
How many times do you break the little hangy part? What's it called?
And we got to boogie too.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Because I do want to talk about that, but we got to move.
Gotcha.
Because we got a Cowboys presser coming up. All right. Cowboys, 6-6-1. Can they still make the playoffs? I know a lot of people are not optimistic about that. Totally get it.
When you ask can, you're talking about... really the mathematical equation.
Probably.
Not does your heart tell you.
Yeah, and I know it can fall into anything can happen.
Yes,
I get that.
I agree.
Here is a thing that has to happen. You have to win out, or else none of this matters. Okay? So I'm just walking people through the path. I'm not saying it's going to happen. So you need the Cowboys to go 10-6-1. So you got to win out, which I think if you look at their schedule is conceivable. Now, what else do you need? You need the Eagles to lose tonight. All right? Because I know people will be like, oh, you need the Eagles to go 2-3. And that is true. But if you realistically look at the schedule, the two most losable games are tonight, especially with Carter out, and Carter out maybe for a while, and then December 28th against the Bills. Because it really is looking like the Bills are maybe going to have something to play for. So those two games. You agree that you can see a world in which they lose those two games, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would put them, again, I know this is not in order, but that would put them at 8-6. And then you host the Raiders at Washington and host Washington. You need them to lose one more game out of those three, which again, I know this weekend didn't help that cause, especially with Jaden Daniels going back down. Hopefully that injury is not as consequential as the ones he's been going through, and he'll be back, and he could take down the Eagles for one of those. If that happens, they would be 10-7, and you would theoretically win the division.
Okay.
So that's option one, and that's the most logical option. So you really need the Eagles to lose tonight, because if they win tonight, that means you would need them to finish 1-3.
Okay.
And you've got Vegas, Washington, and Washington. And that feels...
I don't know, is Jaden Daniels going to play the rest of the year?
I think
Mariota going to play?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But that is not your only option. That is easily the most logical option, especially with the curse of the NFC East, because it's been 22 years since a team has won back-to-back. Do I put a tiny bit of stock in that? Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, your other two options, the Bears and the Lions. You can look at the San Francisco 49ers if you want, but that's another thing where you need them to go 1-3, and they've got the Titans, the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think they're going to be...
People heard the Colts took a pretty big shot this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So then that leads you to the Lions and the Bears. All right. The Lions, here's their schedule the rest of the way. At the Bears, host the Steelers, at the Vikings, at the Bears. Did I say at the Bears? At the Rams.
They could win out. They could flop.
Yeah, and so you would need them to go 2-2. You look at that schedule, you can definitely go 2-2. But let's take a look at the Bears, because the Bears are in the playoffs right now. The Bears are 9-4. You would need the Bears to complete a collapse and go 1-3 down the stretch. Ooh, tough.
I don't think that's happening.
Here's the good news, though, Corey. You host the Browns. Look, the Browns just lost to the Titans, so I'm going to assume that's a win.
They don't even want to put their quarterback in for game-winning moments.
Man, what a weird situation that was. But then the last three. Look at the Bears' last three games. Host the Packers, at the 49ers, host the Lions.
Tough.
That is a brutal stretch. So
this is great for the NFL.
I agree with that. I would key in on the Bears and the Eagles to pick up losses. I think those are your two most logical paths, because even if the Lions crap out, you can jump over them, but that doesn't necessarily put you in the playoffs. So you're looking at seed number 3 with the Eagles as having the opportunity, or seed number 7. I think those are realistically your two viable paths to the playoffs right now, seed 3 or seed 7. And you have to win the rest of your 4 games to even make that conceivably possible.
Yeah, the Vikings looked good because Washington's terrible. The Cowboys,
True.
I think that's going to be a game where we go, wow, what a game. And it's a coin flip in my mind right now. It still is. That Vikings game is a coin flip in my mind. So the Cowboys have this in front of them. They have to do their part to get them the right spot. As far as other things go, no other worries other than win. Like that's the only thing right now as a fan base. If you're interested, like you can be interested in other things later. But right now, it's just focus on got to get wins, do your part, and see where the cards fall after that.
And I'm sorry to be so flippant about things like this from the 972. It's not possible. We can't even win 3 games in a row, no matter who the opponents are. Just a reminder that going into the Lions game, you'd won 3 games in a row. So that line of logic is false. But
that was very flippant.
I'm sorry. That was rude of me. But it felt like that was a rude text.
All you did was point out the truth.
Yeah.
They legitimately did this year.
Yeah. And
they win 4 in a row.
Look, so far this season, no, they have not been able to do so. But yeah, so really focus in on the Monday night game, but keep an eye on the Bears, because if you're worried, like if Philadelphia wins tonight, I think you're going to have people that are like, now you can't possibly make the playoffs. I think that's false, because I think you need to keep an eye in particular on the Bears. The fact that the Bears and the Lions have tough schedules down the stretch could mean that they would be able to help the Cowboys by taking one another out, or in the Bears' case, just faltering on their own. And you could find a scenario in which the Bears are 10-7, the Lions are 10-7, and the Cowboys are 10-6-1, and would be able to take that number 7 spot. Do I think that is the most logical outcome? Of course not. But people wanted to know, what is your path to the playoffs? Eagles, Lions, Bears. Watch those three teams. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Brian Schottenheimer, who I assume has taken notes and will tell everybody who asked questions about the playoffs this exact plan. We'll find out next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, Reid, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean that's your name.
No, I'm Jack.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in just a minute, but also wanted to throw out for your planning purposes the games we got, or the matches we got, for the World Cup on Sunday, June 14th. You get the Netherlands against Japan, and then you also get England. Oh, Shotty doesn't want to hear that. He's ready to go right here on The Fan.
Doing good. Calvin Watkins of Dallas Morning News. After the weekend, and you got like 4 games left, what is your message to your group in terms of finishing out these last 4 games?
Yeah, control we control. Win. You know, stay in the moment, and can't control what anybody else does, but you can control the way you process and prep, and you can't win unless you win on Wednesday, you know, in the meetings and then leading to practice, and that's the only way I know how to do it.
You peek tonight at the game and see what Philly's doing and try to figure out where you stand?
No, I'll look at the scoreboard when it's over, and I'm sure somebody's going to say, hey, it's whatever, but no, I got plenty to do with that Vikings defense.
One last thing. Health updates on Diggs, Clowney, and Guyton. Do you anticipate them possibly practicing this week?
Yeah, we'll see. I think Diggs should be good to go with practice, and then we'll find out a little bit more over the next 2 days, 48 hours with Guyton and Clowney.
I'm Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. He forgot one guy, CD. How's he doing? I know you've not gotten on the field yet, but how's he doing?
Yeah, he's doing good. Talked to him over the weekend. He's doing good. He's progressing nicely, and again, hopefully things all work out like we expect.
And then Flournoy's improvement, I don't know, or his increased production, what would you put that on for him here in his second year? Where has he improved most?
Probably the route running. Here's a guy that's always had the size and the speed, but Toddy's worked really, really hard on the fundamentals of top of the route transition. He's always been very strong at the catch point, but also learning the system. But the biggest thing for me is he's a young player that just if you watch him pre-practice, post-practice, working on how to create separation at the top of the route, speed turns, tight turns, bursting turns, all those different things. I think that's where you're seeing him create more and more separation, and it's through hard work. Really is. He's a professional. He's very mature for his age, young player, and just really proud of him.
John Machado with The Athletic, you mentioned after the game you thought Dak took too many shots. How's he doing, and how do you guys kind of fix that?
Yeah, he's doing good. It's something that we've done actually really well for the most part all year, John. And this team that's coming in here is going to create a bunch of problems for us in that regard because they're really good at that. But again, pass protection involves everybody. It involves receivers getting open, and the line obviously has to do their job, and the backs have to do their job, and Dak's got to get the ball out when he can. But talked to him over the weekend as well, and everybody's in a good spot. They're motivated to get back on the field and play. We know we let one slip away, and that's okay. But we'll get back on the horse, and here we go.
And then with I think it's 10-year games, you guys have started out trailing. Is there anything you've been able to see from looking back on that of what can possibly change to maybe you guys get off some faster starts?
Yeah, again, we've looked at some different things. There's a few things with the openers that we've talked about, and we're big into deferring. Why? Well, we like that to get the ball in the second half. That extra possession in the second half, I think, has been good to us at times. But it really comes back to the fact just the execution, has not been at the level that we need it to be, and we can score in a hurry, and we've played well, but there's not one thing that we're like, man, if we do this, we'll start faster.
Nick Harris, four-star telegram along the same lines of Dak taking too many shots. The tackles allowed double-digit pressures in that game against the Lions. What was your evaluation of those two guys and how they can improve moving forward?
Yeah, again, I thought, Nate struggled. I think he'll be the first one to tell you that. Young player, second start. Again, very talented. I think where Nate needs to grow is understand he plays a very difficult position to play, and you're going to get beat at times, and you got to bounce back. But for him, it was more of the aggressive sets. What do I mean by that? I talked about in our conference call, I think, the other day, but like his initial set was really good, and then as there was space, he would begin to kind of turn his shoulders, which softens the edge and makes it easier for the defensive end to affect the quarterback, whereas Nate's 330-pound man, with incredible athleticism and size, and he needs to stay square longer. And so that's something that we'll keep working with him on. And I think Terrence has played really well all year long. And again, we got into a situation in the noise where these guys were generating a lot of pressure and coming off the edges. And, again, it's a tough position to be in. And but I thought, Terrence has played really well for most of the season. And like I said, I really do feel like it's one of the best things we've done all year is protect Dak, and we didn't do it very well the other night, and we need to do it better this week against the Vikings.
I'm sure you got some extra time to watch the Vikings yesterday. Justin Jefferson in their last two games just has 4 receptions for 15 yards. When you see that or hear that, do you anticipate more balls going his way on Sunday, or how do you kind of juggle the statistics with what you've seen on film?
Yeah, I don't get too caught up in the statistics. I think it's probably a really good idea for them to throw him the ball.
Tommy Irish, Cowboys.com. You were saying after the game last week that you kind of, now that you had some time after 4 games and 17 days, take some time to self-scout. What did you look at in self-scout? Was there anything that kind of jumped off at you while you were looking back at some of the things from these last 4 games?
Yeah, I would say, again, the two main things was the ball. Our inability to get the ball, take it away, and then how loose we've carried it. I think that's something that we have to clean up. I think that's the biggest reason why, we sit here right now is we're -8 in turnovers and the giveaway takeaway ratio. And there's definitely some fundamental things that we can clean up and need to tighten up. I think that's one. And then there were some things in the red zone on both sides of the ball that we need to probably do a little bit more of. And when we do that, I think that should hopefully get us the results that we want.
And the kickoff coverage unit has given up the 4th most yards this year on kickoff returns. What have your conversations with Nick been like about trying to get that number down and give your defense some better field positions?
Yeah, we need to do that, number one. The kickoff coverage leverage has not been very good. We've lost contain, and, the way it's all set up now is, again, if my left arm's free, I got to keep my left arm free. And guys are trying to make plays, and, again, the way you cover kicks well is to have everybody do their job, stay in their lane, keep their contain, play with the right arm free, and we haven't done that. Again, we'll be looking at maybe some personnel adjustments as well.
Scott Hicks with the AP. You said Friday you talked to George about the social media thing. Have you had a chance to do that?
I did. Had a good conversation with George over the weekend, along with a number of players.
Do you think it's fair to say that he lives his football life under a bit of a microscope, considering the circumstances of the trade?
I think George just loves football. Every time I'm around him, I know he just loves football. He loves playing the football, and it's a place like most of these guys where they get to just be their true selves. And I know he's great in practice and he's great in the games because he loves it.
Have counsel for him on that front? Maybe you don't see it that way, but do you ever talk to him about, people are going to look at you a little bit differently than maybe they might others, or not?
I talk to George about a lot of things. Again, I'll keep that between George and I, but again, I love watching the guy play football. I'll just kind of leave it at that, Skylar. I think the guy has more fun playing football than most people. And I think when you do that, I think that's usually a recipe when you're as talented as he is, that's why you can impact games the way that he does.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You talked about Ryan Flanoy's improvement. You guys waived him at the beginning of the year. Was there a little bit of anxiety when you put him through waivers, and how did you respond to that, and what have you seen from him?
Yes, there was a lot of anxiety because we certainly, we drafted him. We wanted him back. We were hoping that he would come back. He wanted to be back, which was good. And I think I remember him just, taking it, as motivating, I really appreciate the young man's maturity. I appreciate the way his faith is very strong. I know going through everything with Marshawn, he's been one of the more outspoken, guys about his faith and how he draws from that. But I was not surprised when he burst onto the scene against the Jets with his big game. And then I was not surprised by the way he performed last week in Detroit.
You talked before about your fourth down decisions being more of a gut kind of feel. How do you self-scout kind of what a gut feeling is like, or how do you kind of reevaluate how you decide fourth down decisions?
I'm always going to go with my gut. I'm going to listen, to feeder and the things we're talking about and have a sense of the game, but I'm always going to go with my gut. And the reason why you do that is because you're the guy that's got to look at yourself in the mirror. Whether it works or it doesn't, you're going to look at yourself in the mirror. People are going to like it. People are going to criticize if it doesn't work. They're going to think you're a genius if it does work. And but at the end of the day, when I'm brushing my teeth, going to bed at night, or waking up in the morning, I need to make sure that I'm doing my part to give us the best chance to win.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you played the quarterback position, all the plays. What are your thoughts on J.J. McCarthy's season? It's been kind of up and down, but probably at his best game yesterday.
Yeah, he played great. A little bit I saw of the game, just flipping through the different games and things like that. I thought he played great. Looked very comfortable. Very talented young man. And again, I won't speak too much into it, but again, I've heard amazing things about him as a leader and what he brings to that locker room. And, I coached Kevin O'Connell in New York. He was one of our backup quarterbacks. Love Kevin. I think he's an incredible coach. And, he is an expert in developing quarterbacks. I'll say that, talking about Kevin. And I think that the future looks very bright for JJ.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. You were talking about pass protection earlier. Brian Flores, the Vikings DC, is he one of the tops in bringing extra rushers, and what kind of stress and challenges does he put on your
Yeah, he does. Yeah, Christy, he brings a lot of different unscouted looks, a lot of cover zeros, a lot of different looks that you have to be ready for. And again, it's one of those situations where you have to trust your rules. And, we have answers and things that should account for some of those free runners and things like that. But the chess match is real, as people say. And I think Brian's one of the best in the business.
Cal. I think the biggest criticism of George from that game was the effort from the outside looking in. How much did you guys get to immediate minds about the effort?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it. And again, he just, in his words, he goes, "Hey, Shotty, I didn't play my best game." And, I think that, unfortunately, none of us, played our best game. And so that's real. But again, I don't worry about George and his love for football and playing this game. And again, for 5 or 6 weeks, he was the talk of the sporting world. Look at George Pickens. And, again, we didn't coach or play well enough to win that game in Detroit. They beat us. Is what it is. We've had a couple of days to, reset, refocus, and now we're on to Minnesota.
One more. Is Rocco, how have you seen him grow from when you first got him week 1 to where we are right now?
Again, I'll talk about the leadership and using his voice and all that. I think just the passion for the way he plays the game is real. But like I said the other day, I think the biggest thing for me, I've always known he's had a great first step, the ability to affect quarterbacks. But the way he plays the run is unique for a rookie that came out of BC as a known pass rusher, but the physicality that he plays with in the run game and really on all D&Ds is very unique in my opinion, and that's why I think he's going to be a star in this league.
You hear coaches talk a lot when a quarterback throws a pick or has a bad game, whatever. You learn more about the guy after that. Can the same be said about corners, and what do you expect from a guy like Revel who's going through it for the first time?
Yeah. Again, I think you can, and I think that's all part of the process is having conversations with those guys. And Von is a very confident guy, but he's playing a very tough position to play. And again, he's like I'd put him in the same category with me. I didn't have my best night; he didn't have his best night, and. But we woke up the next day and we were both motivated to get better, and he's going to do that. And again, when you've got a rookie corner that's playing at the level that he's played with the confidence, I don't worry about him. I mean, it's a guy that all he wants to do is get up and play press man to man, and you don't lack confidence if you do that. There's most guys are like, okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit, like, ooh, let me give myself a little bit more cushion. He's more like, hey, let me get closer to this guy because I want to put hands on him. But I don't worry about him, and he's one of those guys that, again, I think is just every week, man, he's getting better and he's learning, he's growing, and I think that's great for our football team.
Yeah. What do you remember about your time with Kevin O'Connell in New York, and did you see then that he could be a head coach one day?
I did. I remember it a lot. I remember him coming out of San Diego State. I remember him going to New England. I remember bringing him over as a free agent. But I really remember him. We were in a division against the Patriots, and we would go back and forth. But Kevin had been in New England with Tom and knew a lot of Tom's answers and blitzes, and he would get with Rex and the defensive staff every time we'd play the Patriots, and basically he'd become a defensive coach that week. And so he'd give a great look on scout team, but he'd help them come up with blitzes and how to attack things. And if you've ever been around the guy, he's very personable, very football intelligent, and just he's a leader of men. And so I was not surprised when he became a head coach. I was not surprised to see his success because every time I've been around the guy, I've just been impressed by him as a man, a husband, a father, all those things. And again, he really helped us, beat a really good team a number of times when we were facing off against the Patriots.
Have you spoken with him since you got the job?
Yeah, saw him a couple different times.
What is today? I know it's a bonus day, but what do you guys do today?
We're rehashing, going through the game, resetting, and then we're going to do some hospital visits. So a chance for us to give back to the community a little bit, and it's a great day to show our gratitude just for how blessed we are. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. It feels like, and I know he, as somebody who also gesticulates quite a bit, that he's going to war with that podium quite a bit with the boom, boom, boom.
He has things to say.
He does have things to say. Potential positives in there. Diggs looking like he's good to go and should be able to practice. Guyton, Clowney, sounds like an important 48 hours for their progression. And then he said something about CeeDee Lamb. I know it's more difficult being in the concussion protocol and everything like that, but he said things appear to be progressing in the direction they want them to. So I know it's early, but obviously optimism that he'll be good to go for this weekend as well.
Well, and also when it comes to these concussions, you can have lots of varying things happen all the time.
Sure.
Hey, did you see the guy that was like, hey, this is very similar to Tua's over the weekend? He kind of pointed the fingers and things like that. And I remember listening as Brad Sham was talking about it, and he was like, he keeps grabbing at his knee. And that was it was part of the neurological system just doing what it does. That's what's so scary and fascinating and weird about all this together. When it comes to Diggs, Kevin, I'm going to ask Steven this. What's your confidence in him in this defense when he steps on the field?
Right.
Because I don't know where I stand on it right now.
That's fair.
If he had questions about this defense early and where he feels it's good or bad right now, and does he fit in? Did he buy in? And he's like, I got this, don't worry about it. I'm very interested to see what the kind of impact he can make, though.
And then we were about to go through the World Cup schedule. It got cut off, but I appreciate all the info that Brian Schottenheimer brought us. It's going to start with Netherlands against Japan. Then you get England versus Croatia, Argentina against Austria, I believe, right? Austria. And then
Australia.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay. Japan versus a qualifier, and then you get another Argentina match. I saw you look at me a little quizzically earlier, and it was because like every team has its theoretical like home stadium for all of these, and I think Argentina's home stadium
Nowhere near Dallas
is AT&T Stadium.
Okay. So like,
but I think
like you're the
that's
home
just-
team when you go to Germany,
right?
And you're the home team. It's like, are the fans there wearing all my jerseys? No.
I bet they will. I mean, like,
I think it's half and half.
People will travel like crazy for this, and then their last match is against Jordan, at least in the Metro.
It is cool. Like, listen, the Argentinian fans we've seen it live in action. It is crazy. And so it is kind of cool to have that team in your stadium as a city, Dallas, as the city of Dallas hosts that stadium and that team. The city of
is
Dallas.
happening?
It's the Dallas Stadium.
Okay, we all know it's in Arlington. Well, people here, whether it's WrestleMania, Netflix stuff we've seen, it's Dallas, all right? I'm sorry, Arlington. I know it's Arlington. Nobody else seems to care. But
Even Bob Costas.
I had some conversations with people that were like, these tickets are tougher to get than Super Bowl tickets. So I'm excited to see how the city or the Metroplex area gets taken over, which fan base is like the best at traveling, because we talk about that with college football quite a bit as well.
The Super Bowl is like, as much of it is a worldwide spectacle.
Feels kind of corporate-y.
That and also a lot of U.S. people are trying to get into that. The countries are trying to get into this
for sure.
Like, and then not only that, but the people who live here who represent those countries who live in America are already. So, and then there's the casual fan that's just like, I want to go to soccer, and like that. This is a hot ticket, man, for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Did you guys get your fill of football over the last 4 days?
Heck yeah. Is there a game, before we dive into anything about the Cowboys, is there a game, set of games, whatever, that caught your attention and you want to talk about?
Oh, man, there's been so many. I don't know if I could pick one out.
That's fair enough. How about the Chiefs?
Or remember them all, right?
Yeah. How about the Chiefs being done, maybe?
Well,
maybe not.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. I don't know if shocking's the right word, but yeah, I think they told you how desperate they were with some of those fourth down decisions, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's like, okay, we got to go, and if we don't, the season could be over for us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It was interesting to see the Ravens lose to the Steelers as well in a game that I just assumed they would win, and now both of those teams might miss the playoffs. The AFC is freaking wacky this year.
Did you see what Rodgers said, the first thing?
Yeah, he goes, hopefully then y'all will shut the hell up for the next week. I'm paraphrasing, but not that much.
Yeah, gotta love it. Oh, man.
But that's your job as a media member, right, Mickey, is to get picked on and vaguely yelled at by athletes, right?
If you dish it out, you got to be able to accept it, right?
Fair, very fair.
How much then of your commitment is going to be on this Philadelphia Chargers game tonight?
Oh, yeah. I said 4 days, so now it'll be 5 days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Be watching that and see exactly what happens. I was trying to watch as much of the Packers-Bears game as I could, although I was on my way to the Stars game last night. So that one was quite interesting that the Bears were right there to tie that thing up at the end before the interception in the end zone, huh?
Man, we need the Cowboys to have the same kind of grit and determination as the Stars, right? Because they're never out of a game.
No, and boy, there's a lesson there to, just hang in it. Sometimes you go to games and the team's down and people leave, and boy, you better not leave on that team because you'll regret it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I know, I don't know how much you dabble in the social media and whatnot, but did you get involved in the social media feud between Richard Sherman and George Pickens?
I did not, and just the other day, I finally saw what he had to say, Sherman.
Yeah,
and you know what? That's his gig, though, right? That's his deal after games. I rarely listen to what he has to say because I just think he does things to bring attention to himself. And it doesn't matter to him if he's right or wrong.
Yeah.
He just,
or if it's his house or not when he breaks in. I got you.
Okay. He just says outlandish things to say outlandish things on that show. So yeah, I rarely put a lot of stock into what he has to say. That's why I didn't make a big deal. I didn't think it was a big deal, but again, I know what happens on social media.
Well, and then are you surprised, I guess, to a certain extent? Because I was listening to the press conference, and I know people were hoping that Shoddy would give him a little bit more about George Pickens being under the microscope. I was a little surprised he fell for the bait then with Richard Sherman and went on his, expletive-filled tirade and before deleting it.
Oh, I didn't realize that had happened.
Yes.
Guys just can't. They can't control themselves, right?
Yeah.
And that's their only way to sort of defend themselves. And now, guess what happens on what day is he talk? Wednesday, Thursday? Right. It's going to come up all over again. So if I was his advisor, I'd just say next question.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's probably a good approach.
Yeah, I get
you
that.
You can't win.
No. What are you going to say that's going to convince people? I got you.
Right, and once it's out there, right, nothing ever changes, right?
Right.
That's the impression that you get. And so there's nothing you can change. The second story, if it's right, gets diminished because the first story is always right, even if it's wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You can run the redaction or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I had to do it one time, Kevin.
Yeah.
One time. You can run it, but nobody cares. Yeah. 7B.
Yeah, and I'll give you a prime example, and this goes back, 35, 40, 45 years ago. A friend who ran a restaurant when I was working in Columbia, Missouri, got accused for sexual assault, right?
No.
And it was front page headline. And people know who he is. He owns a restaurant, and front page, right? About 4 days later, the story got basically redacted. Like this is not accurate, and it was in 12-point headline on the second page of the Metro section, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, where's the equity of that, right? But once it's out there, boy, it's hard to put it back in the bottle.
What do you think then? I've heard Steven say it. I've heard Shoddy said it multiple times. We didn't play our best game. George Pickens gets knocked, and he says, I didn't play my best game. There was a lot of folks, yeah. But there were a lot of people on that team that didn't play their best game. What do you think they do to get back to their best game now?
Yeah, you got to just get back to work, right? What have I always told you? The more you lose in the NFL, the closer you are to winning.
Right.
And the more you win, the closer you are to losing, because you're not going to win them all.
Yeah.
And when you win, go back and just, see how many 3-game winning streaks people have had during the season. And sometimes it catches up with you. And you're right. They did not play well. A lot of the blame should rest on the offensive line. They were terrible.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott took a beating, but yet there they were, down 37-30 and, a chance to go downfield and tie the game up. So, yeah, there were a lot of things that, people didn't play well, but because of who you are or the attention you attracted by what you had been doing so well, then that ends up when somebody says that on TV, it's always the gospel truth. That was one of the reasons back in the day I would try, when I was covering the team, to listen to the broadcast to see if there was anything I needed to correct, because there was a lot of things that get said that aren't totally accurate, but they're saying it within 30 seconds of it happening without actually knowing what went on. And, sometimes you got to clean things up. So that's the impression that was made, and it's hard to change it.
The correction column. That's what I love. I love that.
Correction. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, Kenneth Murray took a bit of a hit, and there are a couple different videos out there of people talking about it. What's been his play up and down throughout this year?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what it's been, up and down. I think that if you watch some of the games, and you say, oh, okay, that's why the Cowboys, brought him along. And then there's other times where, and I remember this when they traded for him, some of the evaluation was, well, he's not very good in coverage. And I was thinking, well, I want my linebacker good against the run, if I got to deal with that. And I think there are times that has been correct, that, he has not been as good as you want against the coverage. But I think you have to understand where he's best. Is he best as a middle linebacker, or is he best as an outside linebacker? And I always thought he was better in the middle. Now, I know he had some issues against the run, but again, pass coverage as an outside linebacker, I thought one of his best traits as an outside linebacker would have been his ability to blitz, to rush the quarterback if you were going to send a fifth guy. We didn't hear anything like that during a 3-game winning streak, right?
No,
right.
No.
Yeah.
It felt like the defense was playing a different game then.
You just have to remember, and we're probably all guilty of it. If the Cowboys lose, They don't lose just because the other team was better. Somebody has to take the blame for it.
Yeah.
And so now it gets spread around. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, it's this guy. I'm surprised everybody wasn't picking on Dak for, 2 interceptions for the beating he took during the game. Maybe it was so obvious they laid off.
And so I do want to give some credit to the Lions kind of in cooperation with that. And I think one of the reasons like the linebacker play maybe stood out so much is because it felt like there was a giant contrast in off-the-ball linebacker play in that game with Jack Campbell and then Anzalone. It felt like, I know they were already one of the best off-the-ball linebacker combinations in the entire NFL, but man, it felt like they looked really good in that game.
No, they were. But how many points did they give up?
Yeah, they still gave up 30.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you did your job offensively and scored your 30-something,
right,
you might have had a chance to win the game. So, yeah, for all the good they did give up 30 points. They did give up, 400 and something total yards. The Cowboys ended up turning the ball over. They gave up 417 yards. They gave up, what did Dak end up with, 376 or something like that? So, yeah, for all their good, they made a couple plays that stood out, and that says, oh, they played really great. That team could have gotten beaten had the Cowboys played at the effectiveness that they had played the previous 3 games.
And so I want to point out what drove me the most insane in this game. And I know there are more examples, but the ones that I wrote down is the Cowboys defense. They gave up eventual first downs when the Lions faced a 1st and 25, 1st and 15, 2nd and 15, and 3rd and 8. Those are all situations where you have that other team way behind the chains and you gave up a first down. And those are 4 separate series or separate sets of downs. You did that 4 different times that I was just like, that is egregious.
No, you're exactly right. And here's the other part of all that. They only converted 3 of 8 third downs.
Wow.
8 third downs. Because they never got to 3rd down.
Yeah.
They were beating you on 1st and 2nd down. And then my other thing that stuck out to me was the poor kickoff coverage.
For sure.
Miserable. Just ridiculous, right?
Miserable. They had 2 players with more than 100 kickoff return yards.
And I guarantee you never heard of this Kennedy guy.
Yeah, Tom Kennedy? I did not know who that was.
I thought he was running for senator or something, I mean, come on. It was terrible. The starting position, they were only having to drive just a little bit more than half the field to score touchdowns. And it got to the point I was sitting there thinking, hey, just kick the ball into the end zone and let them have it at the 35.
Right.
I'm gonna gain 10 yards for the way the coverage was going. So just put it in the end zone. Don't even try, because the kickoffs were, where he wanted them. They were landing, somewhere between the goal line and the 7-yard line, and they were normally to the side by the numbers where you want to pin somebody. And this guy just goes running up the sideline and nobody touches him, right?
Yes.
So I think Schottenheimer just got done talking about it and said that, that's something they got to work on, and there might be some personnel changes. My thought was, hey, if I got to put starters out there on defense to play on kickoff coverage, then that's what I got to do. I could remember Darren Woodson for establishing a Pro Football Hall of Fame career, which I hope somebody's listening to.
For real.
That he played special teams his whole career. I remember him telling me, he goes, every year we go to training camp, and Coach Joe goes, we're going to get you off kickoff coverage. And he goes, and he never takes me off kickoff coverage. I'm still, all these Pro Bowls I've gone to, I'm still on kickoff coverage. But because they needed him, he was good.
And he went out there and did it too, because that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, he didn't go begrudgingly and say, okay, I'm the last guy back. The rest of you guys do your job, and, hopefully I don't have to clean anything up. No, he was out there participating.
I think we are all pretty firmly in the camp of Darren Woodson is a no-brainer Hall of Famer. We just need to expand that message to the people who vote.
I've been trying for I don't know how many years now. He's been to the semifinal, and nobody will listen, right?
We're going to have to send cookie baskets or something, I guess.
Oh, that's a good point. At this point, I don't think we're above any of that. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, good talking with you.
Yes,
See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. Always a wealth of information across the sporting hierarchy.
Yeah, dude, he might become one of our Stars insiders soon.
Man, he does love the
He
Stars.
loves this team. He's like, they're winning. I love this winning action.
And from the 210, something's got to be done about whose fault the bobble, fumbles, interceptions are. Dak, Mahomes were both victimized. We've pitched that for a while. If you can have a half a sack, why can't you get half an interception? I think that at most you should only get penalized half for those interceptions.
So let's say the ball is tipped by 3 different people. Like in hockey, when they give 4 assists out, you're like, no, all of them get a half a.
And we're going to have to figure that out because, hockey is all over the place. I'll worry about the defenders later. I'm worried about it for the quarterback. So, like, if it goes off one of your receivers' hands, at most you should get a half an interception.
Yeah, Babe was on the broadcast. Him and Brad were talking about that, and Babe was basically saying you can't go back and rechart them now.
I get it.
Like that's going to be too difficult to go back and be like, I don't know, in 1940.
The NFL won't even go past 1982 to count a sack.
But I agree with you. Like, quarterbacks are probably like, yes, I would love that stat. I would love for that. Just as we would also love the stat for pass interference. If you get 50 yards of pass interference, that should count some way.
I agree.
Can you imagine
with you
being
on
an agent? You're pitching to an owner. You're like, dude, he gets 6,000 yards in pass interference a year.
But like, how weird would it be if they're like, ladies and gentlemen, there is a new all-time leading wide receiver because of that? I know that wouldn't change because Jerry Rice is so far ahead, but that would be freaking wild. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some wanker of the weekend? Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? Because a lot of NFL teams qualify. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From Indianapolis, 3rd and 13, down to 35 seconds. Cook towards the end zone, and it is picked. It's Douglas.
I'm sorry. Can you play that one more time, Jacob? Because it's always the commentary where they see it and they're like, oh my goodness. Like you could tell this was going to get intercepted.
From Indianapolis, 3rd and 13, down to 35 seconds. Cook towards the end zone, and it is picked.
So the shout out to the Jets, who they have officially clinched their 15th straight season with no playoffs. So it could be worse.
Does that make you feel better?
No.
See, I always look at it that way. I'm like, man, I could be this and never have it. I could be the Jets kid, where I'm just like, hey, this team, I was born into it. Yes, I am the Jets kid. But yeah, that's pretty awful.
Do you know every year for several months they share that record with the Buffalo Sabres? And then their season ends and they go up one. And then the Sabres, who have only missed the playoffs for 14 straight seasons, they're like, give us a few more months. We will catch up potentially. So congratulations to the Jets, who now stand alone with that. And by the way, Buffalo is terrible again, so they'll tie it up.
Josh Allen will figure it out.
Now Buffalo, the Sabres, the hockey team.
Okay, yep. Dominic Hasek's got it, though. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, he could probably play for them right now.
That being said, though, dude, look at those Miami Dolphins this year. The Mike McDaniel coached Miami Dolphins. They're doing their work.
Look,
for those of you Dolphins fans,
I asked the question a few weeks back.
Stuck around. Congratulations.
He might still be their coach. From the 817, the College Football Playoff Committee is the wanker of the weekend. There's no way Alabama should be in there. Some of those teams that they left out. And we will go more in depth to that about 1240. But man, I know lots of people had lots of spicy thoughts. And I will just warn you that if you're like, hey, let's just expand it to 16 teams, then you'll complain. Not you, but like people complain about 17, 18, 19.
Was it Friday? Didn't we say, hey, let's do like 25 teams or something like that?
24 is one of the proposals out there.
Do that.
Yeah, well then guess what?
Make the whole season a tournament.
Then we would be having the discussion today about how North Texas got penalized for being in their conference championship game and they got screwed by not being in there. Now,
win the game. And
yes,
you don't have any excuses.
Yes, I agree. Now we're going to go to cut number 3. The Cleveland Browns, sorry, Derek, they feel like they should be the wanker of the weekend because A, they lost to the worst team in the NFL. B, they lost their center due to they think it's a torn Achilles. And then C, there's this. They're going to go for 2. And they decided in their infinite Cleveland Browns wisdom, now's the time to take the quarterback out of the game so we can run this just unbelievable play.
For the tie, no Shador. It's Judkins on the direct snap. He was supposed to pitch it, but didn't and couldn't. And now he's going to have to throw it, and he does, and it's incomplete.
I don't understand that play.
Whoops.
What?
The
Browns said he couldn't pitch
The Browns didn't either because it got sealed off quickly, but I think that's the idea. Is like you have to be ready to throw the ball.
It looked like he was like, nah, I'm going to run this sucker in. It kind of was like one of those like, oh, crap. I did not realize everybody's there. And that's the point of like you just said, that's the point of the play.
Whoops.
Turn it around the other way. You might have had the points that you needed there.
Yeah.
But I don't understand the play call. Yeah. Whenever you have quite honestly, you have a quarterback that's giving you 3 touchdowns on this day. Give him the opportunity. Give him the opportunity to win it or lose it. They tried to be too cute, too tricky, and I don't think that was the right time for it.
Does that now make the Browns the worst team in the NFL? I know they're still a game better than the Titans, but do you think that makes them the worst?
Losing to that team?
To the previous worst team in the NFL?
I think so. I think it kind of puts you in that position where this is, I don't know, the Raiders are pretty bad.
They are.
So let's stick with the Raiders being the worst, the Browns being maybe the next worst. I understand what you're saying, though.
Okay. Yeah, it is, man, you would think that there was the most generational quarterback of all time coming out in this draft because the Jets, Browns, Saints, and Cardinals are all 3-10, and they are all still behind a pack of 2-11 teams in the Raiders, Titans, and Giants. So, man, there is a race to the bottom this year like no other.
To get
nobody. There is not a clear-cut consensus number 1 unless you think Fernando Mendoza has taken it over.
We'll talk about him later, but I mean, they could get Marcel Reed.
No. They can't. He said he's coming back.
What? Marcel Reed's coming back to A&M?
Yeah. So
Must love Freebirds.
Let's see. He just got to win 20 games in a row to finish his college career as back-to-back national champion.
Oh, you think he's winning this year?
I mean, of course I think that.
You're back to believing, baby.
I'm a delusional fan.
I'm happy.
And the committee tried to set it up so we would have a second-round home game. So I appreciate that. All right. Don't worry, NFL teams, we're not done with you yet. Are the Minnesota Vikings the wankers of the weekend? Because Justin Jefferson in his last 2 games has a combined 4 catches for 15 yards.
Yeah.
It feels like you got to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of that is...
Although they did win.
They didn't throw the ball much this week. 16 completions, I believe.
Is that their path to victory with J.J. McCarthy?
Don't throw the ball much.
Yeah.
With any of their quarter. What's amazing right now is Kevin O'Connell, the quarterback whisperer, is struggling to do what he wants to do. Now, the defenses they played, Seattle's tough. Like that's a tough out with Rosmer there. His 4 interceptions, I get it. But J.J. McCarthy's got to be a next-level kind of guy. And when he was at Michigan, wasn't it a don't throw the ball much kind of team? And so, like, that is, you kind of have to build around what you have at the position. I think they felt like they were going to grow that, but that relationship with him and Justin Jefferson has to be something special, and it's not.
And by the way, somebody asked, is everybody at the station a Chargers fan tonight? I would assume so. I am most definitely going to join the 15,000-strong Charger Nation and go ahead and cheer for them tonight against the Eagles.
They have more than 15,000. 17,000 fans.
Do they? How many people follow the Chargers on social media because they know the Chargers are a follow back? Like, let's. I just want to know.
That is cold, dude.
I haven't.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
They have 1 million
That's
Twitter followers.
Preposterous.
What do you mean that's preposterous?
No way. There's 1 million people in the world that like the Chargers.
Bolt Beat, part of Fansided Network, 39,000 followers.
Yeah, that sounds right. I believe there are 39,000 Chargers fans in the world.
Remember the time at their stadium they played the Pittsburgh Steelers music?
Yes.
And the Steelers fans lost their damn minds in the stadium and nobody complained?
And they knew they had to prepare for that. Like, I refuse to believe that there are that many Chargers fans. And you know what? Now I feel bad to the person who texted in because they were looking for solidarity, and this went in a different direction. My point was, yes, I am rooting for the Chargers
Yes,
tonight.
for sure. We need the Chargers to do some work for us and for themselves.
That's right. There you go.
Best of luck, Justin Herbert.
From the 682, but not Corey. He's an Eagles.
He's not an Eagles fan. Corey is not an Eagles fan.
Let's talk about, I know this has been a mostly...
However, I do need Saquon Barkley.
No. Oh!
I don't need it. You know what? I could just drop Saquon Barkley tonight.
See, but remember, the statement was...
I don't need the points.
Corey is an Eagles fan.
He's not.
But then you said, however...
I need...
Still in the same sentence, should have just let that go.
I need the one player, not the whole team. So, again, score me 30 points. Still lose by 20. I don't care how much you lose by. Hey, when it comes to the...
Hold on. It's 20-7, 20-16. The Chargers lead. Philadelphia has the ball at the 1. You need those Saquon points to win in your league. But that also means the Eagles will win the game. What are you rooting for?
At the moment, I have a bye in the playoffs. So,
and in my scenario, you need this win to qualify for the playoffs.
Oh man, that's money in my pocket, and that's there's no guarantee the Cowboys get in the playoffs.
See, look at you! Look at you! Even in this fictitious
You're
scenario.
asking me to be honest, Kevin. I'm being honest.
From the 214. Excuse me, Kevin. They have 1.3 million followers on Instagram and only follow 341. Now, that is a surprise. I would have expected they also followed like 1.1 million, and you just be like, that's a follow-back team. But good for you, Chargers. I hope you win, and your throngs of fans go wild.
What?
Throngs. Like lots.
All right.
Big groups.
I thought you said, by the way, for size comparison here, Cowboys have 4.1 million followers on Twitter.
Oh, and that feels low.
3.1 million followers more than the Chargers.
Yeah. When in reality, how many more Cowboys fans are there than Chargers fans?
3.1 million.
Go around and ask people if they know who Ladd McConkey is.
Dude, they'll be like, oh yeah, he was in that movie, The Gentleman.
I don't know what that is in reference to. Who are you referencing there?
Ladd McConkey. It's just a Scottish name, it feels like.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay. I thought that was an actual actor that you were referencing. All right. Wanker of the weekend, maybe that joke. But also the Purdue men's basketball team. They were ranked number 1 in the country. And then they lost to Iowa State by 23 points. The 23-point defeat is the largest non-conference home loss by a number 1 team ever. And then according to ESPN research, it's tied for the largest home loss ever by a number 1 team. You're number 1 and you got freaking dusted by Iowa State. Iowa State is good, but it feels like you should lose by 8 points.
I don't know. Maybe
not 23.
Maybe they didn't know all the dimensions of the basketball court, and their coach needs to take a tape measure in there and be like, guys,
okay,
same size as our court at home.
So can I make an admission about the movie Hoosiers? I've only seen that movie once, and when I saw it, I didn't really think it was that great.
Wow.
Hold on. Because it was filled with just nothing but cliche after cliche. But then I realized, because of when it came out, I believe it set the template for many of these cliches. Like, because when they had the alcoholic dad or whatever, I was like, get out of here. But they set the template for so many of those that now I feel like I need to rewatch and reappreciate how good it is. And I was proud of Gene Hackman for measuring the court because I thought that was smart. You could tell it loosened up the players in the moment.
Yeah, they were like, what is he doing right now with that tape measure?
Also,
are we about to get our saws out?
Yeah, doesn't that movie look like they need to climb up a ladder to get the ball out of the hoop? Like, it looks like that movie is set in the 1920s or whatever.
Absolutely agree with you.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Big results and even bigger injuries. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll react to the...
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This upcoming segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
They're humming. Bachmeyer. It is intercepted again! Ben Roberts does it again!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep. Dip it and rib it.
That was a huge game in terms of results. The Bears, the gamble, final minute, doesn't pay out. Get an interception. Green Bay is victorious, 28-21. Clearly now that gives them a leg up in that division, but they will still play again before the season's out. That division continues to be maybe the most fascinating in football.
Why?
Positively fascinating.
Explain why.
Because there's other crappy divisions that I think are negatively fascinating, but you have three seemingly really good teams, not only jockeying for playoff position, but all three of them at different points have been in position to maybe get the bye.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's a fascinating one for sure.
Also, I'm not going to lie, I enjoy hearing other people talk about this. Matt LaFleur after the game said, I don't know what holding is anymore if the Bears didn't hold Micah Parsons. Welcome. And I know he lamented about this a month or so ago as well. But for longtime Cowboys fans, Corey, I know you are very used to coming out of a game and being like, well, why doesn't Micah draw holding calls when he's clearly being held?
Yeah, and it always feels like when you discuss that, it just gets shouted down like,
right,
the holding happens on every play.
There's a difference in some of those.
And there's some of them that are very egregious, that just aren't called, and you're like, you don't understand why. You see the referee looking right at it. Micah does present that, and quite honestly, if he got the call every time, it would, you would see maybe how dominant he is.
Right.
Because you'd go, oh, well, now teams have to not do it. But maybe that's the other thing, too, where referees if we called it every time for him, this game would be so boring.
Yeah.
Because he does get held that much. Or maybe they just don't like him. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows indeed. Now,
because of the way he treated Jerry.
I don't know if I think that's it, but that is an interesting hypothesis. Who knows is kind of what I thought on this play, and you can also hear Tony Romo at the beginning being confused. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 1. This is Isaiah Likely's touchdown, not touchdown, in their loss to the Steelers.
1, 2. That will stand. That is definitely a touchdown. Lamar Jackson looked this off, reset his feet.
Had to be for a flicker of a second, a nightmare for Likely after last week.
It was.
Enough of this losing the football around the goal line, but it's a touchdown.
Now, right after that.
Were you criticizing how he counts?
No, no.
2.
Right after that, in that 25-second clip, Tony Romo changes his mind. Because at the very beginning, you hear him go, that's a touchdown, no doubt. But what happens right after that, in the audio I saw, it gets cut off, and he goes, but enough to take another look. And so it sounds like he's going to start to maybe change his mind. They did not count it as a touchdown. Harbaugh was infuriated at the time. But look, if you're going to struggle with Pittsburgh, I don't know how much sympathy I have for you.
Pittsburgh doesn't, and DK Metcalf had a great game, and then he stayed overnight in Baltimore.
Yes.
Because of abundance of caution.
Yeah.
For his stomach pains, which he did take a hit, so they were just making sure there.
Yeah.
But Pittsburgh doesn't win pretty at all. And that's why I think you have a hard time trying to decide whether or not they're good, because they don't win pretty games and their record puts them at not very good. You're a mediocre team. maybe just above mediocre.
Right.
But that's what Baltimore's been contending with itself all season, its own defense and the ability to get the stops when they need to. And then, some of those mishaps that happen along the way. And Pittsburgh is going to take advantage of it, Kevin. I think here at the end of the season, they're going to accidentally win that division.
Yeah, and you mentioned the kind of potential injury concern that they were watching. Injuries were the name of the game yesterday for the Chiefs. Not only do they lose, but if you go back, they lost their left tackle on the very first play from scrimmage. And NBC, I think, did do a good job of not replaying it. Mike Tirico specifically said it wasn't pleasant to look at. And so this is already, we've talked a lot about the offensive line woes that the Chiefs have had. Also not pleasant to look at. Zach Ertz, the assumption is he's out for the year with a torn ACL. We talked earlier in the show about how Jaden Daniels re-injured his left elbow in his first game back from injury. So there were some really high-profile ones, but the one that, go ahead.
Keep going.
The one that led off the day was just a catastrophic series of events for the Colts. So Daniel Jones gets picked by Devin Lloyd on his first pass. All right, obviously the game continues, or else that would be weird. But this was a game of vital importance against the Jags. And then eventually he leaves with what looks like a right Achilles injury, and you're like, ooh, I don't know. But then we find out that, yes, that is exactly what happened. He is going to be out for the rest of the year. And then you wonder how long that goes into 2026 and beyond. Riley Leonard had to come in because, remember, they're still without Anthony Richardson because of that weird pregame injury. And all of this is a backdrop to you lost a really important game to the Jags.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And it's, we took a look about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and we're kind of seeing the tea leaves, if you will, for what they were. And I said I had a feeling about this, and they might finish third in their division. It looks like they're on their way for that right now.
I would be shocked if they didn't finish third at this point.
I said second, and then I said maybe even third, and that's what they're on their trajectory for. Kevin, when I saw the injury happen, my kid was like, hey, what did he hurt? And I said, it looks like an Achilles just based on the fact that it was non-contact. He stepped back, and then immediately he had nothing on the throw, and then he went straight down. I do wonder, he had a fracture in his left shin.
Fibula,
I wonder if that had a little bit to do with it, because you're putting extra weight on that, you're overcompensating, and then that's taking a little bit extra during the week. And I did wonder that, but it's either here nor there. For Daniel Jones, it's wild to be like, oh my gosh, Daniel Jones is out.
Right.
Do they really stand a chance? Because it's Daniel Jones.
True.
But that team, they were relying on him early this year. They made a really good run because of him and Jonathan Taylor.
Do you want to talk about the Steelers, because there's a lot going on, or go back to the Eagles?
Let's go to the Steelers, Kevin.
Okay.
A lot going on there.
There is a lot going on there. So they are victorious in, again, a crucial game over the Ravens. But check this out. They complete a pass in the first quarter. This is the first pass play of over 20 air yards since October 26th.
Impressive.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's impressive that it got done, but what are we talking, 5 weeks?
Yeah.
Since they threw the ball that far? More than 5 weeks.
Multiple reasons. Aaron Rodgers, different dude, right?
Yes.
That offensive line hasn't been amazing in front of him either. He needs time.
He does.
DK Metcalf, for what it's worth, he's not a 20 air yards guy. You really want to get him like 7, 8, 10 yards and find him some space. Now, more than anything else, because you want him to use that size. And I think Aaron Rodgers has been kind of trying to beat that into his head of, hey, and then he's got some other receivers that he does really quick outs with, hits the sidelines on. So that just isn't in their MO, and they want to be a team that is physical. They're just not doing great at it.
But you said Aaron Rodgers is a different guy. Here's more proof. He ran for a touchdown. It's the first time in 4 years He's had a rushing touchdown. And then he told everyone to shut the hell up after the game, which is fair. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because I believe it was Schefter who had put out the report that while Tomlin's not going to get fired, they have until March 1st to decide about the team option for 2027. So you can see how if they decline that team option, it would be awkward going into 2026. That's all fine and well. But nothing is more awkward than the Vibes Bunny. I'm going to take you to cut number 4 because the bunny that the Eagles brought in was weird enough. But I want you to listen.
Vibes Bunny?
Yeah, that's right. I want you to listen to Saquon Barkley because this quote or this cut is wild.
Why is there a giant bunny outside of your locker?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not into like holidays and like bunnies and Christmas. I do the Christmas stuff when I got kids, but like I'm not really big like joyful holiday person, I guess. So I don't know why. I think that's really the only spot we can fit a big bunny. But I was told it's live bunny and the vibes are high. So
do you feel a little sad for Saquon Barkley?
I feel sad for everybody involved. It says Happy Easter.
It's a Vibes Bunny.
Cool. Does it vibrate?
Only if they win.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
It says Happy Easter. That sounds like a Corey joke right there. Where you're just like, hey, it's not Easter, buddy. And you're like, ha, 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 ha. And everybody gets it. This is weird. What are they doing? This doesn't make any sense.
And I hear you. And those are all fair.
Did Saquon potentially say, I'm not into Christmas bunnies? Is that what?
No. He said, I'm not into bunnies and not into Christmas. He goes, I'm not just a big, joyful holiday person. I felt like in that moment, Saquon was screaming for somebody to give him a hug.
Here it is from Ashley Sullivan. Have installed the Positivity Rabbit. It showed up today, and the offensive line stressed to me they are not sad. They just wanted a good vibes bunny. So that's the offensive line wanted this because the offensive line needs a bunny rabbit. This is ridiculous. They're done. They're
if
done.
They win tonight, will you catch Positivity vibe bunny?
That's a ridiculous last straw effort. All right, last ditch. That's terrible.
Okay.
You can come up with something better.
No, Mark Corey down is not a believer. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Maybe ask him a bunny question next on The Fan.
shag. I've never seen that.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to talk with Stephen Jones in just a second. Want to remind you that tonight Cowboys Hour player guest is Logan Wilson. He'll be rocking and rolling with Brad Sham, so make sure you tune in to that. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring in the Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President, Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Now, you had talked about this several weeks ago before the defense just really went on a roll, and one of the things that got mentioned was missed tackles. Is that a thing that you look back, and the Lions are a very talented offense, but you look back at that game and kind of lament the missed tackles there?
Yeah, I mean, anytime, you don't have success, and certainly, obviously a very disappointing loss for us because we've been playing really good football, then a lot of things play into it. Certainly missed tackles are part of it.
Kenneth Murray kind of took a thrashing over the weekend. I'm curious if you think that's fair based on how he played in this past game and if there is a fix there for you.
Yeah, I think it's always tough. I mean, that's part of, when you play, play professional football, play in the NFL, play for the Cowboys, you're going to have moments where you get criticized. And certainly he's aware of that. Certainly, as a team, we could have played better and, have to play better going forward if we're going to have any type of shot. But certainly, we are where we are, and we have to move forward with that.
I know that this compacted schedule around Thanksgiving is nothing new to the Cowboys, but how much do you think the mental and physical break on the mini bye can be helpful for the players?
Yeah, I think it's, obviously we had a lot of short weeks there, playing on Monday nights, playing on Sundays, playing on Thursdays. That's part of it. No excuses. But, I guess it finally caught up to us because we certainly didn't play as well as we hoped we would play against Detroit. But certainly this break should help the guys get their legs back under them. And, we just got to go back to work and get back and, to executing the way we were doing before the Detroit game.
Stephen, Friday I heard you with G-Bag, and you used the term didn't play our best game multiple times, shoddy, Pickens. We've heard that over and over. I was just kind of curious, in your mind, when this team plays its best game, its A game, what does that look like to you?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's, a team that's playing really good on offense that, can put up a lot of points, 30-plus points, I think very capable of. I think when we are playing better on defense, we certainly, we can do the job that we need to do to, hold the team, to where, it's respectable from a defensive standpoint. I think we're getting better defensively. Certainly that was a step backwards against the Lions. As you said, they're talented, but we have to be better than that. And then, the other phase that we lost against the Lions was the special teams. We have to be better on special teams. I'm, a little bit surprised we hadn't gotten Turpin loose this year, but I think ultimately it'll happen. But we certainly didn't have one of our best games on special teams either. We gave up, some big-time field position to the Lions, and they started, at midfield multiple times, and we have to be better than that as well.
Is there ever a thought throughout the organization, or do you have any concern in your mind that Turpin's responsibilities as a wide receiver or the physicality as a wide receiver have taken away from his return capabilities?
No, I don't think so. I just think it's a matter of executing on special teams and getting them that opening to where, he can make the big play. Certainly, I don't think his role on offense is having any effect in terms of what he's doing in the return game, punt and kick return game. I don't think that's affecting that. I think he can do both. He's obviously very talented, and when he gets out in the open field, he makes big plays.
Ryan Flournoy's story with this team is quite fascinating, but he's stepped into the moment when given a chance this year. What do you think you have in that? We get this mindset, Stephen, whenever we see somebody do something, we're like, ooh, that could be this.
Right.
What do you guys feel like you have in that receiver?
Yeah, I think he's obviously a long physical player. He's made his mark to start with on special teams, played really well, and now he's getting the job done and doing the same thing on the offensive side of the ball. He's been a guy that we've always liked. He's always been somebody that makes plays, made plays in training camp in the red zone, and always felt like we had something there. But now he's obviously developing, into a really solid NFL receiver.
Shoddy mentioned this earlier. He said the next 48 hours could potentially be a big time period for Guyton and Clowney. How vital is it that y'all can get those players back?
Yeah, I think anytime you get good football players back, it's a huge plus. And obviously we need to get them back out on the field. That's when players play their best, is when they practice. And I do think these next these next 3 or 4 days are going to be big in terms of them being able to get ready to get themselves prepared, to play the Vikings.
Does everybody in the organization believe that Trayvon Diggs still has the potential to be a good to great football player?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in him for sure. We just got to, the biggest thing, that makes all the sense to me that our coaches keep coming back to is, we've got to get him to where he practices and practices well on a regular basis. That's when he plays his best football. When he's not able to practice and he misses practices, then unfortunately that's translated to how he plays in games. So we just got to get him out there where he's practicing day in and day out, and I think we can get it out of him.
Are monitoring the head issues or concussion issues like with CeeDee Lamb, is that any more difficult than just like, hey, I'm healing from a broken arm or whatever else?
Well, I don't know about a broken arm, but obviously you're taking, we're doing all the things that the NFL and doctors require us to do when you have a player who's had a concussion in a ball game, and certainly he's doing a good job. He's meeting all the thresholds that you need to meet that'll get him to where he can play this week. And, so far he's had no setbacks.
That's great to hear. That is wonderful to hear. On the other side of the receiving room there, Pickens did have a post that is no longer up. Obviously, it was in the story timeline. Do you ever make suggestions regarding social media, or are you hands off with that?
No, I don't make any suggestions on social media. I don't do it, so I don't give a lot of advice when it comes to social media. I do know Shotty had a great visit with George, and I'm at peace with where that is.
You're telling me that you don't have any burner accounts that you go and...
No, I stay away from social media. That passed me by a long time ago, and at the behest of my wife and my kids, they all advised me to stay off of it. So I think that's what I'll do.
But if you just switched your name around, Jeevan Stones could be a really cool burner account.
Y'all are killing me.
Now back on the football field, Javonte Williams surpasses 1,000 yards. I know with the expanded schedule, do you feel like, how big of a milestone do you still think from receivers and for running backs surpassing that 1,000-yard marker still is?
Yeah, I think that's always been a benchmark, for success individually in a given season is to hit that threshold of 1,000 yards receiving or 1,000 yards rushing. I don't think it's the end-all to be-all that makes you a great player, but certainly, when you're having that kind of production, it certainly points to a player who's playing at a high level. And certainly Javonte's done that for us. I think we got a real chance here happening with certainly having 2,000-yard receivers and CD and George Pickens, and certainly Ferguson's doing a great job as well. But it's not the only threshold in terms of what it takes, how you judge a player, but it certainly points to a lot of production.
Speaking of Ferguson, we all appreciate the toughness that he has both mentally and physically. How do you balance that versus he's run into some fumble issues trying to get that extra 1 or 2 yards? Like, how do you balance that? We know how bad he wants it, but you got to be smart.
Yeah, he's got to protect the ball. He knows that. We all know, at the end of the day, what turnovers do to you in a football game. That was a big part of our problem against the Lions is, anytime you lose that turnover battle, there's usually a pretty good chance you're going to lose the game. And no one understands that more than Ferguson. As you said, he's a battler. He's a competitor. But he also knows we have to protect the ball in terms of, trying to win a football game. And certainly, it starts with winning the turnover battle. You give yourself a great chance to win. And we've just got to protect the ball.
Well, and in that respect, too, Nate Thomas out there at left tackle. I know we're keeping eyes out on Tyler Guyton and everything, but do you feel like you've gotten the play out of your offensive tackles that this offense needed this year? Consistently?
Yeah, I think we're progressing. I think you can always be better. But, yeah, if you look at our offense, and, we've been very productive as an overall offense. And I think in general, yes, they've done a good job. Can you always improve? Absolutely. And certainly with Tyler, hopefully get Tyler back, but certainly like the job Nate Thomas is doing, and he's coming along. And certainly Terrence Steele is doing a good job as well. But in general, no, we've been I think, we're progressing as an offensive line, and doing the job that we need to be productive on the offensive side of the ball.
Also, this is just kind of a general thing I've always been curious about. You and Jerry, y'all are also fans of this team. I mean, as close as y'all get to these guys and the work that y'all do. But like all fans, if a play happens, we overreact to things sometimes. Do you ever see a play on the field and you're like, all right, that's it, I'm cutting that guy, and then you change your mind later on?
I don't necessarily verbalize it, but I've had those thoughts probably. But certainly cooler heads prevail, and I'm sure everybody's had those thoughts at one time or another, whether it's a coach looking at a player or anything as far as that goes. I'm sure, people have had, wanted to judge me as well in a negative way. So you just got to keep, everybody's out there. They're competing their ass off. They want to win. They want to do their job and do the job that it takes to be successful from the top down. And that starts with Jerry going down through me and Coach Schottenheimer and his staff and our players. Nobody's going to be perfect, but you certainly strive to be that way.
Have you thought about how you want to cut us sometimes after some of these questions?
Of course not. Of course not.
Of course not. Of course not.
Well, Stephen, I can tell you right now, keep an eye out. It looks like Jeevan Stones is going to be a Twitter account very soon.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
And then
one thing's for sure, it won't be me.
Okay. All right. Good to know. And then last question I have, do you have any tips for us getting World Cup tickets? All right. Do you have any secrets or anything?
You might need to start working 2 jobs because I'm understanding they're really expensive.
Yeah, very true. Well, we appreciate the time. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next Monday.
Take care, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, I know we were having some fun there, but the 2 things that we were talking about, and I think both of them stand out in terms of the regression you saw against the Lions, is the tackling and Jake Ferguson. Do you mind if I just throw out a couple of numbers?
Go ahead.
Specifically on catches. The Cowboys against the Lions, I get it. The Lions are very talented offensively. Missed 13 tackles and gave up an additional 101 yards after a missed tackle. That's always going to crush you. And then for Jake Ferguson, first 2 years in the NFL, no fumbles. Last 2 years, he's combined for 7 fumbles, and that's what it comes down to. And I know Jake Ferguson has told the G-Bag Nation the exact same thing. You gotta hold on to the ball, and sometimes if it's third down and you're 7 yards away and you're already wrapped up with 2 people and you're like, I want to get that extra yard. I appreciate the toughness that it takes, but what's the percentage it's gonna cost you possession?
I was talking with Chicolene earlier about Caleb Williams and how very similar to Tony Romo, Caleb Williams sometimes looks like I got to make this amazing play to save everything, to legitimize the number 1 overall pick whenever you just play within the system. And same thing sometimes with what you're talking about with these guys. Look, not every one of these plays is going to be that. You got to recognize it. You got to recognize in that moment that, hey, this is what the play calls for, and this is what I can do. I can't risk, we got to worry about the next play after this one. I know, Kevin, though, like physically, mentally, in that moment, there's a lot going on. Yeah. They're not trying to lose the ball. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely not happening, but it does.
Sure. I always think
security has to be top of mind all the time.
I think the same thing sometimes when you look at a play and you're like, it probably would have been better if he didn't catch that. You're trained your entire life to see ball, catch ball, and you might not be like, okay, well, hold on, in this scenario, it'd be better off if I understand how that can happen. And I think that's what elevates truly great players who know the situation in every single scenario as it's playing out in real time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where the Rangers stand at the start of the winter meetings, plus a giant in DFW sports scene and a complicated legacy and college football. Jam-packed Expressway next on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Runners at first and second, 2 men out. The 1-1. And that ball hit high and deep into left field. Dominguez goes back, watches with the rest of us as Josh Young has just walked off the New York Yankees. A 3-run home run to left center. Rangers win it 8-5.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have started the winter meetings. I guess technically they started yesterday, so a lot to get through with the Rangers. And I also think we should have a conversation with about Tom Hicks, who passed away over the weekend. All right, and
I've been told the Rangers front office is there.
That would be good, or else I would be like, you need to clean house, because that is
So we got that going for us, Kevin.
All right, Josh Young as a trade candidate, and that's why I wanted to go ahead and play that highlight. MLB.com listed Josh Young as a potential option. Look, we've talked about it. Injuries have kept him out a lot of the way.
Is that the biggest problem? Or
I don't think so. And that's the part that is concerning to me, is his OPS this last season, in closer to, not a full season, but closer to a full season. He had 114 games at the major league level, had an OPS of 684. So my concern, and you felt like Bochy alluded to it, he didn't want to throw his player under the bus or anything, but you definitely saw some regression with the at-bats and swings that you got from Josh Young, whether it was a snowball effect that once he fell behind, he just was pressing to overstep. My bigger concern is when he was healthy, he wasn't that great.
Yeah, defensively, he's very good. He puts in a lot of work to be a good defensive third baseman.
I'm not questioning his effort at all.
This show never has,
sure.
Because we see that. But the strikeout numbers were glaring this year, and the walks were. I mean, you're only getting me 30 walks a year. That's not a positive. Your home run numbers too aren't living up to that. If that's the kind of strikeout numbers I'm getting out of you, then your home run numbers better be up as well. Situational hitting wasn't there. It just looked like frustration abound for him, and he's in his fourth year. This is his fourth year. He's 27, so he's a little older, but this is his fourth year. Leadership-wise, people talk about, oh, man, you see him in Adolis. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I see it too. But he was not effective enough. And then whenever you have Josh Smith playing the position really well and being one of your best hitters on the team, you start dreaming about the possibilities. I think that there's an expected leap from World Series Josh Young to the next place, and in 2 years you haven't gotten it.
Yeah, and Look, I know they have focus on the Rangers, that is, on picking up another catcher, picking up relief pitchers, perhaps even another starting pitcher. But I want to go back to one of the things that Chris Young said that I just think people should keep an eye on if you don't see the Rangers do a lot here. Chris Young, not to insult any players out there, but as much of our focus is on potential additions and rounding out the roster, it is equally as focused on getting the best out of our own players. The reality is last year, a number of our players had what we felt like were below average years by their standards, by our standards. We have to do a better job as an organization. And the reason why I bring that up is because I know this can be frustrating in the fan base. I'm a Rangers fan. You're a Rangers fan. I think some of the additions the Rangers are going to make are internalized, where they're like, yeah, but this player will be this much better. This player will be this much healthier, and on and on and on.
Didn't it feel like they kind of did that last year?
Yes, and that did not work out super duper well whatsoever. And
I mean, moving to Nimmo is a definite change.
And I think I think Simeon and Adolis in particular are positive departures from strictly this mindset that the Rangers don't feel like they can't do anything with World Series starters and heroes. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Adolis was a playoff hero. I know he got hurt in the World Series, but like he's the ALCS MVP, single-handedly crushed the hope of those two idiots and their NASA out and their spacesuits out in the outfield. But when you were able to move on from him, when you're able to move on from Simeon, that shows that they're not thinking, well, we have to just recreate that 2023 roster. They're like, hey, some of those things still work, or some of those things still can work, but some of them don't and won't.
I think the thing, though, Kevin, I'm looking at is he's got this year, Young, that is, this year, and then 3 more years of arbitration.
That makes him worth something.
To you, too.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Not just as an asset.
I agree.
But I think this is where Chris Young is probably going, okay, what if he's still got something to prove to us?
Right.
He still can be, until he's 31, a good third baseman.
Right.
And I think, Kevin, this is not a very easy, all right, we're moving on from him. But you're right. Somebody out there is probably looking at their third base hole and going, we would like to pay for that. We would like to, I don't know if you're shopping this or if you're just hoping somebody gives you the call. Because obviously if somebody just gives you the call, you get your price. But if you're shopping it, I think you're giving up too much here. Although I do need more from him if he's going to be around.
I wonder if it's a combination of both of those things where, like, it wasn't quite the turnaround. Mentally, I can't speak to that. But, like, what you saw production physically on the field wasn't the turnaround they hoped. And maybe they're like, you could be better off with another organization, which is what you always hope other teams think, right? Like, I can fix him. And it's not just men and women who think they can fix each other. It's organizations that think that they can fix people as well. And that's where his contract is a big deal, because if he was going to be a free agent in a year, you'd be like, yeah, probably not worth it. But if you think you can still get him relatively on the cheap for 4 years, and you're like, I don't know, man, I saw enough flashes that I think that's worth it. You got to give something to get something. As much as I know there's a lot of people who are excited that Marcus Semien got traded out, Brandon Nimmo brings in his own issues, right? And so I bet the Mets were thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah. Mickey always says that, right? Hey, guys, why did he get traded? Or why did he get released?
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason there. Now, can you rehabilitate that? And a lot of teams do have this feeling of, that'll fit with us.
Yeah.
It'll work with us. I mean, Jacob deGrom was a stress for a lot of different fan bases, right? But there's, with the winter meetings starting this week.
Yep. They're going right now.
This is the time to get these conversations moving around in Orlando.
And from the 806, only untouchable player on this roster should be Wyatt Langford, maybe Evo and Leiter. I wonder about Jacob deGrom, just because I feel like you sat through all of the crap.
He puts eyeballs on TV, butts in seats. He's a guy that moves the needle for the idea of, I got to see that dude pitch.
Yeah, and I don't think look, as much as the things that we're talking about, the Rangers are not conceding this season, and that's the issue that you run into is they're trying to build things back up while also not sacrificing their current footing of mediocrity, and they're hoping to build on that both internally and externally. I would hate seeing DeGrom leave just because you finally got that mostly full, healthy season from him, and I want to see it again. And
yes.
again, and
no,
that's the
I want to see it
reason
multiple times.
That you brought him in here.
I did have this year, though. There were some moments where I was like, we discussed it with Bochy, we discussed it amongst ourselves. He was giving up that home run where you were like, hold on, what's going on here? Was like, is that a little more frequent than we expect? And it was on fastballs too, and we're kind of curious on where he's not going to be Jacob deGrom forever.
Right.
He'll be the human Jacob deGrom forever, all right? Or as long as he's around.
Yeah.
But he's not going to have, as Mike always said, Father Time's undefeated. Your arm doesn't last forever. So you got to recognize whenever the difference between it's Jacob deGrom.
Sure.
And yeah, but it is an aged Jacob deGrom.
Now, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 9, because to go along in the Rangers conversation, I want to talk about one of the former owners of the Rangers as well as the Stars.
Down tied up by Zitnik. Down tries to make the play. It's swept away by Smellick. Right into the net. Popped it down. The touchdown. It's over. It's over. Mike Madonna were there in overtime. The Dallas Stars are the 1999 Stanley Cup champions.
In your face, Buffalo Sabres. So Tom Hicks, the former owner of the Rangers and Stars, he passed away at the age of 79 over the weekend. And this is somebody who, man, I feel like he has had a complicated legacy here in the DFW. But one thing I will point out, and I saw multiple people also saying it, you don't win the Stanley Cup without him. Like, he pushed and pushed and pushed with the Stars and authorized the acquisitions necessary to win the Cup. And I feel like that was necessary to really entrench hockey here. Like, I'm not saying the team would have gone away, but like once you got those back-to-back Stanley Cup years, and I know you lost the second one against the Devils, but it felt like hockey was fully entrenched here and became a lot of people's like sporting lives and identities, and he's a huge part of that.
Oh yeah, dude, and his Hicks Muse investments around DFW were so much more too. Like, he was investing in companies around here. Like, he was a big part of the richness of this community. And he gave us moments that those Rangers teams and those Stars teams we wouldn't have had, because he was able to have those teams around, giving us that new stadium, like all these things that we kind of took for granted probably, because we were like, where's the World Series? But you're like, dude, we were building something special around here. I think, Kevin, one of the things that always stood out to me, and I don't know why, it was somebody said that he used over 100,000 gallons of water per year on his property. That story,
I thought it for himself.
It was in 2009. It said 100,000 gallons used per year on his home, but then add in the 10 million gallons in his 20-acre spread of Walnut Hill and North Dallas Tollway in 2008. I always was like, what? That's so much water. But you got to keep the grass looking good, dude.
Okay. Now, that all being said, if you could boil it down to one thing that you think people will immediately think of with Tom Hicks, what is it?
Is it the Liverpool thing?
No.
Okay.
A-Rod.
Oh, yeah.
A-Rod.
He spent the money that it took to get the best player in baseball at the time.
He did. That is one way of looking at it.
He outbid himself to get the best player in baseball at one time.
And that's one of the notes I made. Also signed A-Rod and might have overpaid by about $100 million. And so on the one hand, you're right, Corey, having an owner that will do what it takes monetarily to try to beef up your team is a good thing. Did he rope-a-dope himself and then maybe impact the rest of the payroll? Did he negatively impact the explosion of salaries at the time? Because the previous record for a contract in sports was 6 years, $126 million for Kevin Garnett in the Timberwolves. So you doubled that. And so I think for some people, bankruptcy and everything like that aside, I think some people begrudge him for accelerating the payroll
I get that.
for so many teams, and eventually leading more expensive seats
Isn't it
and
still
everything.
kind of a feeling, though, here in Texas that you have to do a little bit extra to get that because you're competing against the LAs and the New Yorks of the world?
Right.
And you just have to add the Texas tax to it, where you're just like, we know we have something special, but we know that those cities offer this, so we're going to try and give you the extra whatever, the extra year, the extra that, to compete against those because there's no competition with them sometimes. And that was the time then, and maybe it did accelerate that. And now here we are with the owners trying to figure out a way to balance that back.
Yeah.
And say, okay, maybe a lockout's the only thing that can happen.
And look, and so it's a complicated, as most people are, complicated man, complicated legacy in terms of he gets you the cup for the Stars. He almost was there for the first Rangers World Series, but also that season, I believe in 2010, you ran into issues with his solvency and the bankruptcy for both teams and how much money could you spend, and you needed the league to take control of it. He's a complicated guy, a complicated legacy, but definitely a giant.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The DFW sports scene.
Glenn Gullitz, speaking of the Stars, Glenn Gullitson said that Lundqvist has loaned his scooter to Bishel for a similar issue.
His mobility scooter?
Yeah, he said now he's given it to Bish, and he's had to put some extra wheels on and raise it about 6 inches because Bishel's so tall.
Okay. All right. I like that. Now, that is how you finish a part of a segment. Now, let's turn things over to the gridiron for college football. We bring in Carter Freeman.
Sorry, Twitch.
Okay. That is
listen, dude. I love stoking the fire with this. Carter does a good job of just saying, you know what, I'm going to let it go. But I love to stoke the fire because I think it's funny to see them react.
The only fire worth stoking is that of the college football playoff rankings and just how the 24-hour fallout we've seen ever since 11:30 yesterday.
He is focused on. Listen, I want you to know, Kevin. Last night he walked directly up to me and Mike Adams and said, "Let's talk college football," and then took over. I was like, "This is amazing."
It's a problem.
I like it. And in the spirit of really giving our all for college football, Jacob, will you play cut number 8? And let's all ignore the fact that I called for cut number 8 earlier because I misread the cut sheet and thought it was the interception in the Bears and Packers
Nice
game.
work.
Don't worry about that. This is the Texas Tech interception that I mistakenly played earlier. Let's hear it now.
They're humming. Bachmeyer.
It is intercepted again! Ben Roberts does it again!
See, I thought Jacob just played that on his own because he was at the game celebrating his Red Raiders Big 12 title.
Yes, definitely some Red Raider bias right there, or my inability to read and process in real time. I will let you decide, probably a little bit of both. But I want to talk about Texas Tech first, and then we'll dive into the college football playoff. I saw something that is just remarkable, and it shows the power of NIL, as if that was still in doubt. Texas Tech, Big 12 champions for the first time in program history. Last year, their defense was ranked 122nd in the nation. We already saw this in softball as well, where Texas Tech is like, I'm going to spend that money and see how it pays out. They spent $28 million in NIL this year. That's the second highest total in college football. Their defense went from 122nd to 3rd. This ain't your, not even your grandpa's, this ain't your older brother or your dad's Texas Tech football team.
So they have a good coach. They have a football coach.
They do.
He's a real legitimate football coach.
And he fits West Texas so well.
Yeah,
like just listening to Joey Maguire
That is true.
after the game. And we talked to Brennan, co-host on Fan University, who was at the game as well, about how Joey Maguire's done awesome at Texas Tech. And it's so funny to me that when coaches at a school like Texas Tech do well, they usually get talked about for, oh, so-and-so's interested in them, so-and-so wants them to be their next head coach. Like, you didn't hear that with Joey Maguire. Like, Joey Maguire is, and I totally buy into it, he is so locked in on West Texas, on Texas Tech, and everything that he promised whenever they hired him. I didn't know who he was whenever they hired him, but over the course of the time that he's been there, it's like, no, they found the exact guy that you need. Because it's not the fun kind of, goofiness that Mike Leach brought there. It's just a genuine, like, let's get to work. Let's work hard at it. And we got a guy in Cody Campbell who's going to pay as much as he can to build this roster for us. And that pisses a lot of people off, Texas Tech spending all that money, because they've been pretty brazen about, like, yeah, we spent a bunch of money. And Jacob Rodriguez, their, should-be Heisman finalist linebacker, after the game said, yeah, if you're going to spend a lot of money, why not just buy the best team? Yeah. That's what they did.
Do you think he will end up being a Heisman finalist?
I never know year over year how many people they invite, but he'll be on the ballot for sure. Like when they release the top 10 people in the vote getters, he'll be on that. I just don't know if he's going to get it up to New York for it, because Diego Pavia will, Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Mendoza will be up there.
Ooh. And is Sand going to be out now?
I think so. He looked like a freshman against Indiana.
Yes, he did.
And to pivot to them, Indiana, I still don't think we realize just how shocking of a turnaround it is that they are all of a sudden the number one team in the college football playoff.
They're like the worst team in the history of college football.
Yes, they had the most losses at the Power 5 for however many, power conferences there have been. Indiana is like one of the losingest football programs at that level. Yeah. And all of a sudden, they've lost 2 games over the last 2 years. They went head-to-head. They went, 60 minutes toe-to-toe with Ohio State and came out on top. Like, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Indiana, of all schools, is not supposed to do that. And here they are going to the Rose Bowl for the first time since the 60s, conference champions. Like, this isn't basketball, where Duke, Indiana, and Texas Tech are all, conference champions. This is football. This is wild.
Now, That was easy enough to figure out after the happenings of Championship Saturday that Indiana was going to be number one. I feel like after that there might have been a little bit of debate, but it feels like people are accepting of Ohio State at 2, Georgia at 3, Texas Tech at 4. After that, and especially further down the rankings, you got a lot of really angry people, and I want to go to where I always like to go, where the money is. Prior 15 minutes before the college football playoff show started, 15 minutes, you would have had to put down $30 on Notre Dame making the playoff to win $1. That is how overwhelming it was that Notre Dame would be in the college football playoff. But alas, they were not.
They are not. They got basically gaslit for a month by the CFP committee that you're good. You've been in the top 10 of every single ranking that we've done through the month of November. And then at the very end, they got TCU'd. Because in the very first edition of these rankings, TCU went from 3 in the penultimate one to 6.
I do remember that.
Yeah, they dropped behind Baylor. They honored the head-to-head because Baylor had beaten TCU that year, but then Baylor lost the next week, so TCU jumped them again. But I think the committee got to the right decision.
In the stupidest way possible.
In the wrong way. Yeah. They went about this completely wrong. This year's committee did not seem to care about this week over week like ones in the past have. It started with them ranking Miami so low to begin with. They were very reactionary at the time when it turned out that, SMU and Louisville really weren't that bad. They were unranked losses at the time for sure, but both of them finished 8-4. They're both bowl teams. It's not like they're losing to Boston College, who Notre Dame struggled with earlier this season. So it was ridiculous of them to do what they did and didn't just expect chaos to happen in front of them for them to move Miami up. They just had to do it arbitrarily at the very end because they finally did their girl math to get those two teams next to each other by BYU dropping 2 spots for losing a conference title game and Alabama not dropping. Like,
what are your
that's
thoughts
ridiculous.
on that, Corey?
Do you disagree?
Did you say girl math?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
He's going to need you to elaborate.
Is it all math the same?
Well, go ask a girl about how she figures that out.
Wow.
Spicy. I like it. Who would have thought the most controversial thing of the day might come from girl math?
One of my favorite terms.
No.
I don't think it's wrong.
Okay. All right. And you know what's interesting to me is how many people have come out of the woodwork in the last 48 hours to decry Tulane and James Madison when this is the way it's been tracking for some time. And I really don't feel like having Virginia in there is that much different than like if they would have won.
It would have been a 11-win power conference champion. That's better than 8-5 Duke.
I agree with that. But like there are so many experts now who didn't seem to know what the rules were all along about the power conference or non-power conference champions.
Yeah, it's always been the top 5 highest ranked conference champions, just very broadly. It's never been the power 4 and then the highest ranked group of 5. It's if you're ranked up there, you're going to be in this thing.
Yeah.
And it's not the Sun Belt and the Americans' fault that the ACC has the stupidest tiebreakers in the world that kept their best team out of that game. And if conference title games are going to continue, I think a conference like the ACC or even the Big 12, because this year it worked out for the Big 12, their top 2 teams ranked the highest, were both at the top of the rankings or of the conference standings, so they play anyway. But when you've got a 6 or 7 way tie for the second spot in the conference, like it's gonna get silly, and you're gonna get a team like Duke in there when they're tied with Miami, who's been the highest ranked team the entire year. They need to do something where if you're ranked in the top 15 or the highest ranked team in your conference, they get an automatic berth so long as they're tied with those other teams, right? That should give them a tiebreaker over a Duke or over an SMU, whoever it may be, because it kind of felt like the committee thought we need an ACC team in here, and we finally crept Miami up this entire time. We can just put them in and not have to worry about putting in a 5-loss Duke team.
And that is exactly what I think happened. I know they said that's not what happened, but that's what happened. Just like they said they didn't consider Miami beating Notre Dame until the last minute, and you're like, well, that's stupid. What do you think about Notre Dame from there saying that, well, first of all, they're shocked, but then also because of that, they're not going to play in a bowl game? Do you get it? Do you think it's sour grapes? Maybe a little of both?
I think it's sour grapes, and I think it's the beginning of the end for these CFP bowl games, because they just said, basically, Notre Dame said, all we care about is making the college football playoff.
Right.
And we're not going to play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which that's a crime in itself. If you're turning down a Pop-Tarts Bowl bid, I have a bone to pick with you. But
that and the Cheez-It Bowl?
Yes, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl with Prince Chedward, who is coming back this year. But
we got to stop this.
You guys have me on. This is your fault. Notre Dame doing this.
Man, you sound like the Twitch.
Sorry, Twitch.
Who do I learn from? This is the end for these bowl games, right? Like if teams like Notre Dame, and you saw Kansas State, and Iowa State also say no.
Okay, devil's advocate there. Weren't we already seeing the end of the bowl games in terms of like you saw so many of these marquee players already opt out, whether it was because of the injury to Jalen Smith all those years ago or anything else? Weren't we already seeing the destruction of the bowl system?
In a way, yes, but for a team that was on the cusp of making the college football playoff to just say we're not playing in this game and not even showing up for it, that's going to, look, when Alabama got left out in 2022 when they were the first team out, their entire team, Bryce Young, Will Anderson, they all played in the Sugar Bowl. The next year, Georgia was left out because they lost the SEC title game. They all played in the Orange Bowl. That was the year they ran up the score against Florida State.
Right.
Pretty much their entire team left after they didn't make the CFP. So Notre Dame's choosing the Florida State path. Look how that's gone for them over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You really think that's the right way to go? I don't.
But if you're the Big 12 and you're finding a whopping $500,000 to Iowa State and Kansas State, does that mean anything? Like, I know that's a lot to a human.
That's $500,000 you can't put towards players.
But don't you think they'll just find a way to circumvent that as well?
Probably. But look, this is a system that we've known for the history of the sport, is the bowl system. And now that the major bowls, the Rose, the Sugar, what may have you, they're all part of this college football playoff system. These major programs are telling you, we only care about making that.
Right.
So if we don't make that, if we feel like we got screwed, and the Notre Dame AD is going on McAfee. He's going on Dan Patrick this morning saying the ACC screwed us, and now we have to look at our relationship with the ACC. So that, and they also said they're
in terms of divesting from them, or in terms
of them saying Miami needs to be in this thing over Notre Dame.
Yeah,
because Notre Dame has a scheduling alliance with the ACC. Yeah, and Notre Dame's an ACC member and everything but football. That's where they're independent. So that could be in question. Notre Dame's future as far as their schedules go could change because of this. And, of course, it's college football. It's so reactionary to the moment. But the bowl system, as you know it, at least with these power conference teams, 5 years, you might not see your team play in those. And I love the bowls. I think they're a lot of fun. I think that sucks.
Kevin, I Googled girl math.
I've never heard that term.
Key concepts of girl math according to AI Overview.
Oh, no. Is this going to make it worse?
Cash is free. Money paid with cash that was already in your wallet isn't real. Money leaving the bank. Sale savings. Buying something on sale means you save money, not spent it. Return for profit. Returning an item and using the money to buy something else means you only spent the difference. Small purchases are free. Anything under a certain amount, like $5, is essentially free. And cost per wear. A high-priced item is cheap if divided by how many times you'll use it.
I think everybody uses girl math. It's just called girl math.
I don't know why I was not familiar with this terminology, but some of those things that you said hit home for both me and my wife. And then somebody just asked, because this feels dramatic, and I wonder how big of a fight this would be. What can you put to stop this? Because it's not going to be a $500,000 fine. And I mean, somebody suggested, are you ineligible for the college football playoff next year? I don't think there's any way you could get that approved, but I would be interested.
It's a great question, and up to this point, you have not been able to figure out things to incentivize the players to play in these games or the schools to participate in them now. This is the next step from your top draft prospects not playing in these games. So I really don't have a good answer for you. At this point, it seems like the bowl games are really good for your group of 5 programs, and it should be good for seniors who are never going to play in the NFL, who are never going to play football again. That's their last chance to get on the field, and you get your swag bag, you get NIL money from, Cheez-Its or Pop-Tarts or, Duke's Mayo, whoever it is. You get something out of that, but to this point, they have not shown there to be enough for these bigger schools like your Notre Dames, or I'm trying to think who is although BYU is playing they're actually playing in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They would have played Notre Dame. Now they're playing Georgia Tech. You just haven't found that to get some of those schools that just missed out on the CFP to really want to play in them. Now that all the bowl games, the big ones, are part of the CFP.
You mean you don't get a night out with Prince Cheese Edward? Or
Chedward,
Prince
Corey.
Chedward.
Call him by his government name.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Amazing.
Thank you very much, Carter. And don't forget, there's still the Tuesday tailgate tomorrow. So there's more
and the
to
Thursday
come,
tailgate,
baby.
the Wednesday whalegate.
Maybe not that
Friday
last one,
failgate.
but we'll see. We'll see. Coming
Working
up
on it.
next.
Call me up.
It's time for the C-Vlog starring Corey Majors.
More girl math, plus
Oh, my God.
hits and misses from the weekend next in The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, I know I shouldn't be too sarcastic here, but Rosenthal reports that the Pirates have offered a franchise record contract. Do you think for the Pirates that's like 5 years, $40 million, or what kind of offer do you think they put
They're
out
like,
there
this is the same contract we offered Andy Van Slyke.
Yes,
And you're like,
exactly.
what? Most of them are like, who is that? And yeah, no, don't worry. There are plenty of his cards out there.
Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. We do in the future. I'm sorry, Jacob, we haven't done this yet. In the future, we do have music to go along with this from now on. Yeah, I'm working with Alec on that, but not today. Not today because Alec's not here. We have Jacob Ray in studio with us. Kevin, it has been. Oh my God! Look at that. Jacob knows what song it is. Nice work, dude. He found it.
You didn't believe in him.
I did not, because I didn't say let's do it yet. I even told Alec, I was like, let's wait off just a little bit. So, but thank you. Jeevan Sones is now following me on Twitter.
Can we play at some point how funny he thought that?
He thought that was hilarious. Because he's like, my family does not want me on social media. It's probably best.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a drunk tirade from Stephen Jones? Like one night he's just furious and he just goes in and starts digging in on Dak, and you're just like, oh, what happened?
The reason I can is because one of your questions about you're like, cut that guy right now. And he goes, I might have thought it, but I didn't say it out loud. And I was like, see, that's humanizing to me. You need more humanizing answers from people that are like, yeah, I get just as pissed off as you do.
Yeah, and in reality, think about this for a second. I know Jerry takes all the arrows, right? Steven gets a lot of them too. But those guys own a football team. They are also fans of those players and that team as well.
Yeah.
They're like, Jerry sits up in that booth hoping that the team comes away with the win. Not just because of his money, but he loves this game. He really does. He just happens to have more of an investment than we do in it. I guess in percentage-wise, do we have the same investment? If I buy season tickets, my percentage of my money versus his amount of owning this team, are we both equally invested percentage-wise?
That is a really interesting question. I guess I would say...
You know how we always do, like, Steph Curry got fined this much?
No, I hear what you're saying. I've never thought about that in my life, so I will think about it some
Kevin
more.
will do the boy math to figure that out.
I don't know. Is that a sexist phrase?
I'm not sure.
Like?
Well, I mean, we could say girl math.
Okay.
So I don't know.
All right.
But go ahead and give Jeevan Sones a follow on Twitter and see how that works out for you, I guess.
Because you never know.
You never know
if he's running the salary cap for this team or not.
Well, we did say, look, hey, Jeevan Stones is going to be up pretty soon. And he said, I promise that's not me.
Yes.
But he never said Jeevan Sones.
Okay. Man, this really has you fascinated, doesn't it?
I also did wonder if when he heard that, he called somebody immediately after the interview and he was like, guys, you need to go ahead and purchase the rights to Jeevan Stones just in case.
Yeah. I got a lot of good ideas, Cowboys.
Kevin, the top 10 passer records over the weekend, 6-4. Big bounce back from the 4-6 week before.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Because this turned into a Passapalooza at times.
Okay.
Were you, and I know you could have heard it right here on the fan, were you more invested in Bills-Bengals because of the snowy backdrop and everything?
Okay, let me kind of break down how my day went then yesterday. Yesterday, when I got up, had a lot going on. Adrian was heading out to Globe Life Field for Swinging for a Cause, which was wonderful. When I turned the games, like the pre-games on, because I do like to watch pre-game shows. I kind of do things while I'm watching them.
Right.
But I really got invested in that game for Joe Burrow, for the implications it had for Buffalo. This was the first time all season that I didn't just watch Red Zone.
Okay.
I watched the first half of this game. Now, I know Alec last week was like, no, snow is stupid. And I was like, I agree with you.
In a game I'm not invested in, I love it.
But then I realized I have Chase Brown running back for the Cincinnati Bengals, and Dalton Kincaid was on my bench, and Travis Kelce was going up against the Houston Texans, who are really good against tight ends.
Okay.
So I said, I'm starting Dalton Kincaid, first game back from the hamstring injury. He gives me, 10 points, something like that. Travis Kelce gives me 1. So good decision there. Chase Brown ended up having a pretty decent day fantasy-wise, so that helped me out. So I had investments already.
Yeah.
But yes, I felt the snow was an intriguing part of it. And those fans in that stands are amazing. And it did turn into a kind of wild game. We'll get to that in just a second. But 6-4 for top 10 passers. They're now 64, 62, and 2. And then for the top 10 rushers, 8-2. 93, 30, and 2 on the season. So they're doing pretty well for themselves or something like that. All right, hits. Oh, here's some random facts, random stats.
Great.
DK Metcalf is the first Steelers player with 130-plus receiving yards in a game since Week 17 of 2023.
And here we got George Pickens.
You know who the receiver was?
George Pickens.
It was George Pickens, Kevin.
I love it. By the way, I want to know if we can, hopefully as a society, probably not, but agree on one thing. It's okay to criticize the game that George Pickens had without thinking that he's a bum and should not be on the team. Like, the pushback you see on some of these things is like, oh, he's been really good this year. Yeah. He's been phenomenal. I've said numerous times he's been better than I could have imagined. But that doesn't change that in a one-game sample size, you're like, I don't think he played very well. Both of those things can happen.
And the implication of the game and the stage that it was on,
sure.
I had higher expectations.
Yes.
So that's fair. I think it's very fair. 24 different players had at least one interception this weekend. The season average is 17 different players. So
wow.
Yeah.
So this was a big
this is significant. Rams faced 1 third down in the entire first half. 33 plays, 4 possessions, 1 third down, 3 touchdowns, and a field goal. They were on fire against Arizona. And then 31-0 for the Vikings is the largest shutout win for them since 1980.
Oh, can I add a factoid on that?
Do it.
I believe they are the first team to get shut out one week by at least 3 touchdowns and then shut out the other team the next week by at least 3 touchdowns since 92.
Wow.
That's How weird is that?
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah, and I've already seen these questions. Is J.J. McCarthy back as the franchise quarterback? And you're like, that might be quick. To say he's a bum to he's back.
We will start then, Kevin, with the hits from this weekend.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy, honorable mention.
Oh.
He threw 16 passes, 3 for touchdowns.
That's good.
Marking the first time this year he hasn't thrown an interception.
In his first 3 touchdown game, right?
Yep. Good for him.
Do you know in his previous 3 games he had
none
2
of those
touchdowns?
went to Justin Jefferson, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Wow. Blake Corum, also honorable mention. 128 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pretty impressive for Blake Corum. Now let's move into the top 3. Tony Pollard, baby. 161 yards, 2 touchdowns. Did you see that run for 65 yards for a touchdown?
I did.
That was awesome, dude. He made that cutback. I was like, oh, that's where he lost it. He's going to get tackled there. And he was like, no, I got this. High stepped it all the way in. That was nice. Number 2 on the hits of the weekend, Puka Nacua. 7 catches, 167 yards, 2 touchdowns, and his team won, which is important for hits of the weekend.
Because, Jacob, I don't know if you're familiar with this. If you have a standout offensive or defensive performance and your team loses, sometimes he will put you in the misses category, which I think is categorically unfair to the player in question.
Well, it's a team game.
I know, so why are they getting blamed?
George Pickens told us that.
What else did he say? About Richard Sherman.
Bias, clout chasing internet or something like that.
PA. Yeah.
And then number 1 hit of the weekend, Fernando Mendoza to Charlie Becker. Holy cow.
Oh, college?
Were those big time throws and big time catches in like huge moments where obviously your head coach has an impact on the mentality of I can make this happen. Those throws were awesome. And on second down to be able to, being like, you know what, we're going for this on second down. Boom, gotcha. Third down, big play. But then after the game, his interview, He was just so gosh darn awesome. I think he was on McAfee. Jane just posted, and he said, "Oh shoot." This dude he's so wholesome.
So are you in on Heisman Mendoza then?
I believe so.
Because that's
pretty
catchy.
Those throws were impressive. In that, again, big stage, big moment. I'll take Heisman Mendoza as that.
Also, did you see Babe Laufenberg yesterday?
In his Indiana coat?
Yeah,
I do believe he said he's never worn that
Letterman's
before.
Jacket
Yeah, he's
or
never
something?
worn that before. But he did have that. He loved it. He loved showing that one off.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the misses. Ugh. Michael Wilson. What a target he's turned into for Arizona. 11 catches, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. But Jacob
might have gotten their coach fired.
His team lost.
This feels unfair. He did his best.
Honorable mention.
Okay.
Right? That's why not quite in the top 3.
Okay.
My fantasy team won because of him. So
there you
he won
go.
for me.
That's a positive right there. Kevin, and you pointed out whenever the Cowboys played him, you're like, this Michael Wilson kid.
Yes.
Watch out for him. So positive for Jacob, positive for you, negative for his team.
Could have lost by more? All right.
Again, Puka Nacua, Kevin. 7 for 167. His team won. Michael Wilson's team on the other side of the field lost.
Gotcha.
Buccaneers, also honorable mention. They were held to 2 fourth-down conversions against the Saints and are now in a tie with the Panthers for the division lead. And, Kevin, you asked a while back if that game at the end of the year was going to decide that division.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to, except I don't think the Buccaneers are going to be there at the end of this year.
Look.
Baker Mayfield has a tough stretch of teams to play to finish this one off.
If you can create a narrative where the Saints should build around Tyler Shuck, yes, I do have questions about your sustainability as an opponent.
Number 3 on the misses of the weekend, Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur had 364 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, but
that pick was costly.
The Tennessee Tony Pollards were just too much for the Cleveland Browns. Also, do you hate when a coach says with 1 minute and 3 seconds at the goal line, take the quarterback off the field? And let's let Quinshawn Judkins be the dude that might pass this ball into the end zone.
It boggles the mind. You have no complex plays drawn up with your quarterback.
Yes,
the
exactly.
only way you can do it, you can do lots of things when your quarterback is just your quarterback.
He's the best thrower on the field.
Yes.
Let him throw the ball.
Surprised they didn't try to activate Deshaun Watson at that point and bring him in.
Let's throw this guy out there. Can we trade back Joe Flacco?
What? That was so stupid.
The trade? I get it.
No.
Tomlin agreed.
That play. Yes, he did. No, that play.
Number 2, Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow had a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter and threw 2 interceptions, one that pick 6, giving the Bills the lead, and which was one of the most bananas games of the weekend. We discussed that moments ago about how, Kevin, my mom showed up at the house so that she could drive out to the Gilf with us. And it's Globe Life Field.
Oh, I understand.
So she showed up, and we're still kind of scrambling to get ready. And so she's sitting down, and she's watching it. Every time I turn around, I just hear her going, "Oh my gosh, what a catch! Oh my gosh!" And I'm like, "What's going on in there?" And it was just play after play after play. And Joe Burrow, who had a pretty good day, that was a bad fourth quarter for him.
Can I step back real quick? Does Shedeur or the Cleveland Browns get any extra credit for naming Shedeur the starter now finally for the rest of the season? Does that help?
Deshaun Watson isn't going to get a...
Deshaun Watson's not coming back till next year.
His 21-day window is open, though.
He is not coming back until next year.
All right. So do you think... All right, so you're telling me...
I am.
Going into next season, they will not draft another quarterback, yet they will go with Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and Deshaun Watson in a 3-man battle for first place.
They can't, right? They spent a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick, and they're paying their quarterback $80 million next year, right? They got to take a year off from drafting quarterbacks, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Just 1 year. You can get back to it after that. Just 1 year.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Oh, Mike Evans coming back is really, hold on, sorry. From the 806. Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, Tristan Wirfs back for the Bucs. That'll make a huge difference. Baker's needed Mike Evans on the field. That you go look at his numbers this season. Mike Evans not being there, it's completely changed everything. I guess that's just my fantasy heart that's had such a struggle here.
All right.
The number one miss of the weekend, though, Kevin, Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. They've lost 4 of their last 5, 3 straight. Now they got Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, and Houston remaining. As predicted earlier in the year, Kevin, I do not think the Colts are going to finish this thing very strongly, and that's unfortunate for Daniel Jones, who was having a really good season and looked like he found a home in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that is as brutal as an outcome could be across the board for the Colts. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to fire up a little bit of baseball nuggets, a new Hall of Famer, but probably not the two you were thinking of. Plus, what do you need to happen tonight on Monday Night Football for victory? Next, right here on The Fan.
the hopes of the Montreal Expos. Kent with his 20th home run of the year.
Went so badly for the Expos, they ended up moving. Now, it's time.
I don't know if that was the reason.
Oh, okay. It's time for Baseball Nuggets, but also what we're going to do in this segment, tell us what you need to happen in tonight's Monday Night Football game to be victorious with your fantasy team. As regular football fans, we're all rooting for the Chargers to hopefully sort of keep the Cowboys' playoff hopes alive. But fantasy-wise, what do you need to happen from the 254? I just need A.J. Brown not to score 30 points. That feels definitely achievable.
I think that's definitely, for sure. But he had a really good game the last time out. And so I wonder if that kind of ignited a little bit of something for him and Jalen Hurts.
So send those in. We'll get back around to them in just a second. In the meantime, let's fire up Baseball Nuggets and the Hall of Fame era committee. Yes, the Hall of Fame era committee. They have also snubbed Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, and it wasn't even close. Jeff Kent is the lone player to get into the Hall of Fame. So they set up the Hall of Fame era committee, which I believe will meet again in 2028. So the players up for vote: Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Jeff Kent, Carlos Delgado, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, Gary Sheffield, and Fernando Valenzuela. They had a group of 16 baseball luminaries, former players, Hall of Famers, all kinds of stuff. And just like the regular Hall of Fame ballot, you needed to get 75% of the vote. So you needed 12 of the 16 people to vote for you. Jeff Kent got 14 votes, so he's in. Carlos Delgado was next with 9. Mattingly got 6. Murphy also got 6. Bonds, Clemens, Sheffield, and Valenzuela all got fewer than 5. So less than a third of the players, actually about a quarter of the players at best, thought that those people were Hall of Famers. And I want to focus in on Bonds and Clemens because I think Sheffield and Valenzuela are different cases, or they didn't get votes for different reasons.
Okay. What
just
reasons?
Strictly play. I think they were like, I don't think you're a Hall of Famer because of what you did. You were excellent, but not a Hall of Fame. Whereas Bonds and Clemens, the numbers, you can't dispute that they would have been in a Hall of Fame, but it's the cheating aspect.
They were
that
Hall of
keeps them
Famers before the cheating.
I think, in fact, I'm like 99% you're positive you're right about that. But I can't prove that one way or another. And I wonder if, since it was mostly players in this panel, if they're like, don't care. You cheated the game. You don't get in. Well, I guess the writers felt that way too. Because they had 10 chances to go through the Hall of Fame ballot, never made it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to know there's no cheaters in the Hall of Fame, right?
Surely not.
Yeah, that's the. I do feel I'm with Broadus when it comes to Hall of Fame. The sport,
I know for a fact there's a cheater in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the sport itself. I feel like the Hall of Fame is the story of the sport, and you're telling the story via the players that were involved.
Right.
This is a story.
I agree.
Just because it's a black eye on the sport doesn't mean you should leave it out.
Yeah.
It was significant enough to be one of the most gigantic. Now, if you're just telling me it's an honor, all those things, okay, you know what? Fine. You honor the ones that did it right, and not a single one of the dudes that's in there was ever a cheater. Or did anything wrong.
And here's the other issue that I have with all of this.
And I also do agree, though, Kevin. I've said this for years. Put a red light over the ones that did bad.
You know who is in the Hall of Fame? Bud Selig. It's not like he didn't know that this was happening. I feel like that's pretty well documented.
Yeah.
So that does seem a little bit hypocritical. Actually, it seems a lot more than a bit hypocritical that he is in the Hall of Fame while the rest are not. Now, it gets even more interesting from there.
We need a government intervention here.
I am not interested in that, and I don't think it went super well the last few times the government got involved in baseball either. So I want to keep that as nonpartisan as possible. Due to Clemens and Bonds specifically, though Sheffield and Venezuela are in this group as well, not getting 5 or more votes in this cycle, that means they won't be eligible for the next contemporary era ballot in 2028, which means the earliest Bonds and Clemens could get into the Hall of Fame is 2031. So, like, not
they
only
could still be alive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, they could.
It just puts them on hold even longer.
And they won't be on this next ballot.
If that's the case, is that punishment?
Sure.
Is that a served punishment? Is there a time where the served punishment's over? Because
I think
we
yes.
talked about Michael Vick once, and you were like, "Look, he did serve his time."
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? He did serve his time. He did do that. When the served punishment's over. And who gets to decide what that is?
Okay, so I guess what I would say for Michael Vick is, since he went through like the criminal justice system, they were in a way trying to rehabilitate him, right, as a human. Can you do that for Clemens and Bonds? Like, you can't, because they're trying to punish them for something you can never go back and change. Right. Whereas with Michael Vick, I know you couldn't change it, but they were like, maybe now you can be a better person going forward. Well, and better functioning and not doing that. Bonds and Clemens aren't in Major League Baseball anymore, like as active competitors. So you can't encourage them to like get their act right and not cheat in baseball again because they're not active players. So I wonder if some people view it differently. It just...
you know what's even more interesting to me? I'd love to hear the speeches.
Oh,
is this an opportunity to get up there and say, you know what, I'm going to cleanse myself of all this, or act like it never happened?
Yeah.
And then, or say, you know what, now it's time. Now it's time to unload on everybody.
Yeah,
everybody's getting a finger pointed at. That's one of the other things. I'd love that moment. Now I understand how Hall of Fame's probably like, we would not like that moment to happen where they just start throwing everybody under the bus. But again, part of the story of what those guys did. It needs to be known. You know what? No, more than anything else, I think it's a great example. I think it's a great example of, guys, this happened in the sport. This is what happened to the sport, too. And it suffered image-wise because of it.
Do you think critics would argue, but then you eventually ended up rewarding them anyway?
Probably so.
Okay. Look, David Ortiz is in the Hall of Fame. He was on that same list as Barry Bonds was. But, and this is another issue that I have with that then, it feels like we have a very inconsistent standard. Well, because everybody liked David Ortiz. He was super nice. He was Big Papi. Whereas
he won a World Series for a team that suffered.
Yeah, and Barry Bonds was a D-hole. Is that the difference?
So was Roger Clemens.
Yes. So is that the difference? Because David Ortiz was nice and cuddly.
Be nice to the media. Be a fan favorite.
Yeah, and he magically got better at 29. And ended up on that same steroid list, but that's okay.
From the 214, they set the precedent with Pete Rose. They have to die first.
You might be right. And I wonder about the old-timers committee then.
That being said, though, that was a announced lifetime ban.
Correct.
This has never been like this is just you understand.
They keep
you're
putting
being
him
punished.
out there. They put him on this brand new committee and they got voted down.
It's passive-aggressive behavior by the Hall of Fame committee.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. It's just, it remains interesting. First of all, I'm more fascinated that Jeff Kent got in over Don Mattingly, just as an aside.
Same.
But these are the names that people cared about. Good for Jeff Kent. It looks like Carlos Delgado, maybe when you come back around in 2028, we'll have a shot at this. But I think everyone was focused in on Clemens and Bonds, and they're like, well, the stuffy writers didn't do it, but what about their contemporaries? Well, the contemporaries, or maybe players before them, were like, nope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Keep an eye out on, we've talked about a whole lot of different players at the winter meetings. I know Tarek Skubal is a big focus for a lot of people. Framber Valdez has already started meeting with teams, the Giants, the Mets, and the Orioles in particular. So just keep an eye out on where he might end up as well.
Not Houston.
Yes. I mean, I think that would be
That's
positive.
kind of the goal here, right?
For sure. Yeah.
He was like, I hate my catcher.
Yes, I saw that. I did see that as well. And then just a reminder, tomorrow, the Texas Rangers toy drive. Hopefully you've heard the spots. G-Bag Nation is going to be rocking and rolling out there. And it's just another really cool thing that the Rangers do. Fans who bring a new unwrapped toy, $15 minimum value to Globe Life Field, will get a ticket to a Rangers home game while supplies last. So you can help yourself while also helping people in need.
What kind of toy do you want to take?
Like a cool truck or something.
Trucks are so awesome.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like trucks will transcend age and gender in terms of who thinks they're cool.
Lamborghini race car.
Man, I think a remote control car is also a winner.
Also, RC cars are always awesome.
But I might be too old. Like Jacob might be like, yeah, that's great. I got drones and AI. I need your stupid little remote control car.
I can fly this with my brain.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Do you like remote control cars, or do you think that's an old people toy?
Dude, I love remote control cars. Okay. And like a remote control helicopter too, way better than a drone. Way better than a drone.
I like that.
Yeah. So
I had a remote control Batman helicopter.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever try to replicate what the bat?
It just flew into the fireplace.
Oh,
exploded.
Well, I will say, at least toy manufacturers seem to care a little bit more now. Like, and they're like, "Hey, your toy exploded. Tell your kid to be more careful." Like, there's no lawsuit.
Yeah,
You're just
they're just gone.
Tell your kid to be more careful with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
your name?
No, I mean like your name. Oh, I'm Sharon. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
On the fake. Williams looking, throwing. Intercepting! Keyshawn Nixon and the Packers will win it!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good, Heggy. You?
I'm doing well. What's at the top of mind for you guys? Is it World Cup stuffs? Is it college football, pro football? Where are we going? What do you want to talk about first?
It is college. I don't know how we need to fix this thing. I mean, I don't know. The whole process is kind of bizarre.
Get rid of the Tuesday show if you're just going to D around and switch it up.
Yeah. I mean, I was just telling, I don't know why A&M fell. I don't get Ole Miss jumping A&M. I think that they did it right by putting Miami in over Notre Dame, but then your rankings this entire time were meaningless.
And one of the committee guys was like, we didn't really factor that in until the last minute. And you're like, why?
So stupid to me. Like, everything should be factored in.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, they're next to each other, so now we have to like do a thing. Like, no, it's all one big pot, and they should all be. You're factoring everybody versus everybody. What are you doing?
We're not factoring.
And if we're really being honest, I think, and I know they deny it, I think Virginia losing to Duke is the actual reason that Notre Dame got kicked out, because they were like, well, we don't have an ACC champion in there. I guess we might as well put Miami in there. Whereas if Virginia would have won, would have been like good enough, and then let Notre Dame in. I know they're like, that's not what happened, but they also said they didn't factor in a win till the last minute, and so you're like, I don't know what to believe with you guys.
No, I don't either. And Notre Dame's scrambling right now. They're so butthurt. It's honestly pretty hilarious. No, I know they're punting on the bowl game. They're just like, no, we're done here.
Well, they've got a guarantee for next year that if they're a top 12 ranked team, they're for sure. Like the whole thing's just bizarre to me. And you know what, Notre Dame, if you're going to be an independent, why don't you schedule a better schedule? You can select who you play. You have a cupcake schedule every year outside of maybe your first 2 games.
Yeah.
So it's obvious. You can go 0-2 and then win your next 10. How good of a team are you? I really don't know because you haven't played anybody.
Yeah.
Well, they have no choice, though, to play in the ACC because no other conference will take them without being a non-football member.
Right.
So they're not really thinking about football. They're thinking about their other 23 or 4 sports. They have to have a conference for their other sports, and that's their biggest problem. Is that when they the Big Ten wouldn't take them that way, the Southeastern Conference wouldn't take them that way, So they're in a bind, and I think that they came out really disappointed that the conference went after them with the Miami and Notre Dame comparisons.
Yeah,
but Notre Dame really isn't an ACC member. They don't play. They don't play football. I mean, they play
that total schedule,
but their other 23, 24 sports do, and so that's kind of where they're at right now. They really don't have much of a fight here because of the situation that they're in. Because they choose to be independent the way they are.
And you lost head-to-head, and head-to-head's got them.
I don't think Notre Dame. I really am surprised Notre Dame, because I think Notre Dame is the Dallas Cowboys of college football. I think there's so many people that love Notre Dame football, the whole mystique of it and all that, the history of Notre Dame football, that they're kind of like Cowboy fans. Like if they're on TV, I thought the committee would really, really protect them. When it came to like seeing if they were going to stay or not, but they didn't. And that's. But I think you guys are onto something. I think they said, listen, we've got to send an ACC representative to this thing, and it's got to be our highest rated team, and it's Miami is why I think they did what they did.
What would ever compel Notre Dame to join?
I think you'd have to see several runs of this exact scenario, and where they hammer home how important like a conference championship is, or having a tougher schedule.
They love
freedom.
Notre Dame is going to ride this out until we get 40 teams playing college football together. Into the super conference. That's what Notre Dame. They want to be able to have the flexibility to have the money to do what they want. They don't want to give the money to a conference. And that's fine. But that's a choice to me. I'll tell you, I think BYU has gotten better joining the Big 12.
So that is another thing that was perplexing to me about.
How about BYU's 2 losses, both to a team, top 4 team in the country?
And yet
Tech didn't move up.
And they drop because of a conference championship loss. Yeah. But Alabama does not, even though they lost to essentially the same team. Like Georgia and Tech are 3 and 4. So it's not like one was 3, the other was 15. They lost to 2 teams with first round byes. And Alabama, that's fine. But BYU, you need to be punished.
Yeah, and I think Notre Dame should have more of a beef with the Alabama situation and the SEC stuff that's going on. Because I think it's fine for Miami to be in there. I understand BYU. Listen, you got boat raced. You got tore up really in both of those games versus Texas Tech.
Whereas at least Alabama won the first one against
and Georgia gets revenge.
Yeah, so there's all those elements in there, but it's just a weird deal the way they do all this stuff, and you're always going to have a bunch of angry fan bases no matter how much you expand it. It's always going to be the argument.
Point. No matter how much you expand it, you're up to 68 in basketball now, and people still bitch about that all day.
For sure.
And how many new experts are there that are mad about James Madison? And I'm like, that's the rule. That's been the rule. Sorry if this is breaking news that Tulane and James Madison get in.
Yeah. I mean, Duke winning caused a lot of chaos, and that's probably something that they need to go back and figure out. I think the disappointing thing is you don't want to look at what we have now with the matchups and it be underwhelming. Like, I'm looking at the games that we have, and are you super excited? I'm not that excited to go watch Tulane get their ass kicked by Ole Miss again. That's a rematch game.
Okay.
James Madison, Oregon. I'd love it if James Madison could win this, but the likelihood is they won't. I hope that they do. But these matchups are like OU, Alabama, another rematch. A&M Miami, I guess, is probably the game that I'm most excited for.
But I hear you on Tulane and Ole Miss for sure. I think the one I do care about is James Madison. I'm more interested in seeing like James Madison, Oregon, than if it was Oregon, BYU or something like that. Because
how do they match up?
Yeah, because I just love like that underdog aspect. I get it that now 2 of your 4 games have spreads of like 14 to 21 points to start, but I like at least one underdog being in there to see if they can like really disrupt it.
No, I'd love it, and I'd love it if Tulane got revenge and beat Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss is dealing with a lot of chaos.
They did get their ass kicked,
but they did like 45 to 10. I think was the final score. So it's like we've seen this before. At least if it was Tulane versus a team they hadn't played, there's possibly we don't know. We don't know what to expect, but they have played, and Ole Miss ran them.
Yeah, Heggie, you get that satisfaction every March when you fill out that bracket.
Okay,
that's
fair. Yeah, I hear you.
Picking teams to upset Duke in round 1.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we were in the Final Four last year.
That's what you do.
And then we lost.
That's what you do.
Good things happen.
People like that.
And then we lost.
They could really use a Cinderella run, though, to legitimize this kind of look, but I just don't think it's going to happen in football.
No.
So then
you could maybe win 1 game.
Are you eventually just going to go to these other conferences and be like, hey, get on board or don't? We don't need you to legitimize our national championship. Like, I don't think anyone's going to go, James Madison and Tulane weren't in there. This is not a real national champion. Like, if they're going to redo the way they structure this, do they need sign-off from the other conferences?
I don't think so, no.
They're doing them a favor, it feels like.
And it seems like for everything that's wrong with college football, the popularity is still at an all-time high, and as much as the fans complain, the ratings are great and everybody's tuning in. So I think this is just part of college football, is all the hand-wringing over the rankings. And you said it best. I don't think there's a limit on the teams you could go to that would get people satisfied.
And
it's just part of the fun.
And I realize they're in the same conference now, but I just don't want people to forget. What used to happen is you would have had like your number one team playing the Orange Bowl and your number two team playing the Rose Bowl, and they wouldn't actually play each other, and you'd be like, I don't know, I thought this win was more impressive over another opponent. You just have to like make up who was the best team.
BCS.
Yeah. At least they get a chance
Maybe
to play
you just
each other.
get rid of the championship games, and you just do this thing, the top 12 ranked teams. We don't do the conference championship games anymore.
Because they're, and
it's money, man.
Carter and I disagree about
I
this.
thought the bowl games was money. Now you have all these schools opting out. The bowl games are about to, I think
the bowl
fail.
games. I think the bowl games lose money. I think these teams these teams are using the fact that they don't have coaches as an excuse not to play in these games.
Sure.
But they're also they're saying, listen, why do we want to spend this money to go to a bowl game that doesn't mean anything to us? There's some teams that will embrace it, and then there's others that will say, this is not.
It's the TV revenue, though, right? That's why they wanted the bowl game.
I'm expecting my LSU Tigers to play in the Houston Bowl and get beat by the University of Houston. That's how I am right now.
I just want to know what kind of coach is going to turn down an extra 3 weeks of practice in a meaningful game.
Well,
this is a big learning opportunity for your roster. The time off between games.
It used to be for the players, and now it's for the money. But these programs go and lose money at these bowl games. So that's why they don't want to,
above their pay grade.
Yeah, what they would say is like, listen, we'll make it up. We'll give you the $1.5 million that we were going to lose at this bowl game. We'll give it to you in NIL money. How about that? They'll figure out ways to do it.
It would be great if we could give everybody college football amnesia and just rebuild it from the ground up.
Yes,
because all the history plays here, but really there should be multiple leagues for the 120 teams.
Right?
They shouldn't all be competing for the same national.
Yeah,
championship.
there's going to be a time where we're not going to see James Madison play for one of these things. I'm telling you, this TV, this massive, the massive super conference TV package, that's just right around the corner. Get ready for that.
I can't wait to see how bad they get blown out. I think that's the tune-in.
I think you're right, but there's a tiny part of me that hopes they get out to like that 7-3 lead midway through the second quarter, and I'm like, here we go.
I want the upset. That'd be so fun.
It's going to look really bad if all of a sudden these teams, like if James Madison goes out there and gets really bullied.
Yeah.
That's going to look bad for college football.
It is.
But in most situations, the number 3 or 4 team is going to bully the 12th or 16th best team, no matter where they're from.
Yeah.
We got Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We'll talk a lot of college football, including Ari Timken, Big 12 Radio on from TuneIn.
Ari.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I do. We have the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us. Do you?
I do
Tomorrow,
too. I really
10 a.m.
do.
to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say you love Ari again, Kevin.
I do love Ari.
Do you?
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in here on a Monday. Got a big 5-hour show planned for you, talking a ton of sport. Logan Wilson's going to join Brad Champ tonight, Cowboys Hour. I've really enjoyed these conversations with Brad and the guys. Got some Span Ford in there. The one with Leighton Vander Esch and Bobby Belt a couple of weeks ago was outstanding. So that Cowboys Hour is coming up at 7 o'clock as we start our 6-day journey towards Cowboys-Vikings. Is it Sunday Nighter coming up this week? Yeah.
Sunday Nighter, yeah.
Back in prime time, standalone games. The Cowboys print dough for themselves and their business partners around the league. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, your Nosebleed Brothers in the house. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video from just outside. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Let's take a look at what's happening in the world of sports today. Stephen Jones joined KNC on CeeDee Lamb, said he's doing a good job meeting all the thresholds that you need to meet that will get him to where he can play this week. So far, he's had no setbacks. So that's good to know. It's tricky, these concussions. You know, can be a couple of days, can be a couple of weeks.
Especially that one, dude. That was like one of those Tua, like KO, hands get weird on you.
Yeah, that was definitely scary.
That was a frightening one.
Do you think in his knocked out mind he was doing his first down celebration when his hands went out there like that? I was like, whew, he's out to lunch.
I do like his more like nonchalant first down, like the two hands just kind of both going instead of doing the aggressive finger sniff or something like that. Just a little bit more nonchalant. Like, I know what I'm doing. I'm here.
This is what I do. What's the stirring do?
They're cooking, I think.
Is that cooking?
Yeah, I think that's like, I'm cooking you.
Again, I thought the whole thing with the cornerbacks doing I thought they were putting the sword into the...
me too.
But everybody's saying, no, bro, that's a seat belt.
I think the sword's more badass.
I thought it was just...
cool.
I thought, like, killed the dragon, slayed, and putting the sword away.
Yeah.
And now it was like, no, dumbass, it's a seat belt.
No,
I'm like, oh, okay.
Maybe they should do like a fencing sort of like miming thing, to really make it obvious. I'm a swordsman.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought they were doing. They were slaying the dragon.
You have been vanquished, sir.
Yes, and say that.
Yeah, I there's a lot of good ways to do it. I would just be fascinated by like a video of Brian interpreting what the modern celebrations are probably.
Yes. I learned what the 6-7. I learned what that thing was.
Did.
What's the one where we put our hand in front of the face and wave our hand? What is that one?
I don't know what it means, but I
think it's a TikTok dance, I think.
Cam Ward was the first one I saw doing that in Miami last year.
But Cam Ward, he said this, and I didn't. There was a guy at Western Kentucky that did it first. But you put your hand in front of your face and you wave your hand.
Yeah.
And everybody's doing it. And I have no idea what it means. But
I think that might be part of the duel where you take your glove and hit him across the face with it.
Yeah, but you put your hand in front of your face. It's something going on there.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is.
Yeah,
it looks pretty cool, though.
Cam said he stole it from a kid at Western Kentucky, is what he did.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely gone viral. A lot of guys doing it, and it's a pretty good one. It's always funny to watch these things evolve. But, Lamb appears to be heading in the right direction. How much is it going to matter against these Vikings? You guys pretty confident? We going crotch first here into Week 15 or what?
That's 6-point dogs the Vikings are, Eric? I jumped on that when I checked it out before you asked us. But need to look at the Vikings. A lot of problems. I worry about their coordinator, though.
Yeah, Flores.
I worry about Flores. Like, you know what? Nationally televised game. Watch me completely switch my defense here. One of those things. He's
going to try some stuff, and how you react to it is massive.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's like, we're the only game on tonight? Okay, watch what I'm about to do here. All of a sudden, he's rush 2, drop 9,
Let's go ahead and audition for my next head coaching job here. See what Brian Flores has going on.
Yeah.
So, Krusty's Corner every day at 3:40, and before too long, he's going to give you an in-depth view of the Vikings offense on Wednesday and the defense on Thursday. Shoddy said personnel adjustments are on the way for kick coverage. Yeah, a little special team personnel adjustment. Wow. 261 yards surrendered in kickoff. I didn't realize it got that high.
Oh, no.
That's bad, dude. You had two guys that broke a hundo, right? And it's like, who's Tom Kennedy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a really good kick returner. Just runs straight ahead. do a massive hole in
You
your.
didn't have to make one man miss.
No, it's just like, hey, we'll kick this guy out, pin this guy, and then all of a sudden the ball's at the 44-yard line of the line.
You just need a seal here and a seal there.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest surprise to me was diving down this rabbit hole. There's 3 teams worse at kick coverage in the NFL than the Cowboys. They're only 4th worst.
Wow.
But this has been quite a trend here for the season, and something that definitely reared its ugly head, got the best of you last Thursday in Detroit, and hopefully they can get that figured out. I don't know how many games you're going to win if the opponent's average starting field position's at the 41.
Yeah.
Trayvon Diggs, good to go at practice this week, said Shoddy they'll know more over the next 24 to 48 hours with Tyler Guyton and Jadeveon Clowney. And he said CD's progressing nicely as well.
Yeah, if I could talk about the Guyton one, is he's in that mode where they're like I was told that he was here all weekend. Like when the players at that mini bye and everybody kind of scattered out a little bit, he stayed and was getting treatment the whole weekend. So he's trying to play this week, and hopefully they could get him to the practice field, let him go at it a little bit, and get an idea. But he's trying.
What was his injury again?
What is that injury, though?
Tyler Guyton?
Yeah,
was it his ankle sprain?
Ankle sprain. Yeah, I was making sure it wasn't the knee, but yeah,
I think it was the ankle.
Ankle sprain. Yeah, it was.
Okay, so yeah, that one's obviously massive. Shoddy talked about Nate Thomas rookie struggles. They really like him a lot, but I mean the drop off from Guyton to Thomas was massive. And then when you have Steele playing like he was, what was it, 14 combined pressures those two guys gave up. When that's happening, I think it's just a little bit too much for Dak to mitigate. So maybe I should hold off on my confidence. Minnesota doesn't have like superstar pass rushers, but they got some good pass rushers. And with way Flores is going to dial up blitzes, maybe that's something that I want to make sure of before I make my weekly wagers. Went bankrupt last week. I think my Cowboys to win the Super Bowl play probably lost some juice to it as well. Although I might be able to double up on it this week. The odds might have grown to 70 or 80 to 1.
Tonight's a big one.
Tonight is huge. Monday Night Football. Eagles are 2.5-point favorites. If they win this game, division just about locked up. But Justin Herbert's expected to play. So actually, now that I'm refreshing, that number came down to 1.5 as the day has gone on, and we're expecting Herbert to play. I'm not sure about the rookie running back Omari and Hampton yet, but big opportunity there for the Cowboys in Los Angeles against the Chargers, whereas kickoff approaches, confidence in the home team is soaring. Elsewhere in the NFL, coming off of Week 14, Shedeur Sanders had himself a game, accounted for 394 total yards and 4 touchdowns. They did lose to the Titans 31-29. Did eliminate Cleveland from playoff contention. I think that's 15 years in a row they haven't made the playoffs now. But Shedeur is pretty good, and Stefanski today saying he will remain the Browns starting quarterback for the remaining 4 games of his season. So congrats to Shedeur Sanders. Maybe the worst story of the weekend was Daniel Jones' torn Achilles.
Yeah, it's
he's dropping back, and you're like, what happened there?
Yeah.
And then, a step later, he had to sit down after throwing it, and then he was banging his helmet up against the turf because, it was pretty easy to tell. But I guess he'd been dealing with a fibula injury. Mm-hmm. That's 2 Achilles in Week 14, the Lions safety, and then Daniel Jones. So
make it 3 because the Browns center Ethan Pochich also has a torn Achilles that just came down.
Jeez. There's a breakout of these dang things. So it's going to be Riley Leonard at quarterback for the Colts, who fell to 8-5 after their super hot start. They really have no chance of competing without Daniel Jones. Maybe the Bengals will drop Joe Flacco. He can go to his 3rd AFC Team of the Year. I don't know. Maybe that could get it on life support. If you can protect Joe Flacco, he can beat you. Chiefs slide continues 20-10. They fell to Houston. Might as well have not played Mahomes. To your point, Brian.
Yeah.
Worst game of his career.
How about that?
He gave him a chance. He had a lot of drops.
Oh, I think it was 6.
Had a big drop. Mahomes was scrambling and running his ass off. That was still a terrible take by Brian to not play Mahomes.
Don't give any credit to that take, though, Dawson. Don't you freaking dare give him his flowers.
Well enough for him to possibly win that
those
game.
flowers
that
smell
was
like
not
poo.
on him.
Thanks, Dawson. You appreciate the greatness of opinions.
Hey, if you
outside the box thinking.
I don't like these homer dudes.
Don't play your starting quarterback.
Well, like you weren't going anywhere. You watched that team; they weren't going anywhere.
Yeah,
They're not going. At Kansas City, hey, perfect opportunity for Big Red. sit down, draft a couple of guys, kind of restock.
There you go.
Get the team right, get everybody healthy, get ready to go.
Make sure he stays healthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Commanders could have used that advice this week.
Yeah, there you go.
Jaden Daniels re-aggravated.
Yeah.
He's out for the season.
Well, that's not going to help us against Philadelphia
we
at all.
needed him.
Yeah.
I know. We needed him bad.
Okay, so Reid did fall on the sword, speaking to Big Red, for not going for it on their own 30 in the fourth. The game was tied at 10. I think it was 4th and 3, 4th and 4, maybe.
Let's see what
Texans
Big Red
scored
did.
on the short field.
No, they threw the ball on 4th and 1. Instead of handing it off to Kareem Hunt, who had been doing an excellent job for them in short yardage all game.
Oh, that's right. They did
so
go
he was
for
like
it.
overly
Imagine
aggressive.
that. Let Mahomes throw it.
Yeah, he said afterwards, my bad, should have trusted my defense or whatever. The game was tied at 10. They were on their 30, and they go for it on 4th down. And next-gen stats, they go for it, but yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to protect his guy. Maybe he's trying to protect his guy Mahomes, who was 14 of 33 with 3 interceptions.
Oh, he was on the Kansas City 31. Is out the 4th and 1.
Early in the fourth quarter, tie ball game. Both defenses getting it done.
That was a go for it. About 3.5% is what that one was saying. Go for it.
Don't you feel like maybe we should punt it since Houston only has 10 points, though? Like, I think sometimes you look at the computer and say, we don't really need to be going for this.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too, because you have Rashee Rice dropping the ball, and the Texans' defense, I mean, you can't say enough about them. My gosh, it wasn't even like, it was the pass rush that totally annihilated things, even though it was impressive.
No, Daniil Hunter had one of the worst pass rush rates of his entire career. Like, Issei Polk stepped in there after the injury at left tackle and was really good.
Yeah, but everybody else on that defense, like the back end of that Texans defense with Petre and with Stingley and
Amari Lassiter.
Yeah. Lassiter's got to be one of the most underrated players in all of football. Like, not a household name, an absolute dog. And Petre was just smacking people. Honestly, both teams. They were putting on a tackling clinic on both sides of the ball. Like, both defenses really did play well. But C.J. Stroud made some big-time plays.
Jalen Moore gave up 9 pressures in that game in 41 snaps.
That guy stinks.
Mike Caliendo, not the impressionist.
No, but it's his cousin.
He gave up 5. Kingsley Sumatia, he gave up 3. Pole.
Yeah, Pole.
He gave up 5 pressures in this game too. So, and then, how about Travis Kelce? He gave up 4 pressures.
Well, Travis Kelce, the drop that turns into an interception after the failed 4th down, Texans get the touchdown. All right, it's still just a one-score game, and then early in the drive, bang, you throw the incompletion, which should have been a catch, and then it turns into an interception, and it's just like nothing can go right for these guys.
Snake bit a little bit. I don't know if the dynasty's over. I'm sure they're going to get this thing figured out.
Yeah,
but
they're going to get it figured out, but they do need to look in the mirror off-season and get some more talent on that roster.
That's what I was trying to tell you, bro. Look in the mirror. That's what we're doing.
Let's start building for the future.
Yeah, you guys are.
The now is broken.
We got a playoff team on our hands.
Well, congrats
Can't
to
bet
Texas
against
Tech.
them.
That's a hell of a playoff team.
Well, we should be benching Dak Prescott for the rest of the season.
We
Did
probably
you
should.
see the way they were hounding him on
Dawson,
Thursday
you
night?
with me on this one? We probably should be.
Go ahead.
Dak on
put
this.
Put in the call. Bench him.
I'm saying the eyeball test. You know what? The eyeball test not great for Dallas. You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. Eyeball test not wrong.
I was going to ask you guys later on, like, we're feeling great about Dak, and one of the best things is it's been a healthy year.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I got to knock on wood before I do that, but the worst possible thing would be one of these bigger injuries here in the final month of the season when you're looking at a 9% chance. I'm with you, Brian. You don't have to talk me into it.
I'm just saying this, Chief and Zach. When you're telling me that Jalen Moore, Mike Caliendo, Kingsley Suamatia, Essa Pole is playing in this game along with Creed Humphrey, that doesn't seem like to me I want my quarterback back there throwing it around a bunch. That's the only reason I said what I said. I was worried about all of a sudden these guys like completely falling apart. You know, that offensive line, that's not even a preseason offensive line.
It's a bad offensive line.
I think you need to be worried about Fred Davis coming after you again in crosstalk like he did on Friday. You know he's in a bad mood.
Fred,
he was in a stinky mood.
He's going to be triggered.
They're 6 and 7. Fred knows he's a smart
6-7.
He's a fan. He knows they weren't going anywhere. That's a bad football team right now. It's a bad football team. It's banged up.
It is. And, like Chief said, they have Andy Reid, they have Patrick Mahomes, but it's become apparent now, if it hadn't been over the last couple of seasons, that they weren't like they were at the height of their powers. I think they need great drafts. I don't think this is one off season away from getting it fixed. Evan Grant writing today about the path back to contention for the Rangers. Winter meetings are opening up. They're looking at catcher. They're looking for bullpen help, but not planning on throwing around a ton of cash. All righty. We got the top 10 at 2:20 coming up next after we get you the G-Bag of the Day champion. Chuck, what's the subject?
Well, Brian asked, and I'm here to deliver, the top 10 drunk athletes of all time. 877-881-1053. Who is the best partier in their day that came out and just kicked butt on their sports field? That's next in the nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with your champ.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Playboy. I appreciate that.
Got it.
G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing, hit me up. All right, our winner and champ right here comes from the night show here on the Fan. The Fan After Dark. Or some call it the Fight After Dark, if you will. These dudes right here, they're fighting over their schools. I think they were fighting for like a whole 10 minutes before they ran out of gas. This is how it ended.
There's nothing exactly.
972, a throwdown Kansas versus UNT was not on my card for tonight.
That's right. It wasn't on anyone's card. Kansas sucks.
What I do?
Y'all are good at basketball. No one's disagreeing that y'all are good at basketball. Yeah. But I'm saying, as Kevin Walker brought up, we're both 6-2, so guess you're not that great.
I'm sorry, who'd you play? Exactly.
Who do y'all play? Y'all don't play anybody good in football either, bro. Come on.
Bro, what are you talking about?
6-2. In basketball.
You can't even name one team you've played in basketball. And you didn't even know they were 6-2. So stop talking about UNT. You're a fraudulent UNT fan.
About football.
No, you're not. You know what? I hope Tulane beats the crap out of you guys. You know what? You know what? Thanks to Blake. Thanks to Blake being the fraudulent UNT fan that he is. You know what? Let's go Greenway.
Hey, y'all voted for it.
I know. I didn't think we were going to lose.
That was tough. Do you guys at least have a good night at Cosm?
No, Cosm was awesome.
It's pretty amazing.
Really incredible. Shout out to Michelob Ultra and the Mavs for hooking us up with that. It was awesome. We gave away Maverick tickets. It was fantastic, courtesy of Michelob Ultra. So Cosm was great. And they did have, of course, the game on. They've got an awesome bar set up there with all the games. And it just was a terrible time for our freshman quarterback for the first time all year to look like a freshman.
How was the food there, Chieftain?
The food was, it was delightful. I had the Wagyu smash burger.
Did you?
And then I also had the lemon pepper chicken wings.
Yeah.
And they both got done at a high level. What did you? Wolchuk had the pastrami sliders.
The pastrami sliders.
Oh, that's a good order, right there.
It was absolute. They were delicious, and then they've also got this bacon wrapped hot dog, which was the food there is really unbelievable.
There you go.
And they're fast with it.
The whole thing's legit. Yeah, they came fast with the food, which was great. But you really do, man. You feel like you are at the freaking game.
Like you basically have the view that the coaches do.
Wow.
It's incredible.
That's awesome.
You feel like you could manicure the unibrow of Anthony Davis under the rim.
What did you have in the second quarter of the game?
No. I just had.
It was for,
we were working. We had things we had to do.
Yeah, we were on the clock. We were grinding.
Scott had to come over and wrangle us. We were talking with Corey over there with the Mavs, and he's like, "Dude, we've got to do something. I need you to get on the mic over here." We're like, "Okay, fine. Sorry for social
MCs. I like it.
Let me get the ranch off my face real quick.
You get your phone situation figured out?
Yes, got that figured out. First thing Saturday morning, went back to the original store that I did this whole process with, and they had to finagle things. It was about 2.5 hour extravaganza. But the phone is back, boys. So Broadus, the picks will continue to come through now.
We'll get you the champ and the challengers. Lucius has G-Bag of the Day every evening at 5:30. Then LA Live right now. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 at 220.
All righty, 877-881-1053. Who are some of the best sports athletes that were able to do their thing inebriated? Whether it was drugs or alcohol, they were dominant on the field. Now,
2004 Red Sox, was that the group? 2003, somewhere in there? They were drinking before the game. When they were down 3-0 to the Yankees.
That was 2004, yeah. Wow. That's
I think it was just one shot, but still.
Hey, I mean, the Miami Hurricanes, the Hennessy shot before the games.
Yeah, pregame.
Willis McGahee, Clinton Portis, Frank Gore, Ed Reed. Those guys were wild.
Cowboys defense could probably use about a shot a quarter. Just off the eyeball.
Maybe even just take the edge off.
Could their discipline get any worse? No. I mean, just light them up.
No, Kenneth Murray could use a few. Maybe that would he'd actually stand in there, maybe shed a block or two. And
I'm surprised you don't like his physicality like the coaches.
I don't. It's like they're watching a different sport. I don't know what they're seeing. But hey, keep talking up the guy. That's totally cool. Hopefully he heard it and he makes adjustments, comes out, plays better against Minnesota. Doubtful. Logan Wilson will be on tonight, though. That's the guy that should be playing for him. But, yeah, Kenneth's bad. Shout out to everybody who made the state semifinal across the state. Allen and Duncanville. We got a big one Saturday afternoon, Mesquite Memorial Stadium. 3 o'clock kick. Winner will play Lake Travis or Galena Park North Shore. So I feel like these are kind of your usual suspects with that Final Four. Allen's been out of this one for a while. They're back in. On the other side, it's Class 6A D2, South Lake Carroll and DeSoto. Saturday at 2 o'clock, Mansfield's Vernon Newsom Stadium. That one's going to be a blast. Winner will play Houston King or Austin Vandergrift, whoever wins that one. And then in 5A D1, Lone Star, big win over Highland Park this weekend. They're taking on Aledo. They'll play the winner of Smithson Valley and Port Arthur Memorial. Those will be Friday night games. Mansfield's Vernon Newsom Stadium hosting a couple of bangers. 7 o'clock, Lone Star, Aledo on Friday night. Then back at it Saturday, 2 p.m. with South Lake Carroll and DeSoto. Those are going to be hot tickets, man. A lot of talent on the field.
My Sunnyvale Raiders had, really a heartbreaking loss. I guess it was a week and a half ago now, 37-36 to Athens. Thought it could have been their year.
Sunnyvale, hey, that's a program that I don't think they're going anywhere. I think they're going to be competing for many years to come.
That's near my lake.
Athens is?
Athens, yeah. We got to beat up on you all the time. That's my guy.
You claiming Athens?
I'm claiming Athens.
They're your guys.
Actually, Brownsboro, I think we're the Bears.
And no, 2-4. It was, I don't know if the pig was bacon. I think it was beef bacon. It might have been turkey bacon. I don't know. It's like, hey, give me those beef ribs.
Yeah, Larry, give me the beef ribs.
Not kosher 2-4, right? We eat a lot of bacon. I'm very Jewish, if you can rock with me on that. All right, let's get into our athletes who, they just played better inebriated. 877-881-1053. You guys have crushed it on the text by nailing a lot that were on this list. Now, one that wasn't.
Ron Artest.
Ron Artest was not on here. Meta World Peace absolutely should be.
In his early days, he was so nervous he would get like a little bottle.
Like airplane bottle?
Okay. And maybe sneak one in at halftime, sneak one before the game.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Money Manziel in college from the 816.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
That could have been just hungover, but
I think hungover. Yeah. Now, Justin Blackmon for sure. That dude was like rolling up before the game, smoking in the locker room before they'd run out. Had another one at halftime. I mean, obviously we know him for big drinker, but
he was also a bluntsman.
He could wholly roll. So was Josh Gordon. Got texted in here from the 979.
Yeah, the kids aren't in the car yet. I don't think it's any secret. Many athletes, smoking before the games.
Mm-hmm. Honorable mentions: Andre the Giant.
Yeah, that's legend. He's an honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
They say he could drink like a case of wine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And a fifth of liquor and 24 beers.
He would drink 7,000 calories of alcohol every day is the estimation.
And he's on the outside looking in.
That's insane.
This guy earned it, man.
That is insane.
Like, look at the resume.
I mean, his size, that's what he had to have.
Yeah, nobody could have done more volume per year than him.
He was literally a giant.
The biggest drinker. Maybe Jokic?
I wonder how much Jokic could put down. Todd,
he's a giant.
He is. Todd Marinovich comes in at 14.
Todd Marinovich.
Was that
a little bit of everything?
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
His dad drove him to drink. His dad was a psycho.
This, I guess he was a huge party guy. He converted a barn into a stadium seating, hired a flatbed truck barbecue company, then added in adult entertainers to complete the party environment.
It's like a good gig.
Just having people over all the time, raging.
Seriously, his dad was the strength coach for the Raiders, and like he was a guy growing up that never got to have a Big Mac or anything like that. Just kind of was, everything was one of those things, you can't do this, can't do that. And then he started playing, and then I fell in love with him, and I drafted him, and oh my gosh, he was terrible. He was awful. His dad was our strength coach. What an idiot. But anyway, he was supposed to be this guy, like he was kind of a machine, and it just bad.
Didn't work out.
Usually doesn't work out.
No, Dad was just overbearing.
Man, Tim Raines. Have you guys heard this?
Tim Raines, the old baseballer?
Holy crap.
Expos, White Sox.
Yeah. He would stash a gram of the white stuff, the Johnny Manziel, in his uniform hip pocket. Every game he would use during and after every game, and was awesome. I guess he was an addict, but 1985 was a little bit different time.
He was locked in, boy.
But he was very locked in. He was
very
crushing
fast.
it. Number 10, Thomas Hollywood Henderson.
Yes.
Dallas Cowboy linebacker.
I saw him one time in a playoff game take a reverse on a kickoff and bust the game wide open.
He sideline of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just boop.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He didn't care.
Hit the
that's 70s Cowboys, man.
Johnny
That was-
Football.
that
He's
was-
banging rails on the sidelines of games.
Yep. Apparently.
I mean, I get
one of those little keychain things from like the movie with the tiny spoon in there.
I don't know, but that's what the first line of this has. He was he was constantly pretty much ready to go on that powder. Keith Hernandez comes in at number 9. He admitted to playing for St. Louis, also on the powder, winning the World Series in 1982. I guess this is just like a performance enhancer, clearly. All these guys are crushing it on here. 8, you've got Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman coming in at number 8. I mean, the stories of him are legendary. I got to go to Vegas, got to calm down, come back, get my mind right.
Still going to destroy everybody in cardio practice.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Irvin obviously should be on here too. He is not. Mike Tyson, though, comes in at number 7.
I mean, I don't know. I think he was at the height of his powers when he went totally sober.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the story here is he would reportedly use a fake piece and someone else's clean urine to pass pre-fight drug tests.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he was definitely using and having a lot of sexy time. That was his bit, and good for him. Dennis Boyd comes in at number 6.
Oil can Boyd?
Yeah. He would be smoking in the clubhouse bathroom and then pitched an inning with drugs in his hat. Not the best spot to probably keep that. I think that was found. It fell off a couple of times, and then he had to admit that, that might have been a little bit of crack.
Is that what I was going to ask? What type of...
Why would you have crack in your hat?
In your hat? You didn't want to leave it back in the locker room? Your teammates couldn't be trusted? Somebody was going to snatch that
Red
thing?
Sox are like, we need you to take a drug test.
Crack in your hat.
Okay,
that's an all-timer.
Fine, I got you. John Daly at number 5.
Yes.
Still to this day getting it done.
It would have been amazing to see him be able to drink during events.
Oh, yeah, big time. Bobby Lane. I didn't know this.
He's a Detroit Lion quarterback back in the day.
Bobby Lane at number 4.
University of Texas guy.
What's his claim to drug-induced fame?
He's a drinker.
He would close after-hour bars early Sunday morning, then go throw touchdown passes later that afternoon.
Yeah,
3 championships in Detroit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man, that is a different level.
I know.
That really is. Like night before the game stuff, like walking into the stadium hammered.
Man.
And then being able to go out and perform. Like you have unique genetic makeup.
He would get pulled over by Detroit officers and say, "I'm not drunk, I'm from Texas." That was his get out of jail.
They're like, all right, yeah.
All right, okay, fine. I guess
you're good.
Build different. David Wells comes in at number 3.
Did he throw a no-hitter when
Perfect
he was
game.
Perfect game.
1998. Yep, perfect game. 27 batters retired in order. Only 23 perfect games. And in his autobiography, he admitted he was half drunk from the night before still. Wade Boggs coming in at number 2.
Yeah, the famous plane flight from Boston to Seattle.
50 beers during a cross-country flight and then went 3 for 5 against the Mariners. That's unreal. What a freaking star.
That's a professional.
He's been known to have as many as 107 beers in a day. That was his claim. Yeah, unreal. But number 1 is Doc Ellis.
Oh, LSD, right?
No hitter.
Doc LSD.
On LSD. Yeah, 90% of baseball players, he claimed, use some form of speed pills. So he's like, I'm not alone in this, okay? I'm just the one that was able to actually utilize this to my advantage when I dropped acid and then just threw a no-hitter.
By the way, Bobby Lane went to school at Highland Park.
Yeah, he was a Highland Park Scot. He sure was.
He put the high in Highland Park.
He absolutely did. So there you go, Brian. Did you like that one?
I like that
Did it
list
for
a lot.
you?
Thank you. Brett Favre wasn't on that list, though.
No, Brett wasn't. Brett wasn't because Brett was like, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I don't want 8 of these flapjacks. I want to stay hungry. Crimson Tide.
Nice work, Broadus.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 to 220 every afternoon here on The Fan. What an epic end to the college football season. Chief has a darty coming up for us.
Yeah, the playoff is set, and the gosh dang Hoosiers, they're not screwing around, boys and girls. Next year in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Podcast Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. You're on the Fan. Time for the Chiefs college football. Darty, Eric.
Yes, sir. The playoff is set, and we got plenty to get into right after this.
Looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, f***ing joke.
I want them now to say our name again.
Well, I don't get bring the head cold.
For the first time since 1967, your Indiana Hoosiers are Big Ten champs. Curt Cignetti getting it done with a roster that in no way on paper compares to the likes of Ohio State. When you look, it's like 11 5-star guys, 56 4-star guys for Ohio State. For Indiana, it's like no 5-star guys. They got like 7 4-star dudes. The rest of their roster is a bunch of like 2 and 3-star guys. And Cignetti's got them playing at such a high level. The defense, how good was that defense?
Is fantastic.
Man,
yeah, really good.
Being able to bottle up Ohio State that way and only allow them to score 10 points, and really for after the second quarter, it was like Ohio State couldn't really do much, and then they missed that field goal.
27-yarder, my God.
And that's heartbreaking, and you feel for that kicker who I think was kind of exchanging some pleasantries with Indiana fans on the sidelines, and that has now backfired in a big way on him. But also, like, that didn't end the game right there. It's kind of like the Cowboys in the Chiefs game. for Thanksgiving, where it's like your offense still has to go out there and just ice this thing out. And Indiana was able to do that. Like that throw with 2.5 minutes to go or so, and it's 3rd and 6, and Mendoza's like, all right, we're going down the sideline here, and it's going to be like a 25-yard play, and that's really going to end this thing. Mendoza was really good. They didn't score that many points, but he made some big-time plays.
Sure did.
And when you look at like the way Pro Football Focus grades it, 92.5 passing grade for him in that game. No other quarterback had a 75 grade versus Ohio State this season.
Wow. Yeah, I think Mendoza is perfect for the team that's ready to win now, and like you need a rookie quarterback on his rookie contract that could play starter level. I think he's going to step in and be really successful. I don't know about his extreme upside, but I'd be really happy to take him number 1 overall if I'm a lot of these teams. But to your point about Indiana's defense, I was looking for Dante Moore games over the weekend. I was trying to watch some quarterbacks. The Indiana game comes up, and I'm like, where is the calm and composure and poise and accuracy here from Dante Moore? I had to go look for other teams' games because
their defense is nasty.
Indiana just had him seeing ghosts early.
Yeah, they're stifling, and now they are the number 1 team in the country. And somebody texted in like, does it really matter if Ohio State goes on and wins the whole thing? No, of course not. Ohio State, they've been here before.
Last year.
Last year, yeah.
It was the same score, right? Didn't they lose to Michigan 13-10?
Yeah,
and then they go on and go on the big run. So, I mean, it could end up working sort of for them a little bit and allowing them to
won the Big Ten in like 10 years.
Man, that's a great trivia question.
Yeah, I think 2016 maybe the last time they won the Big Ten.
Well, Mendoza is really hilarious. And if you missed him at the end of the game, right there with Jenny Taft on the field after winning the Big Ten championship, you need to listen to this right now.
I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
You guys call yourself a bunch of misfits who found the right home at Indiana. Why was this the right place for this group?
It's the right place for process-oriented. We're going day by day, whether it's the offensive line, the defense, the coaches, special teams. We're all process-oriented to one goal. That's our thing, is we're brothers. We can drag teams into the deep end because we know that we're going to stick together and we're the strongest glue ever.
They had Kirk Cousins trending on Twitter because everybody reminds Mendoza of Kirk Cousins, and that is he's got kind of he's a goofy dude, but he's pretty dang legit, and he's had some stones in these games, like that Penn State game, that comeback right there, and then in this game being able to ice it the way he did and making some big time throws. Now the guy that did stand out though, I mean, how can you not be in love with Sonny Styles?
Yeah.
Oh, Sonny
the
Styles
Ohio
is
State
fantastic.
linebacker.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know he's a big time prospect in this upcoming draft.
He's probably the best pure linebacker in the class because I would play Arvell Reese as an edge.
Without doing any of the studying that you guys do, you just watch him play. I think he had like 13 tackles in the game. He's 6'4", 240. He's a former safety.
Flies
he can cover his
around.
tail off, but he can get off blocks.
Yeah.
Like the way he's able to, here comes a Hoosier guarder tackle. Get off me. I'm making the tackle. I'm getting off the block, and I'm making the tackle right now every single week, and I think it remains true. Sonny Styles, Ohio State linebacker, still has yet to miss a tackle. I don't think he's missed a tackle all season long.
Yeah, this was one of his better games of getting off blocks because there's some games where you can watch him play.
And he gets swallowed up a little bit.
Well, it's not always the case.
Okay.
But this is a guy.
In this game, it was.
No, this by far was one of his best games. And the thing you got to like about him is the fact that he's got some complete element linebacker to him, where you play him in coverage. If you look at Allen, say from Georgia, who was really, really good in the conference championship game, he's more of a downhill player. Not the coverage skills, but you put Styles in those situations. I mean, he's just one of those guys. He can blitz, but not to the level of like you want to do it every time with him. I just kind of feel like when you start to talk about tackling, coverage, communication. You could see all those things when you watch him play. But this by far was his best game when it came to using his hands and getting off blocks.
It was a true joy to watch him play. And at this point right now, if you told me the Cowboys drafted him at whatever spot, I don't know how far he's slipping in this draft. Can you get him at like 15 or wherever the Cowboys might be picking? I don't know.
Bucks have him going right around there now.
That's kind of where he's.
And it's a good class for backers. Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas just declared today officially, and I've always been a big fan of his. You mentioned C.J. Allen. Jacob Rodriguez might be a guy that rises in this whole process. I've assumed he's a day 2 pick.
Is he like our guy? I mean, and I haven't studied him. But
I think he's Jack Campbell-esque.
Okay, so we saw it with
guy.
Detroit. Detroit. He played at Iowa.
He just makes every play.
Is he like our guy who plays with the Steelers?
NC State kid, Peyton Willis or Wilson?
Yeah.
Very, very comparable. I think different body types. I think Wilson was a little bit more slender. Rodriguez is a little bit more filled out. Wilson might have been a little bit faster. I think didn't he run a crazy 40 time like in the 4.3s or something?
He was. But he had all those injuries though.
It's the instincts, right? It's the instincts that I think set all these guys apart. And Rodriguez has it. He can do everything.
Swearinger from UCLA.
Sure, absolutely.
With that kind of player?
I think he's a guy that flies around.
Yeah, okay.
But I think Rodriguez has good size. He might be. He's probably bigger than Swearinger.
He's a guy that, like I said, about 35 players deep into this thing. And
it's a good class for a backer. The Cowboys are going to be, corners and linebackers. I think they could come away with 2 and be really satisfied in the first round.
Well, congratulations to Texas Tech. Wolchuk was there at AT&T Stadium watching them get it done once again versus BYU. Yeah. Texas Tech this season, 12 wins by 20 or more points.
Yeah, Joey Maguire is going to join us this week. I went through. They texted me back, said happy to be on with us. I'm working with his SID there at Tech right now. But we should have him on this week.
How fun was that,
Wolchuk? Power! It was awesome. It was a blast. I was really happy for my wife, my brother-in-law, his roommates that came out with us. And look, the BYU fans, it was everything Brian told us they were. I'm like walking down, shuffling through, trying to go to the bathroom, get another drink. They're like, they're hand pounding you. They're like, hey man, hope you're enjoying the game. Hope you're having a great time.
You were hand pounding with BYU fans?
They put out the fist. What am I going to do? Just say screw you?
They're the nicest people.
No, you can't do that.
No, so I gave them a little,
They kick your ass and they're nice, and they're getting beat. They're nice. It's a weird deal.
Just a pleasant ass-kicking experience.
Yeah, I was standing there at Provo, and they're like, hey, well, have a great trip home, and thank you for coming. And I'm like, what do you? Yeah, no.
They're the best hosts. They're the best hosts. As a kid, grew up around a lot of Mormons. I've told you this. Yeah. Getting invited to like a Mormon's kid's birthday party was the best. Everything was going to be perfect.
We're going to be on fire. Maybe get the shrimp cocktails thing going, like Broadus's old parties.
Nicest moms. Just everything's immaculate.
Yeah.
Like, they had the whole thing dialed. Well, it seemed like Homemaker 101.
It seemed like there wasn't that many BYU fans there. I mean, just from watching on TV, it felt like it was
the lower bowl, their home side. They had a good amount, but it was all red. I mean, Raider Nation came out in full force, and it was awesome. And it was really, really cool for Texas Tech for them to soak that in.
Oregon going to play Texas Tech in round number 2 would be a lot of fun.
I just wish Tech had gotten the Cotton Bowl, man. We were thinking they were going to get the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
And then now it's Ohio State, so they'll be playing in Miami at the Orange Bowl. My brother-in-law was looking at tickets. It's like $500 just to fly out there. I'm like, if you want to go, you go, buddy. I'm not going to be cashing in on this one with you.
Yeah.
I'm sending another kiddo to preschool coming up in a couple months here.
What's your
round
1 matchup that's your most must watch? I mean, I guess it has to be either Bama OU or Miami A&M.
Yeah, probably Miami A&M. Just because we've seen, and they did play last year.
I'm going to see James Madison pull the upset.
I'd love that. That'd be so cool.
That's your team. You get one game for the college football playoff
JMU.
round 1, and you're going to want to watch JMU get absolutely smoked.
The Duke's all over him in this one.
Well, I loved seeing Notre Dame just crying all Sunday long, and really even bleeding into today.
Surprising.
Watching Notre Dame cry it out here, and now punting on the bowl game, and for whatever reason they have some type of deal where contractually they will be in the playoffs moving forward. If they're in the top 12, they're not even going to be a part of the ranking conversation because contractually they're already going to be in. I have no sorrow or empathy in my heart for Notre Dame. You lost your 2 most important games this year. Get out of here. You had 2 good opponents that you got to play, one of which was at home,
that's fair.
and you lost.
They would tell you that. Notre Dame would tell you that.
I think Marcus Freeman's sulking right now.
I think
I think Vandy will tell you that. I think Wolchuk's going to play some sound of Clark Lee later, and he's just going to own it.
I think that Notre Dame is really they're upset with the fact that the way they were treated by the ACC. That's what I think. Because if you listen, Pete Vivacqua, I think is their AD.
It's a great name.
If you listen to him talk, he has no problem with Miami, because he said head to head they beat us. That's fair and square. Notre Dame's biggest problem right now is the ACC went after them. That's their problem, that they went after them in a way of trying to compare them, where they could have gone after Alabama or they could have gone after BYU. Those are the teams that, like Notre Dame's like, why are you going after us? Go after one of these other teams. And I think that's where Notre Dame was disappointed. But you listen to their AD talk, he's given Miami full credit. He goes, we did not win that game. They beat us head to head. That's a good football team. So that's not the I don't think that's their issue. I think they have a bigger issue with what their dealings with the ACC.
Well, now we get a couple of weeks to break these first round matchups down a little bit, man. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Cannot wait. We got 1 down and 4 to go. All sports, all the time here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan most of the time, about 85% of the time. Okay, Daily Football Fix coming up next, Wolchuk.
The best of Jameis, and did they get it right? That's next in the Nation.
But tell us.
krl-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got the Cowboys news coming up at 3:20 here, about 20 minutes away from that. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
These could be some fighting words here. We'll get to that in just a moment. Of course, we've got our new football fix intro will debut, but I did just see this Texas A&M offensive lineman talking about Ruben Bain.
He's poking the bear.
Oh, no, quote, I don't think he's a threat that we need to worry about. We're going to be able to handle him, end quote. Oh, my goodness, Texas A&M. Do not give bulletin board material to somebody that's probably going to be a top 5 pick in the upcoming draft and has been an absolute monster. All right, let's get to our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Let's get the fix, boys. And it's all coming down tonight. It comes down to this one. Can the Chargers go? Chargers go. Can they find a way to beat the Philadelphia Eagles tonight?
Hold
Keep
up.
your Cowboys playoff hopes alive. It's the NFCs. That's what we need. All right. Eagles go down tonight. Cowboys take care of business. You got to win 4 in a row. Schedule certainly looks like you can do that. Now, Eagles' rest of the schedule looks pretty favorable. They got a game against the 80s, and then they've got 2 against the Commandos. Now, Jaden Daniels, Poochies. You know what I did, Eric?
What'd you do?
I tinkered right before kickoff. Does anybody care about this besides me?
No.
Am I going to tell the story anyway?
Yes.
So, I decide Trevor Lawrence, not that great of a fantasy quarterback. Going to go ahead, drop your ass. What'd I do? Picked up Jaden Daniels. What happened? He doesn't make it through the game, and the part that he played was atrocious. So you can guess what? I'm taking a big fat L, and I deserved it because I did it to myself.
Are you embarrassed?
I'm embarrassed. I am. Eagles' offense has really, really struggled. Haven't scored more than 21 points since their Week 9 bye. Okay, Omarion Hampton slated to return.
They won the bye?
Since their Week 9 bye. Yeah, they won the bye. That's when they scored over 21
There you
points.
go.
Can you believe that? That's
I
the
like
last
it.
time they did. They didn't even have to play a game, but they scored over 21 points. Chargers currently 8-4. They're in 6th place in the AFC, so this is a big game for them too. They're trying to keep pace, make sure they're in the wild card round. I don't think they're going to be able to chase down the Broncos. They're really playing for one of those wild cards. Denver looks like they're in the driver's seat. They're going to be AFC West champs, as was a bold prediction back in May. Thank goodness, going to hit that one. And I'm trying to hit another one because I said the Eagles wouldn't make the playoffs. I'm holding out hope. I'm praying. Football gods, please, 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 please. Chargers, get this one done. Let's go. Who are we going with? Taking the Chargers tonight?
Yeah, let's go for it,
Are we
man.
believing in the one-handed Herbert?
It's the bottom out. It's the Eagles' bottom out.
Yes.
I mean, they put out some Easter Bunny to try and boost up morale or something in the facility this week. I mean, I think that they're grasping the straws here.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Chargers. I think this is more about not believing in the Eagles at all. That I'm going to pick the Chargers at home.
That still works, and I agree with you. I'm going to go 21-17 Chargers.
Sounds about right.
All right.
Yeah, the over-under
Double
for this
down on
game keeps going down. I think it's at like 41.5.
Parlay.
Not good. All right. You want
Chargers in the under.
Want your draft order? You want to see where the Cowboys are picking right now?
16.
Where are we going, huh? Where are we going? According to Tankathon, right now, your Cowboys, what picks do they have? 15. 15. And
28-7?
28. 15 and 28, because the Green Bay Packers just keep winning football games.
Caleb almost pulled it out.
Oh, he almost did. And I think he wants that one back. If you go back and look at that play.
Run,
or just
yelling.
go underneath to DJ Moore.
Yes.
DJ Moore comes
Yeah.
wide open, and his face afterwards was like, oh my gosh. Instead, he goes for the gusto, goes for the win. It gets intercepted. Packers are playing good football. And this Toyota-thon, Jordan Love, I don't know if you guys have seen the numbers on this.
Yeah, he's legendary during this stretch.
Unbelievable. This time of year, you want Jordan Love on your football team. I don't know what it is, but he starts to ball out. And Christian Watson, we were worried about that offense. I mean, we weren't worried. We were ecstatic. We were thinking, hell yeah, hope this offense stinks. Christian Watson back from injury.
He'll have a game a year.
Certainly is.
Where he wins it. He's
played
did.
well.
They got Reid back as well. That was big for the Packers. But I'll tell you what, mark me down for here comes Caleb Williams.
Ooh, I like it.
You're buying it? That second half? That second half was pretty good.
Yeah.
That first half was disastrous.
I think
he started 0 for 6.
Let's go back to the week 3 tape.
It's okay. We can adjust. We get new information. I
think Dawson called him a bag of ass a couple of times.
But it's okay because you know what?
It's like,
we can change our opinion.
Can't you be a bag of ass one day and then be somebody that is exciting the next?
Dawson,
he did play like a bag of ass at times.
Dawson's like, no, man, Dallas all the way in this one. Bag of ass quarterback. Mark my words here.
And then what happened? He spanked us around.
We got a on that one.
We got a new respect.
Well, he went up against the worst defense in
football,
the modern era.
Cowboys. It was the Bonnie Blue Star special.
It was you're right. I forgot. We wore the Bonnie Blue Star defense.
You couldn't call him that for 3 weeks.
That's true, but I think we can again now.
No, let's not.
Can.
No, I want to just channel good things.
How does J.J. McCarthy perform against the Bonnie Blue Star defense on Sunday night? We'll find out.
3 touchdowns. He looked pretty good against the Commandos.
Yeah, but that's an awful that's a Bonnie Blue
that's
Commander,
a Lily Phillips star.
Whatever. Yeah, Lily Phillips.
Co-star. I don't know. Let's just dump all that, Lucius. Daniel Jones, really disappointing what's happened to him. He's going to miss the remainder of the season. And, okay, Leonard is also hurt.
Oh.
So they're in a world of trouble right now, are the Colts.
Bad week for Notre Dame.
Yeah. And that guy wasn't really good anyway, coming out of Notre Dame. Like, not a guy that could really throw the ball.
Yeah.
So
he was a run-the-ball guy that was pretty good.
And a physical, tough as hell.
I'll never forget
Sam Ellinger.
I'll never forget the first drive. Wasn't that in the national championship?
Yes.
The first drive where it was like,
it was like
wow.
BYU's first drive on Saturday against Tech, 90 yards down the field. We're looking at each other like, here are the Cougs. And then after that, it was all Red Raiders.
Do you try to bribe somebody into releasing their quarterback? Like, how's this work behind the scenes?
Well, you have to claim. You'd have to put in a claim. Somebody might,
I think Tyler Heineke's out there.
Yeah.
The Green Lizard?
Nate Sudfeld.
I might look at somebody. I might look at somebody's practice squad, believe it or not, because those dudes are probably playing. I mean, there might be somebody on there.
You want to flip him, Joe Milton? This is why
Ben
the trade
DiNucci
deadline
up to?
Oh, Ben DiNucci. He's pumped about his James Madison Dookies.
I can imagine.
That's what he is.
He's ready to get ducked.
He's ready to rage. Did they get this right? The Isaiah Likely touchdown that wasn't.
I don't think they did.
How about the Steelers, man? They found a way to get this done. Isaiah Likely catches a ball in the end zone. He clearly has possession of it. He's extending it out of his body. They say he does not take 3 full steps. And then Joey Porter Jr. comes and knocks it out. I think this was clearly possession of the football. You've crossed the plane. I do think this was a touchdown, but the NFL overruled it. Steelers go on to win this one.
Do we know who the official was that day? Because I was driving in the car listening to the around the league thing.
It was Butterworth, NFL Vice President of Instant Replay, Mark Butterworth, was the one who made the decision. It went back to New York.
Oh, wow.
So he said, quote, the receiver controlled the ball in the air, had his right foot down, then his left foot down. The control is the first aspect of the catch. The second aspect is 2 feet or a body part in bounds, which he did have. Then the third step
football move
is an act common to the game.
Yeah.
And before he could get the third foot down, the ball was ripped out. Therefore, it was an incomplete pass.
It was only the second most egregious decision that was made. The officials gave the Steelers a fresh set of downs on a field goal they kicked that I guess it was running through the snapper, or what is that? Abuse of the snapper?
Yeah. Unsportsmanlike conduct,
team clean.
And then the Steelers scored a touchdown on the next play, so that was ultimately the difference in the game. But the Ravens really dominated it. I'll tell you what, though, Lamar Jackson, let me just put this out there. The opposite of Caleb Williams, the end is near.
I think it's done. I'm with you 100% on this, and I think there's been some...
he's playing hurt.
There was somebody, gosh, I need to give credit to this person. I heard this driving around over the weekend. It was one of these national shows. They had some numbers that were very telling. Quarterbacks that have been known as runners throughout their career, when they hit 28...
geez.
There is a massive drop-off.
Yeah, I went looking at the Cam Newton numbers.
Okay. Cam Newton was one of those guys.
MVP
Vic was another one.
27, 28, 29. It's all falling apart on him.
And it might be one of those where, like, he stinks for a few years, and then I think all those guys have had, like, a one-year resurgence, like Randall Cunningham in 98 did. Vic did 1 year with the Eagles, but for the most part, they're never the same.
Alex Moore was the official in that Steeler game. He's the one that calls the most penalties of anybody.
Yeah, we've seen him before.
These darn officials, man.
I mean, it was really Des Cotton on the likely touchdown.
Yeah, it was very similar. Rodgers said maybe you guys will shut the hell up for a week after they get this win with all the Tomlin fire chants.
Well, if that game had gone 45 more seconds, the Ravens, with everything bad that happened to them, would have still won the game. I think they outrushed the Steelers 230-40. It was that bad.
Rodgers did have some dimes.
Yeah.
I mean, he had some pretty nice balls in that game.
He was nicey?
It was a little bit of a turn back the clock situation.
Did he make the nicey list? Do we know?
That's a good question.
Did he have Gruden feeling nicey?
I'll have to look.
See DK Metcalf as a gunner?
Yes.
On coverage? And then he ends up having to go to the hospital after the game? Holy crap.
All three phases,
had some
man.
stomach issues.
Out of an abundance of caution, had stomach issues. He's got to go to the hospital for examination, and then now he's traveling back today. But it was pretty crazy seeing number 4 flying down there in coverage. I'm like, did they lose a player? Or DK just says, hey, put me out there, coach.
Maybe he's the secret weapon when you absolutely need good coverage. Maybe the Cowboys should look at putting George Pickens in there.
Okay, 903 is saying, can we talk about that Raiders game being rigged? Yeah, the field goal they kicked has people losing their minds. At the end of the game, it's like a meaningless field goal. Why are you kicking this? And it ends up being the cover. So you have the Dave Portnoys of the world that are calling for Pete Carroll to be investigated, the Raiders to be investigated. Did they have money on this? I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, aren't they owned by the mafia?
It seems like a special teams coordinator type of deal. You know, you're maybe making a mill or something like that.
Overriding a decision here.
I could see that. I mean, Pete Carroll has made so much money as a head coach for the last 10, 15 years. I don't think he'd be that needy, but I'm not rolling out anything with this greed, these gamblings.
Yeah, and they had a clock stoppage too, right at the end.
You don't want that.
Where they called like it was one of those things where they said they were like the defender was trying to lay on the offensive player, so they called the flag, and then stopped the clock, and then they're able to kick the meaningless field goal to cover the spread.
All right, let's get to the best of Jameis. Jameis Winston on a bye week got to slide in, do some work with Fox, and he was, as advertised, even more electric than I thought he would be. Do you want to start with the Gronk conversation, the pregame speech, or how does he say Duval?
Duval.
Pregame speech. Jameis Winston in studio. Duval. Jameis, take it away.
Ever since Liam Cohen has been getting recommendations on how to pronounce Duval the right way.
He went Duval.
How would you pronounce it, James?
Duval.
What's your Broadway one?
Duval.
Yes, they all work.
The New York got to me, but I got the Jags.
You got the Jags.
I'm telling you, man, Jameis Winston, the Jameis Winston show featuring Jameis Winston alongside Jameis Winston, that is going to do numbers.
Absolutely. He needs his own show. All right, here he is, pregame speech right before they go on air, Fox pregame show. Jameis, take it away.
We all should be happy and grateful for today. Now is the best present that we can get.
Right.
Okay? Right now, we have Hall of Fame football players. Right now, we have world-class men and women that serve Fox to make this show go. This opportunity doesn't come around often, okay? But guess what? We have to make it last forever.
Yes.
Fox NFL kickoff on 3. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Fox NFL kickoff!
Gosh, electric.
And they all ran through a wall.
Yes, they did.
It was amazing.
As did I, right before the game. No helmet on or anything. And I can cuss like Gus for right. Damn right I am today, boys. But gosh, it was worth it. Just listening to Jameis, and we'll shut it down. Best of Jameis. Him and Gronk. One of the best conversations you'll ever hear.
Your career. Yeah. Can I throw you a W? Yeah. I'm not going to eat it, though. I don't eat W. You like toasted tall? Maybe I'll eat it if you throw it to me. Toss me. Just eat it. I'll eat that one. Nah, I'm going to spike it.
Yeah, I spike W's. You do spike W's. Who going to clean this up?
Okay, hey, you got to clean it up. It's your first day.
You're right.
Yeah, you got to clean it up.
This is the best way to maximize Gronk. Now we just need specials of Gronk with Jameis. Those two have a great rapport with one another. It's hilarious.
It's a good podcast.
This would be good stuff. This would be gold. Jameis and Gronk. The Jameis and Gronk show moving forward.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
We got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening. We're back with that and more here in the Nation.
All right, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJA, and you've heard us talking about Trajan Wealth. Eric and I, we're clients now, baby. And let me tell you, they've made retirement planning super simple. There's no pressure. There's no confusing jargon. They're just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. So go ahead, call Trajan Wealth like we did and get an absolutely free consultation today. Don't worry about this, all right? Go ahead, call 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can go check them out. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. I go to the Frisco location, go say what's up to my guy Steve. They're also in McKinney, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Southlake, Eric.
That's right. Southlake got me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Is it spice, yeah?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it saffron squad?
Staying warm out there. Man, it's been cold for a while now, hasn't it? This is like a week straight. This got to be like the longest stretch of days with temps under 40 before Christmas. Don't you think so?
What are we doing?
It's pretty cold out there, man.
Winter
has come. I'm struggling.
Bro,
I need a warm snap.
Okay, think about those. It's supposed to be like 60 something tomorrow.
There we go. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Well,
give us the warm.
Okay,
8 or 9 days.
Tomorrow when you're walking across that parking lot, there at the Globe, and you remember those July days when you're walking across that thing and you're thinking about, oh man, I wish it was like 103 out here again today, you know? And we used to sit in there, and you were like, "Gosh, dang, it's never going to be cold out here, is it?"
I mean, I guess I would take the cold a little bit over those super hot days, but this has been unseasonably cold.
There have been some walks. Seriously, there have been some walks across that parking lot. That we were like, I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, that AC hits different when you get in after one of those walks.
When you get in there,
Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Krusty's Corner's coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. Not much help for the Cowboys over the weekend in the wild card picture. We'll start with that C note. If the Eagles are the most likely team to overcome at this point, I'd say the Bears are number 2. Seahawks sitting there at 10-3 now. The Niners on a bye are 9-4. The Bears move to 9-4 now, and I think they could go 1-3, which would give the Cowboys a chance to sneak there in the wild card if they do win out. The Bears are going to host the Browns, most likely a dub. Then they'll host the Packers. Then they'll visit the Niners and host the Lions. And if that Week 18 has Detroit playing for something, which it most likely will, we're going to have a lot of Week 18 meaningful football this year. 1-3 Chicago finish would put them at 10-7. You need the Eagles to win just 2 of the remaining 5 games, so that's possible. Starting this evening as well. The Packers have won 4 in a row since I started my campaign to try to hate watch them into failure. And they're looking solid. We're going to have to, I think, shift our hope here to losing in the wild card round. And I could see it happening. I could see it happening here for this Packers team. I mean, Bears gave them a run for the money, but there's not a clear top team in either conference right now. And because of that, you could also see the Packers going on a hell of a run, in the postseason themselves. Okay, what do you make of Alex Smith defending George Pickens? That was one of the big stories on Cowboys Twitter from game day. It says the key for him is that everybody else was able to feast because of the attention he got. He says, for me, listen, I went back and watched every snap of this, and George Pickens, honestly, I think we're making a lot out of nothing. This guy got doubled all game, and when I mean doubled, I mean cloud, a corner hard inside of the line of scrimmage, safety over the top, and you used to see this all the time back in the day. CeeDee Lamb, there's a reason he got so many targets in that first half. There was no help with him. It was man-on-man with no help for him all day. There's a reason Ryan Flanoy got all those targets in the second half because, again, George Pickens was taken too. We saw it on the interceptions, corner sitting hard inside. He's trying to run slant. How many times have we seen him win on those? Yeah, I think for me what Alex is talking about here makes a lot of sense if you look at how the game flowed. Yeah. When it goes bad for George Pickens, it's going to look worse, though. And when you can turn on the tape and see all the nonchalant route running, like
that's kind of how he plays. I mean that's how he runs routes.
Yeah.
He is not a great route runner. We've talked about that when you watch him play. That's just not one of his strengths. His strength is be able to kind of lull somebody to sleep and then get by them, and then when they catch up, is go play the ball in the air. And he just had struggles in that game extending his hands, and then I don't know what. Like I say, I kind of have an idea. I don't think he ever saw the deep ball that went to him. The way it looked on film, it's like his eyes are outside, his eyes were inside, and then the ball was on top of him.
Yeah, I thought the additional defender that was trailing the play and coming in from his right prevented him from going back into it. I think he tried to wait until that Maddox cleared, so he could have gone back for it. I didn't have that big of an issue with that ball, but I think this is a great opportunity for Shoddy to maybe help George if he wants it. I don't know. I don't think George cares at all. And he doesn't need to care because despite all this, he's one of the most productive receivers in the game. But imagine how much better you could be if you gave a little bit more indication that you were going to run routes. Like they call it love of the game routes or bus ticket routes. And for most players, you get a bus ticket if you run routes like George Pickens does when your job is to help your teammates get open. But the offense is humming. I wonder if Pickens would be open to the idea of, man, you're going to get crushed your entire career. Like you're looking at about 8 to 10 more years of this whenever you have a bad game. If you want it to go away, here's 2 little things you could do that might make you a better player at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, what Alex Smith said was correct. He certainly was getting a lot of attention, and rightly so. That should offer it for other people. But I think you're right. And I think what was disheartening for me is when I hear that, I'm like, yes, you're 100% right. But we've seen George Pickens be able to go out and make plays because he's so good despite all of that, right? And I guess Shoddy and him had a really good conversation today, which is awesome. I'm not worried about this moving forward, much like the CeeDee Lamb thing a couple weeks ago. I think Pickens will be just fine. But you're right. Maybe, if there was a little bit more assertiveness, if he worked on a little bit more crispness, you're coming off, you're firing off the line, right? Instead of being a little lackadaisical, things could be even better. I mean, you're always looking to improve. So if you're already, a top 5 wide receiver in the sport, at times you look like the number 1 wide receiver in the sport, could you legitimately be, no question, bona fide, I'm that dude, I'm the best receiver in football, Hall of Fame trajectory? All that's out in front of him if he wants it.
Yeah, I think he could. I don't know if anybody has a better skill set. And once he's got the ball in his hands, he's the most difficult pass catcher to bring down, and I include tight ends because tight ends aren't fast. He's got it all, the stiff arms. On that one that did he fumble that ball? He ended up fumbling that one. It's crazy how many guys are trying to pull him down. He's bent over at the waist and just emerges like a superhero. Physically nobody else in the league can do what he does. Okay, man, I did get crushed over the weekend. Carter Freeman clipped my Trayvon Diggs thoughts from the C-Note on Friday. We were live at Tolbert Garage Door, and I was confused at why he wasn't active.
Oh, was it him or Revel?
Yes, and then Revel was the other part of it. Yeah. I went and watched all of Revel's snaps over the weekend, right? I was like, okay, let's be fair on this. And pretty good game. other than 3 or 4 snaps right there at the end of the second quarter.
I thought Bland played worse than him. I just did. They both were poor. I thought Bland was a poorer player.
See, I didn't watch Bland.
Well, I'm just saying.
He missed some tackles.
Yeah.
There was probably an interception he should have had. He definitely got beat on
it sounds
routes.
like I'm homering up for the kid, and I'm not. He wasn't good enough.
He's also playing in his 4th game in over a year, but that brace does seem like it's bothering him.
It's, you know what, it's slipping on him.
Yes, I don't know.
Problem.
Something's up with it.
Yeah, the brace is like they're having trouble with it, keeping it in place.
Yeah, and I think Revel is going to have a very good career, but this is not the time. Whether the brace is bothering him or his knee isn't right, he's not moving well enough to think we should play this rookie instead of Trayvon Diggs. So that's my number one thing that I'm watching for from practice this week is, are we actually going to get Diggs back in the game, or is this part of them not liking him?
We'll see.
So we're gonna take away our chances of making the playoffs because we don't like Trayvon Diggs. That's kind of what it looks like to me.
I think he's going to play this week. That would be
back.
I think he'll be back this week.
Okay. ESPN did put out a story on upcoming cap casualties, and Diggs makes the list. It would be $18 million to keep him next year or move on and eat a $5.8 million hit. So the difference is you'd free up about $12 million. And that seems like a no-brainer right now. I think if he doesn't come back and play at a very high level these remaining 4 games, then you'll be looking for another corner and getting $12 million in salary cap relief coming up in March. Underrated Cowboys free agent target already falling into the Cowboys' lap, writes Mike Luciano here at the Landry Hat. Says, look at Jamel Dean with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 7th season, having his best year. He's been around Pro Bowl level for a lot of his career, but this year he's at the absolute peak, small sample size and all that. But I'd love it if they're serious about getting somebody of that quality. You have 2 first-round picks. Here's the way I look at it, guys. You have 5 significant needs. You need another edge to go with Ezeraku. Maybe you want to bring Clowney back. I'd be okay with that. But you also need offensive tackle. You need corner. You need safety and linebacker. So go hit free agency hard, whether it's Jamel Dean or his equivalent at tackle or safety or linebacker or whatever. But those are the kind of free agent moves that these Cowboys would make when they were at the height of their powers in the 90s. And, since then, we've been waiting to see that kind of commitment. We go to the Cowboys wire for a mock draft as well. At 16, it's the guy we were talking about earlier, Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. Really looks like a classic inside linebacker. Bigger size, filling the gap, tackling. But as Brian was telling you last hour, the guy can cover as well. Looks like he can blitz pretty good.
Yeah,
rangy.
He's very much like, you always throw out the old sideline to sideline player, but he really is. He's a guy that can play downhill. He can run. He's a lateral player. He communicates really well. You can watch him in the tape in the game. I mean, he's kind of him and Downs are kind of lining everybody up, and then they're going to work from that. But he was, like I told Eric, this was a much better game for him playing with his hands against Indiana. As you watch some of the others, there's been times where you've seen him get blocked, but it's not an all the time thing. It's just, but you just got to know that there's some times that he will misread, and then he'll get caught up on a block, and then it's a little bit of a gain right there. But overall, I'd say there's far more greater plays than there are poor plays.
Do you think his shortcomings could push him back towards the end of the first round?
Oh, I gave him actually a second-round grade myself, is what I gave him. So, I mean, that would fall under – I haven't done quarterbacks yet. I think I got 13 first-round grades. So he would be somewhere like my probably 15th, 16th, 17th best player right now. So, yeah, I mean, it's
probably right around where he should go.
Right around probably where he's going to end up going.
I mean, linebacker is such a huge need. I want to believe that Logan Wilson could help fix some of this stuff. I'm floored. I think there's still a significant decision-making flaw in how the Cowboys evaluate their guys. And the Kenneth Murray thing, like somebody decided we're going to give up a 6th-round pick for him and that he's worth $7.5 million. Well, and I don't know who it is. I can only look at the fact that the Cowboys hired Eberflus before they brought in Schottenheimer. So is this all Eberflus?
Well, you got to look at, this is where coaches get involved. And why isn't Maris Leofeld not playing? Because, Zach and I are doing day 3 of the draft, and to a scout, a man, a coach, whoever came in and talked to us, were jumping up and down about how excited they were about Maris Leofeld. Guy plays 7 snaps. He rushes the passer twice, has a pressure. on a blitz as a fifth rusher. He can't even get on the field. This staff won't even play him. So this is the things that worry me about coaches, that if you're going to go ahead and move on, great. If you don't move on and you have evaluations where it's Murray and Jack Sanborn and others, or, this area of the linebackers is supposed to be an area of expertise for Matt Eberflus. Where's the disconnect here?
Absolutely.
Something's not right here.
Yeah.
Either the way you're playing them or the way you're evaluating them. And I think this is where Will McClay gets in trouble, is because he tries to help the coaching staff. Like, okay, who would you like? Well, we'd like this guy. Okay, well, we'll bring him in. Instead of Will saying, I don't think this guy could play. And then, this is where you have to worry. And you have 2 first-round picks, and if coaches stay in place and they're defensive players, and it's Matt Eberflus, and they're kind of messing up these things, how much do you really want the coaches in there in the evaluation room?
I just want whoever is in charge of deciding Kenneth Murray should be on the field that much and that he was a good player to trade for, that guy should be gone, whoever it is.
And continuing, though, to try and pretend that he's playing well. Like, we love the physicality that he's. I don't understand how you can watch how he's playing right now and not make a change. That's what's frustrating. And I think they've taken strides in the right direction. They move on from Amazi Smith, right? They actually go ahead, and that's something I didn't think that they would do. That's a first-round pick. I thought they'd ride that thing out. Jalen Tolbert, inactive, because Ryan Flanoy's a better player. They finally went ahead and made that happen. But this is one where it almost seems like coaching malpractice. I don't understand how you can continue to put 59 on the field when you watch that. This guy doesn't lie. This guy is a net negative on the football field.
Yeah, we saw him last year, and the PFF number said he was the 4th worst linebacker in the NFL, and you're like, okay, it's probably not that bad. He was on a horrible Titans situation. It was breaking down. But once again this year, he is the 4th worst PFF-rated linebacker in the entire NFL. The Cowboys continue to put him out there. The other pick here at 27, the mock takes the edge from Alabama, LT Overton, 6'5", 278, former 5-star recruit, apparently a Jadeveon Clowney type of edge, so I'm looking forward to digging in on him as well. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, since we have no game, I got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Well, if you have questions about your roof, the answer is always going to be Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's my favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. And keep in mind the roofing business here in the DFW.
relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Time here for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius, for playing that. Appreciate you. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of this. Really do appreciate that. And thanks again to Jared Sandler for having us out last night.
No, it's always awesome at the Sandlot charity event.
Nice to be hanging out with everybody out there and seeing a lot of guys and gals that I hadn't seen in a while. A lot of media folk.
It's a spot.
They're doing their stuff and you're doing yours, and then all of a sudden everybody kind of comes together. So it's nice to say hello to the Chuck Cooperstein.
I saw you give Chuck a little attaboy butt slap.
I did.
Said hello. That was sweet.
I told him. I told him about, because he and I were talking about, he was sitting there talking, kind of getting on me a little bit about Lane Kiffin, and like he was, and I'm like, yeah, we got him, man. Yeah, what I'm talking about, that kind of thing. So
told him to suck it and everything. I
told him, yeah. I basically told him that. I was going to get Wolchuk some napkins. He was trying to feed his child. He was trying to feed his child. I'm like, oh, let me pop up and get some napkins.
Turn around. I'm like, oh, Brian's occupied now.
I went over there. I was talking with Cooperstein and Jamie Newberg and all these guys. I was just like in the middle of this. I'm sorry, I didn't bring you the napkins.
It ended up being fine. She didn't really care for the pizza that much or the hot dog.
Oh, really?
So you know what? We ended up we gave her some food when we got home. It was fine.
Did you send that food report to Jared? Like,
I thought everything was fine. My daughter was just being picky but she's a little sick. She's not her best self today.
Oh,
she's got a little bit of a cold.
Super cute.
Be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. She had a blast. It was a fun time.
Well, again, thanks to Jared for having us all out there. We appreciate that. All right. Hey, I got some questions for you guys right off the jump here. I do have a draft question though, just to start. Okay. Just to start. It's not
you're talking to the right people.
Well, it's not about the player. It's just a positional question is what it is. And my draft question to you guys for this day is, and by the way, we had a Love of the Star posted today.
Love of the Star, baby.
We posted Love of the Star. So
I thought that was one of our best episodes of all time.
It was good. It was good. I was encouraged.
And by we, I mean you.
No.
You were in your bag.
I try my best. Draft question for you. I'll go with you, Wooly, first.
Okay.
If you had a chance to take your best linebacker or best safety off your board, which way you going?
I would go safety because my best safety would be Caleb Downs, and that would be a dream. And I think that is a position the Cowboys have just not had a difference maker at. And we're going back, maybe Barry Church for a period, Roy Williams when he first came into the league before we realized he couldn't really until Darren Woodson retired. And then it would be Darren Woodson. But safety, I think you see across the league, if you've got a difference maker at that spot, it can mask some other things in your secondary. And there might be some other safeties when we get to it that I'd say I'd be okay waiting, and I'd take the linebacker, whether that's Styles, whether that's Anthony Hill Jr., whomever it is. But I would love to get a legitimate safety finally in that secondary.
I know that you started, as Gavin started watching some of these guys. Like, are Styles, is he like a first-round guy? And then you mentioned Downs. So
yeah, Downs to me is way higher than Styles. But yes, in the first round. And I think, I haven't done, I wasn't sure if Anthony Hill Jr. was going to declare yet.
Yeah,
So today he did.
Right.
So, I'm very familiar with his game. I watched him play in high school at Denton Ryan.
Yeah.
I might end up having him higher than Styles when it's all said and done. We'll see. But
I got you.
I think you're going to be able to get a really talented first-round linebacker. I think it's a little bit deeper to where if Downs slid to you, I feel pretty good with your second pick. I'm going to get a guy that I can plug and play right away.
So just as a positional thing, you would take the linebacker for this team over the safety?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we talking generically about linebacker, safety, or the specific guys who will be the top players?
I think I asked you if you had a chance to take your best linebacker or your best safety.
Okay.
When it comes time for you to pick. You want to go ahead and answer the question if you could?
Yeah, I would. Now, I think Arvell Reese is a linebacker more than an edge.
I got him too.
So, yes, I would take him over Downs. I think Downs is really, really good, but I don't know about his coverage and his back end stuff. I think he's kind of a box safety. So that already I'm thinking positional.
He doesn't get tested, unfortunately, in the Big Ten. That's the big problem. They don't throw the ball down the field a ton.
But I mean, his instincts are incredible. Yeah. His talent is there, so maybe that evolves.
I don't think he's wrong about him playing down, though.
No, he's fantastic playing down. If you go back and watch him his freshman year at Alabama, he showcases the range a lot more.
Boy, I tell you, did you go Alabama? You win?
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you.
Nice job.
How about you there, Chieftain? If you had a chance to take the best linebacker or the best safety on your board, which would you take? Which way were you going to go there?
Yeah, I mean, just from a generic look at it, I think I would want to go and get the linebacker, the guy that is going to stop all this easy, hey, I'm just going to throw the running back the ball 5 yards down the field and he's going to break a bunch of tackles. Like, I want a guy that is roaming the field at the second level at a high level and a surefire tackler, knowing where to be. And I think, you can't really go wrong because this defense needs both in a big way.
Yeah.
But I'm really trying to have a linebacker that can clean stuff up and not have these gimme plays where these offenses don't even have to try.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, let me just flip, flat pass, and I know I can go get a first down or more.
Yeah.
Like, give me a guy who's a sure tackler who knows where to be, when to be there.
Gotcha. All right, well, how about this one? How do you feel about Nate Thomas now?
I still think Nate Thomas can be a starting caliber tackle in the league. I think it was his second start, and he went up against one of the best defensive ends in football, in Aiden Hutchinson, and he got absolutely worked. So I think he had a really good game against Kansas City, which granted is, average pass rushers. Like George Karlaftis is he's an above average player, but not to the level of Aiden Hutchinson. So I think you've seen him in moments where he plays really well, and he had a really bad game. So I still think he could be your right tackle of the future. But I do think now, I hope we're moving towards, let's let Tyler Guyton grow. And he's your guy on the left side, and then we can assess what happens at right tackle with Steele, in the offseason if you want to make a cap casualty. But I still think Nate Thomas has a lot of room for growth, and he can be a quality starter in the league.
Dawson, what are your thoughts about Nate Thomas?
I got him in the running next year for right tackle, especially if you don't take one in the first round, and I would be hopeful there. But my gut is telling me he's much more of a guard than a tackle. I just don't know if he's got the quickness to get to the guy outside, but he's got some good stuff.
Yeah.
So I would keep him around as Tyler Smith's knee is not, 100%, and Booker's been hurt already, but I'm looking for the next chance that he gets in there and has success to trade him, because I think he's a quality guy. He might just not be a good fit on the edge.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I like him as a depth piece. I'm not moving on from Terrence Steele or something in the offseason and feeling like Nate Thomas can be the replacement or something crazy like that. I don't think he's a starting caliber player at this point, but he is a nice depth piece at a position where it's tough to find that, and he's shown that he can play on either side at some respectable level. So young guy with great size and athleticism, I think you want to keep investing in him, but I'm not trying to in the offseason be like, all right, Nate Thomas, you're a starter now, by Terrence Steele. I'm good on moving on with Terrence Steele, but I don't think Nate Thomas is ready to just go plug and play.
Dawson?
Yeah.
Who would you like to see the rest of the way, Tolbert or Mingo, or does it just not matter?
Yeah, I guess if I had to pick between the two, I would say Mingo, because Mingo's size and his ability to block in the run game actually presents the possibility that he could have a very interesting role in the offense. Yeah. Those physical guys like Spanford and these pullers coming across that can wham into that, the B gap. Yeah. They like to run that play. So I don't know if wham's the right word into there, but they block it. They open that thing up pretty good. So yes, Tolbert I think is just kind of like a jobber receiver, where Mingo does enough run blocking stuff that I'd like to see him get going to the pass game.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I really don't think it matters, but I would rather see Mingo. We haven't seen enough of him, and we know exactly what you have in Jalen Tolbert. He's just kind of a guy. But Mingo may be able to provide a little something for you. I would just like to see the guy that you traded a fourth-round pick for and actually give him some level of opportunity here. And you saw him flash in training camp a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a long time ago.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, they botched the whole Tolbert thing, man. They needed to move on. And
Tolbert and Mingo both. I think they've kind of
to trade for Mingo was a mistake.
Yeah.
They gave up too much for him, but they should have traded Tolbert for the preseason, like I talked about, and gotten something for him, because inevitably the answer is Mingo, because Tolbert's not on this football team next year. He's a free agent. He's going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, to me, the whole thing, there was maybe a couple of guys there that we completely got oversold on. I think Sam Williams, I think Tolbert, they were picked back-to-back there. There was talk about, we need to get one, and then, we're going to miss the other. Well, the league kind of told you what they thought. They let you get both of those, so that's unfortunate. I think Sam Williams is playing a little bit better, but with the thing with Tolbert, to be honest with you, I'd like to see Mingo play, but I really don't, I don't know what more you get out of him that you would get out of Tolbert. I mean, it just a
big picture. I agree with you.
Bigger body guy and all, like you were talking about, Dawson. But I think they're both kind of players that have been very, very disappointing.
I forgive him for the 4th for Mingo since they did the 3 for Pickens. Can't win them all.
Yeah, there you go.
But that was brutal. That was absolutely. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. Salute to Greystone Roofing for sponsoring. To Saquon still got it. Can he save the Bird Turds from losing their 3rd in a row? That's Monday Night Football tonight. We'll talk about that coming up next to Nation.
But, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. It's
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair from your hair. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're talking with Ari Timken coming up at 4:40. He's a former Cowboys pre- and post-game show host. Most people know Ari Timken if you've been listening to The Fan over the years. But he does a Big 12 radio show now for TuneIn, and he is a college football mastermind. He'll be joining us coming up at 4:40, talk about Tech and the Aggies and all your different storylines for your college football playoffs. Very exciting time once again. Congrats to the Red Raiders. Congrats to the Aggies. As I'm just so impressed with how this new format, the NIL, the transfer portal window, is given so many other opportunities to teams to rise from the ashes and have these great years. And, I mean, the fans are massive winners here. In the old system, TCU wasn't getting as far as they did. Washington wasn't getting there. Hell, Michigan couldn't even ever beat Ohio State. Now it's just like every year. Now you have these even smaller programs like James Madison and Tulane that get in there as well. This can't be anything but overwhelmingly positive for overall fan interest and fan belief. And that hope is so important. I think in former iterations of playoff football, it became so stagnant almost, and you'd have these teams kind of hold it down for a decade, whether that was USC or Bama or Georgia, Clemson, and now it's significantly more fluid. But we're talking here about the NFL, and does Saquon Barkley still have it? I'll get to that here in just 10 seconds. Dan Quinn saying this afternoon Jaden Daniels is sore, but there are no long-term concerns with his left elbow, adding the team will continue to monitor how he is, and they are not sure if he is going to play on Sunday. And that's big right there because the Eagles have the Commanders twice still remaining on their schedule. So if Jaden Daniels can play, in theory, Washington would be a lot more viable, but they didn't look like it yesterday. Okay, it is a Monday Night Football game for the ages, the biggest scoreboard watching night that we've had in a couple of years since the Eagles totally collapsed in 2023. Lane Johnson still out. Jalen Carter still out. This is like two of their 5 or 6 best players. And the line has come down since it's pretty much been confirmed Justin Herbert's going to play. It's sitting at 1.5 right now. But ESPN's Tim McManus wrote today, just posted it. on how the Eagles could save their season. The headline, "Does Saquon still have it?" And it's a big opportunity for Philadelphia, but also a pretty big vulnerability for the Chargers. Just something to put on your radar going into tonight's game. The Chargers 25th in the league in opponent yards per rush attempt. They're giving up about 4.5 a tote. So if Saquon is going to be able to get it done without Lane Johnson, the Chargers would be one of the better teams in the league to give you a chance to do that. So here's how McManus kind of sets the scene for you here in this article. The Eagles have dropped 2 in a row. Their offense looks lost. The defense is strained from carrying so much weight, and the city's in a mild panic, wondering if this team is on the verge of its second collapse in 3 years. Could we be that lucky, Cowboys fans? Some coaches and players are beginning to wear the stress on their faces, writes McManus. The defending champs are banged up, frustrated, and grinding through the kind of difficult season that often follows a championship run. It's times like these when the value of a player and a teammate like running back Saquon Barkley shines through. But it's been much tougher going this season. He's on pace for 1,048 yards, almost half of what he gained in 2024. His yards per rush have dropped from 5.8. Unbelievable. He was nearly getting 6 a pop last year to 3.7. That's 36th. And he's been held to 60 yards or less on the ground in 10 of the 12 games. So part of the problem is running into stacked boxes, 8 or more defenders, 33% of the time this season, compared to 20% last year. He is averaging just 2.3 yards per carry on stacked box runs, compared to 4.5 per carry against lighter boxes. So I was going to say maybe you don't have to go heavy, but if you're going heavy and keeping Saquon Barkley to 2.3 an attempt, sounds like a really good idea for Jim Harbaugh tonight.
Yeah, it's a great one. And you mentioned the Lane Johnson injury, and that's huge for them because the difference with Barkley's numbers with Lane Johnson on the field versus when he's off the field is pretty staggering. So, I mean, I don't expect this to be much of a high-scoring game here. And can the Chargers find ways to get some turnovers? Because that's how the Eagles were winning for a good chunk of the season, just taking care of the football. And then as of late, the ball doesn't bounce your way quite as much. Can the Chargers force some turnovers here? And the Herbert stuff will be interesting. I think the Eagles will probably be able to get quite a bit of pressure on him, and then he's dealing with the hand issue. So this is, I don't know, this is going to be an interesting deal here. And is this going to be a Philly takeover? I know it's the Chargers, it's across the country, but the Chargers, their home field advantage is not much at all. So I imagine it's going to be more of a Philly crowd than anything. And you just pray that the doom and gloom that is covering this team right now just totally affects them.
A Philly crowd in Los Angeles, that would be crazy. But, I mean, you can't rule it out because of just the lack of passion they have there. It's a shame. Los Angeles really didn't want a team, but the NFL needed the L.A. market.
Yeah.
So they forced it into reality. Barkley's rush yards over expected. Second in the NFL last year, 29th going into tonight's game. The running back's top speed is virtually unchanged, though, 21.87 this year compared to 21.93 last year. And last year's number was on a longer run, according to NFL Next Gen Stats, which would have given him a little bit more time to get up to speed. So they say, how could this be fixed? If you're Philadelphia, and I think we've talked about this, but the biggest thing going down right now for them is Jalen Hurts is just not running himself, so the defenses don't have to respect it.
Right.
If you saw the early game yesterday in Baltimore, Steelers-Ravens, at the beginning of that game, Lamar Jackson was not looking to run. TJ Watt starts crashing down the line. Derrick Henry can't go anywhere. Lamar pulls it twice, including once for a touchdown. All of a sudden, Derrick Henry is finding significantly more daylight in the second half of that game. Mm-hmm. So, to me, that's the cheat code that Jalen Hurts and the Eagles need to be thinking about. They are averaging 182 rush yards per game when Hurts has 10-plus rush attempts compared to 135 when he has less than that. So that's 47 yards of difference Yeah, 47 yards of difference in their run totals if Jalen Hurts just runs 10 times or more. He had 8 games last year with double-digit rushing attempts. That number has dipped to only 2 such games this season. The Eagles are 9-1 since last year when he has 10-plus rush attempts in a game. They are 11-6 over that same span when he does not. So still a pretty good team, but I mean, I don't know how a quarterback could decide. He has said publicly, I'm willing to do whatever it's going to take for this team to win, whatever the coaches need. But the reports are internally he has said, I don't want to be running that much because I'm getting banged up, right? I think once you get satisfied as a quarterback, you've gotten the big payday and you've won a Super Bowl. Do you want to continue to go out there and sacrifice your body as you push into the 30s when it's already had an impact on, your legs? If I'm the team, I say, well, that's kind of what we paid you for.
Yeah, and it's not like you're getting it done through the air in a way that makes us say, okay, you don't have to risk yourself right now. Like, you are now in must-win mode, and your passing attack is awful. So what are you doing now to be a productive quarterback? What are you doing now to actually give us value in the big contract that we handed you? You are not throwing it down the field, and you're probably not going to do it versus the Chargers either, who just play a bunch of zone, 2 high coverages. Like, you're not going to get big passing plays down the field more than likely against these guys. And he's not just going to sit back there and dice it up, Mr. Efficient, Mr. Accurate. So it's like, what else are you doing then, Jalen Hurts?
Chargers are zone heavy. That plays incredibly well for us tonight, doesn't it?
It does.
Sure does.
What else we learned here from Week 14? Let's look back now that we've looked forward to tonight quite a bit. Jahmyr Gibbs joining historic company against the Cowboys with his 16th touchdown, the most touchdowns a Lions player has logged through the first 13 games of any season, and he joins Barry Sanders in that 1990 season as the only Lion to record at least 16 touchdowns in consecutive years.
Amazing.
So, I mean, maybe this guy's not getting enough credit. Maybe he is, the top running back in the game right now with how much Saquon and Derrick Henry have taken a step back a little bit. If you guys could have any running back, Brian, you still going Bijan?
I'm still going Bijan, yeah.
Wouldn't fault you for that one too much. I don't think
maybe the guy at the Ravens too would be a consideration
Henry.
for me. Yeah,
I think this year
Bijan overall, I think just never take him off the field kind of guy.
Him and Gibbs have probably been 1-2 this season. Yeah. They've both been fantastic.
Okay, looked like it could be Joe Burrow's day yesterday, catching those early highlights. That ball that he threw to Higgins in the back right corner of the end zone, that was incredible to get those feet down in the snow. It was exciting. And Burrow was looking to win his 9th straight start. I mean, this heater goes back to late last year when they made a run for it. And that loss to the Bills, actually, his first defeat ever in Buffalo, in what basically seemed like a fatal step back for the Cincinnati Bengals. But here I got USA Today's top 33 things we learned in Week 14 of the season.
14 or 33? Which one?
Yeah, it's 33 things we learned about Week 14. Okay. The number of fourth quarter interceptions served up by Burrow, and what was otherwise another captivating performance. His second game back is 2. His pick flips a 28-25 Cincy lead into an 11-point deficit from which the Bengals would never recover. I was shocked getting those updates there. Watching my game, it was incredible to see how quickly that thing turned around.
It was an incredible play by Benford at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
intercepting it, taking it to the house.
He's been absolutely fantastic. They took him later in that draft. Kyrie Elam was the first rounder, and Benford's just been everything they were hoping Kyrie Elam would be.
But watching Burrow and Allen duke it out in the snow like that,
and Allen went back to being Superman. Like some of the runs that he had in that game.
The touchdown pass to
Shakur.
Oh my Lord!
I don't know how he got that ball there. It was unreal.
That's like triple coverage. That made no sense. He really went Superman mode. But the Burrow interceptions were costly, but they were tough. You get the batted one at the line of scrimmage, falls into the defensive lineman's hands, and then you get the crazy play by Benford. It was a crazy turnaround because Bengals got the ball and the lead. Here we go, and then you snap your fingers and it's all over.
Wild. And you at 214 Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor certainly. We forgot him, omitted in that running back conversation. He's been awesome this year
Robinson too. Still myself, but I Taylor's good.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to get an Ashton Genty nominee at some point.
Well, if he had a decent offensive line, I think Genty's name would probably be in the discussion.
It's true, even if it was decent.
I think.
But the Raiders' offensive line is disgusting.
Dawson, you've seen Love play, right? Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I'd take Robinson and Gente coming out of college before I would, and I like Love.
And Gibbs, would you go Gibbs over Love too? Yeah.
I think Love kind of reminds me a little of Gibbs, but I would go Gibbs over Love.
I'd go Gibbs, yep.
Watching Love, I just didn't see any electric juice. I hear he's a track guy and he won his state, but then I'm seeing him get the ball and I'm like, man, this seems like a fairly average athleticism style runner. I don't see the physicality. I don't see jukes. I don't see elite burst. I don't see elite stop-start type stuff. I think somebody is going to overdraft Jeremiah Love. Or how about this? Let me predict he won't even go in round 1 after these NFL evaluators are done looking at him. Number 3, the number of consecutive seasons the Bengals have missed the playoffs is 3. I was just going to say this about Bijan Robinson. I don't think I would do the second contract if I'm Robinson. Our quarterback situation's a disaster. We haven't made the playoffs in 8 years now in Atlanta. I need to get so more people know how amazing I am. But I think that might apply to Joe Burrow as well. You guys are dorking around with the good players. We can't draft enough good players. We're never a threat in free agency. I would just say it's time to move on now.
Yeah, I mean, look, he got that organization to a Super Bowl. They hadn't won a playoff game in 30 years. He's done everything he could there. I mean, they did surround him with the 2 wide receivers, but their team-building philosophy is weird. And Zach Taylor, I mean, maybe they need a coaching change. He might be a guy that's on the chopping block as well. But, yeah, if I was both of those players, I might look for greener pastures for sure.
Maybe I'll get into some of the other 33 things we learned from Week 14 of the season a little bit later on, see how many more we can get through. But Wolchuk's got a mixed bag coming up. Where you taking us?
Let's do it. Bowl season central, taking the high road, and an international 3-year-old that is ranked. What the heck? That's next in the nation.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Ari Timkins coming up to talk college football with us here in about 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach.
Alrighty, let's get your mixed bag in here. There's a couple people texting, what's going on at the winter meetings? Because we got baseball happening, and the biggest takeaway, according to Evan Grant, out of the meeting so far, Skip Schumacher was talking to the media, and the Rangers open to the possibility of Wyatt Langford playing center field this year. I think he certainly showed the ability to do that with his athleticism, his range. He's been accustomed to playing left, but maybe Wyatt comes in and plays some more center tomorrow.
Is he going to commit to some shrinkage this year? Like, hasn't he just been a little bit too bulky? Didn't we kind of decide that as a
too muscular,
as a medical show of record? Like, are you too tightly wound? We appreciate it. Like, I love running through the clubhouse and just seeing Mr. Jack dude over there. Looks like he could be playing linebacker. Hell, if you don't want to shrink up, maybe the Cowboys could use him. I guarantee you he's better than Kenneth Murray today.
He might be.
Right this second.
He said he did play in high school.
I'd trade a 7th-round pick for him or whatever they did.
I'd slip a copy of that old that TB12 book. You know, we want to be supple. We want to be flexible. We want to be pliable. You can still be strong.
Yeah.
Old Tom Brady, TB12.
Yeah, we don't want to be pulling
that book.
all these
let's
muscles.
Get the doctor who's not really a doctor, Alex Guerrero, in there. Get him in the Rangers clubhouse and get Wyatt right. And it's just because we care about him. You know, I mean, like I said, we love watching the lumbering speedster. Like he's this weird combination of super jacked and super fast. But we want to see it for 162.
Yeah.
We don't need oblique injuries.
We don't need
being too tightly wound. All right. You can still hit the long ball with maybe I don't know.
Is this a change for you?
Well, yeah, I didn't feel good to say it. You know, it doesn't, because I understand that he wakes up in the morning, he looks in that mirror, and he's thinking about intimidation. He's thinking about how jacked he is. And it looks great.
He used that for acid indigestion.
Right. But unfortunately, I just think it might be working against him to some extent.
There's some vanity here involved. You know, I don't think Jesus would approve.
No.
I think it's biblical.
Maybe I think you're right. I think
Let's get right with God.
Now tomorrow,
his body is a temple.
we're going to be at Globe Life Field for the toy drive tomorrow. So make sure you go bring out a toy.
Wow.
You can get some free tickets tomorrow. We're going to talk with Evan Carter at 5 o'clock.
3 times in 1 week out that direction.
So outfielders, I wonder how Evan feels about Wyatt there at center field. I don't know. Maybe good competition. Maybe Evan's like, I'm cool. I'll play a corner outfield spot.
Needs to back up then.
We talk about a couple of guys that need to stay healthy.
He can be the center fielder for the 30 to 45 games he's healthy for.
Yeah,
no problem with that.
He needs to stay healthy, both of those guys. We got Jake Berger coming up at 4. How about Jake last night at the Sandlot charity event as well?
He won the award.
He sure did. He was awesome. It's always good to see Jake, and he's a great interview. I'm looking forward to talking with him. Rangers did make a signing as well. They've got veteran utility infielder Tyler Wade to a minor league deal. He spent 9 years with the Padres in a utility role at 31 years old. He's now going to have a chance to make the team out of spring training. Also,
whoop-de-doo.
An effort to replace second baseman Marcus Semien as well, bringing in a veteran. So you'll have Ezekiel Duran, Cody Freeman, Josh Smith, and then now Wade, all competing for second base opportunities there with Marcus Semien having departed. So there's some of your Rangers updates. Here's the winter meeting and the caravans going on. We'll have more throughout the week on that, especially a lot of Ranger talk for you tomorrow. But let's get back into the bowl season, shall we? We've got your bowls for the local schools, the ones that said, okay, we're actually down to go.
We're going?
Because some said we're not down to go. Looking at you, Baylor. They weren't interested. SMU, they're going to be playing in San Diego at the Snapdragon Stadium. That's right, Snapdragon.
That's where the San Diego Aztecs play.
Oh, well, the San Diego Aztecs.
They're playing SMU?
They're playing North Texas in another bowl game. But speaking of San Diego, we're going to kick their ass. But going back to Snapdragon Stadium, this is going to be SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And
I wish they just call it the Holiday Bowl still.
We'll be playing Arizona. So SMU in Arizona. Texas still going to play in their bowl. They're in one of the fun ones, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. They'll take on Michigan. So number 13 Texas versus number 18 Michigan. I think that's a game we're all going to be pumped to see.
We saw that game last year with Alabama and Michigan, right? Playing at that place in a...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And that'll be a 2 p.m. kickoff on New Year's Eve. TCU's going bowling. They're in the Alamo Bowl in San Antonio. So congratulations to TCU. They're going to be taking on the Fighting Jared Sandlers of USC.
Fight on.
TCU and USC, and as I mentioned in the New Mexico Bowl, our North Texas Mean Green will be taking on San Diego State. Pretty big fall, I will say, from hoping to play in the college football playoff to, hey guys, here's the New Mexico Bowl. Bleep us.
It's before Christmas, though, I believe. So you'll be
December 27th.
Yeah, you practice. It's after Christmas.
December 27th. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was one of those before Christmas bowl games.
Getting out 2 days after, and it's a 4:45 p.m. start time. Yeah. Are we staggering this? Is this like part of the TV schedule?
Well, ESPN owns all the bowls now.
That's weird. A 4:45 start's a weird one.
It's all the content.
Very bizarre. All right, we talked about Notre Dame earlier. Notre Dame's crying and whining, and oh my gosh, the ACC, go F yourselves. The College Football Committee, you screwed us. We're not playing in a bowl game now. We're opting out. Well, here's Vandy. Okay, and Vandy was trying to schedule a game last week. They're like, okay, let's try and add another game. Let's try and make our case to the committee. They couldn't get one done in time. Here's Clark Lee for Vanderbilt when it comes to playing in these bowl games and not getting into the college football playoff.
You know, we happen to be on the wrong side of that in this moment. But that's no one's fault except for our own. You know, we had our opportunities and we didn't do enough. And so that's we are not victims in this process. Our ownership is in coming up short. I think it's a reminder of how critical every moment is, every snap, every possession. And there's a lot to learn in this season because we want to be back in these moments. But as it is, you know, we'll spend time in the off season trying to get the system more into focus with where the game has gone. In the meantime, we're gonna celebrate the hell out of going and playing in Tampa and having some fun together one last time.
Hell yeah!
They have a court reporter at the
Somebody
the press
was
conference?
typing up a storm during that answer from Clark Lee.
If that's an everyday occurrence, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah, all the audio in that press conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to play in the ReliaQuest Bowl. They're taking on Iowa, Tampa on New Year's Eve. So
I played in that bowl in Tampa.
Yeah, fun one.
Yeah, that used to be is that the old Outback Bowl?
I think so.
Yeah, that's a good bowl.
I like the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, it starts like at 11 a.m.
I think the Outback Bowl is where we got the Clowney hit.
Yeah, against South Carolina.
Yeah, where he just
it was against Michigan.
He was playing for South Carolina.
He was the Gamecock.
Yeah, right.
Just absolutely crushing a Michigan Wolverine. But
it was Robert. Was it who was it? Was
Denard
Robinson?
Was it
Denard?
Yeah. My gosh, Denard Robinson. Holy hell, he got blasted. Down for that. But yeah, I think that this is how you handle it. Clark Lee, shout out to you, sir. This is, and I get it. Like Vandy, hey, have we been here before? No, not really. So enjoy and embrace
they haven't been
this.
to a bowl game in a while, I believe.
But I think that this is how you handle it. I mean, Texas is going to go to their bowl game, and yeah, Baylor did finish 5-7, but they're trying to find somebody to take on. I think it's South Georgia in a bowl, and his dog Juice. All right,
not his dog. We determined that, didn't we?
It is his dog.
What?
Yeah. Apparently,
they left it behind?
We got ball sacked. So he did leave the dog behind initially. He has now gotten Juice back. The staff at Wild Rose, Mississippi, were serving as the primary caretakers for Juice over the last 2-ish years, while Lane was serving as the head coach of the Rebels. Since he's no longer there, he just left Juice there for the time being. He was left behind at Wild Rose Kennels. Now he's gone back. He's got Juice, and Juice was hunting with him in Louisiana over the weekend. So he's got him now with him in Baton Rouge. So it was his dog.
Did you see hunting with Lane Kiffin, sitting in a duck blind?
I couldn't really imagine him hunting.
Yeah.
He has the patience for that?
I think he does.
You think so?
I think he does.
I just don't see him being like a manly outdoors, go hunt some
guys
game
doing hot
kinda
yoga every
dude.
morning.
But the guy, I could see him sitting in a duck blind,
Just sending Snapchats to sorority chicks.
Yeah.
Look what I'm doing.
But how about the stories?
Just trying to show off, flex.
He's
Check
telling
out my
stories. Just the whole time he'd be telling stories of things that happened in his life.
All the programs he's bleeped over and stuff.
Yeah. You know me, I'm kind of happy to have him as our coach.
I know you are, dude. Defend him at all costs.
I am not hating Lane
It's
Kiffin
all about the ride. You're looking forward knowing at some point down the line this is going to end disastrously,
absolutely.
and you're going to hate his guts.
Hey,
but this is going to be a hell of a ride.
Coach O got us a national championship, and the next thing you know, he's hitting on guys' wives at the gas station.
Yeah, all those guys at the gas station, their wives, they need to be on high alert.
Yeah. Especially if Coach O's back and on the staff. Now you got 2 dogs back in there.
I think
they're hungry.
They were talking about Coach O going somewhere else, like Tulane?
Well, Tulane went ahead and promoted one of their assistants today to their head coaching position.
No. To be
just like an assistant?
Yeah, to be an assistant.
Maybe. I'm sure everyone's out there considering, should I bring Coach O in? But then we do have to worry about the ramifications, and that is all of the women that are anywhere near our school.
He'll be much more careful this time. That was all
You're
gonna let Coach O ballsack you on this one?
Yeah, Dawson. Dawson. I don't know about that.
I'm not gonna be careful.
You were on a post natty victory lap through Baton Rouge.
I was married, not married. Trying to do something. She took half my money. I'm trying to get back in coaching. Need to coach,
You ready to settle down again?
No, what are you kidding me? What's your name over there? What's your name?
I'm Eric. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks. Coach O. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Coach O. Here I am. Hey.
Put your shirt on, Coach.
I will, Coach. Hey, Coach, come on. I heard you guys talking earlier. You said it was cold out there. I'm from
Show you.
I'm from down the
You're
bayou.
cutting glass right now, Coach.
Oh, well, thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Dawson, you said he was on his post-natty victory lap.
Yeah.
But now, his entire life is a post-natty victory lap.
Oh, I love
it. You know what I mean? You don't come down from that natty high, do you? No. When you win that one like that?
No.
He flex that championship ring at every bar.
He's always the reigning champ in his own mind.
Me and Joe Burrow, yeah.
Me and Big Joe.
Me and Joe.
How about this 3-year-old?
Chess.
Oh, my gosh. A 3-year-old has become the youngest chess player to ever earn an international rating after beating multiple opponents in their 20s.
Is this like a robot kid?
I think we're doing bits.
Is this one of these robot kids?
No, it's a little man from India. Well, I should say a little child.
Little man
He's
from
3
India.
years old.
Can't even say his words.
Anish Sarkar became the youngest player.
Do it again?
Anish Sarkar.
There you go.
To ever earn a rating as he debuted in the age of 3 years, 8 months, and 19 days last November. He went ahead and beat several other opponents that were 22-20. And 5. He won 5 of the 8 matches in his sanctioned events.
Was this happening online? Was this? There's got to be a scam.
This kid's got like a bib on. His mom's changing his diaper, and he's just waxing you at the chessboard.
This is crazy.
I mean, come on. What else can this kid do? I want to know everything else this kid can do. Can he feed himself?
I mean, this guy's the next Bobby Fischer.
Does he cook dinner for the family?
He might.
Is he? How potty trained is he? Like, what other skills does he have?
I doubt he's potty trained.
You can't be. You can't not wipe your own butt and also be a dominant chess player.
He's dominating in chess while crapping in his diaper.
How bad are the guys or gals he's playing against then?
I
These
don't-
guys
yeah.
must be like
these are ranked players that
They're supposed to be legendary.
No way,
Yeah, this
no
isn't
way.
some run of the mill like senior night bingo.
He's playing dudes like me that don't know how to play chess.
We can't just give some praise to this 3-year-old kid from India.
I'm
that
just
is
not buying it.
I'm not
an
buying it
absolute-
either.
There's something. There's something missing here, man.
There's going to be.
I want to hear the post game coverage of the 22-year-olds that he apparently lost to. I want to hear their perspective on this.
I don't think the 3-year-old can talk, so we'd have to get the
Of course
post-game
he can.
coverage
Yeah, but he can dominate in chess.
from the 22-year-olds.
How convenient.
He knows what's going on here.
prediction 2 days from now. News story. I got an update, guys.
He was a fake
It
person.
It was actually a 33-year-old.
It was a woman who is 57 and living in Canada, and she was ball sacking
It was
everybody.
a smaller person. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a robot kid.
Well, congratulations to Anish. I believe in you, even if the others won't here.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
You're my guy, Anish.
Ari Timken, Big 12 Radio coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are heading for Monday Night Football here in about 2.5 hours. The Chargers, 1.5-point favorite, hosting the Eagles, and the ramifications are massive. This is definitely a must-lose game for the Eagles if the Cowboys are going to sneak in and steal this NFC East somehow. They get the Raiders next, then the Commanders a couple of times, and the Bills before their season is over, and we need them to lose 3 of the remaining 5 games. This game against the Chargers is it's a monster one. So we'll talk more about the NFL weekend that was and looking forward to this game a little bit later on, but it's time now for Ari Timken to join us here on The Fan. You can listen to him every day on Big 12 Radio on TuneIn. And, of course, you remember him from his days here with the Cowboys pre- and post-game show on 105.3 The Fan. Ari Timken, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Gavin? How are you?
Doing good. Let me start with this. Do you think it's possible that the powers that be in college football could come up with a postseason system that people would universally enjoy?
I mean, yes and no. I think the postseason itself is extremely enjoyable. It is the excruciating aspect of getting to the postseason that is the difficulty, and trying to figure out, how you rank certain teams in certain spots. But I mean, the playoff itself, and just looking ahead to some of these games, I mean, there's some really incredible matchups that are going to be a lot of fun. But ultimately, it's hard to get 12 teams. I think the automatic bids were always going to, at some point, bite the system, and obviously that happened this year. And when it gets down to it, there's a lot more intense arguments, but really at the end of the day, what we ended up with is pretty inarguable. I mean, if you want to argue Notre Dame or BYU, I feel like it's pretty cut and dried in terms of the teams that were most deserving to get in this year, aside from the obvious, automatic bids that already exist and were already written into the process.
So covering the Big 12, it was awesome seeing Texas Tech beat BYU. They're the 4 seed. Do you think that Tech should have moved up at all? The rankings just fine. And what do you think of their chances now when you see their path to the national championship potentially?
It was funny. I was watching the Big Ten championship at COSM, and there was a ton of Texas Tech fans in there, and most of them were rooting for Indiana. And I guess they were rooting for some sort of chaos. But the problem was, and I told some of the Tech fans there that night, that right after Indiana won and they were celebrating, I was like, well, now you don't get the Cotton Bowl. So, Indiana's win in the Big Ten championship game knocked Texas Tech out of the Cotton Bowl. They would have gotten that had Ohio State won, because it would have been Ohio State 1, Georgia 2, and Texas Tech 3. So as soon as Indiana won, you knew that was going to knock Indiana to the Rose Bowl and then make Ohio State get to the Cotton Bowl, which then opened up the opportunity for Texas Tech to get the Orange Bowl. So, no, I mean, I think the way it shook out, it's hard to argue that Tech should have been higher than any of the teams, above them. And, especially given Ohio State's body of work, the strength of the top of the Big Ten, and, Indiana obviously winning that Big Ten for the first time since the 40s. But I thought it was funny. There was a ton of Tech fans that were rooting for Indiana, probably not realizing that in doing so that they were knocking themselves out of playing a home game at the Cotton Bowl.
Ari, what's the thing that'll keep the Red Raiders from really advancing far in this playoff? What's the aspect of their team that concerns you most right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find one, honestly. I mean, they are so complete. I think they're super underrated, but obviously from a defensive standpoint, they're just dominant. They are a dominant defensive force. I mean, the biggest thing is their pass offense. And, they haven't really played a ton of games where they've been playing from behind and in a situation where they kind of need to pass to catch up. They do have really good pass catchers and do have the opportunity to be explosive in their passing game with Caleb Rogers and Reggie Virgil. But I just think when it comes down to it, I don't know that Baron Morton is an elite quarterback that can, put Texas Tech on his shoulders and carry them to victory. They're going to be led by their defense and their running game. So, I think certainly when you look at Texas Tech overall, like if you're trying to look for a weakness, I would say their pass offense is probably the biggest weakness, but it remains to be seen if it's a legitimate weakness. They just haven't been forced to have to pass, so it's kind of weird. It's like we're not totally sure because teams haven't taken them out of what they want to do, which is run the football and play good defense.
But Ari, would you say that you would worry about the health of their quarterbacks? Is that legitimate? That it seems like to me when they've had problems, it's been that with their quarterbacks not always being healthy.
No, Broadus, that's a great call. I mean, and Morton in particular, he's an experienced guy. He's been banged up. He's been playing with a hairline fracture in his foot the entire season, basically since week 1. And yeah, I mean, they lost. They had a 4-star backup, Will Hammond, who's out of Austin, and I mean, he's kind of a stud. But he's lost now for the season. So their backup right now is this kid, Mitch Griffiths, who a year ago was, outside of football and stocking shelves, working in the real world.
Sure. And
just decided he'd get an opportunity to come and, kind of be the experienced guy behind 2 other quarterbacks. So you're right. If Morton, gets hurt, Texas Tech's offense is completely compromised because, he has not proven to be the most elite quarterback this year, but yeah, I mean, the drop-off between he and the essential third string, who's now their backup, is pretty significant, Broadus. Great point.
It's all right, Timken here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Longhorns back in this. What's the next couple of months look like for them?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, they certainly try to make the argument for why they should have been in, and obviously when push came to shove, it was obvious that they were going to be on the outside looking in. Look, I mean, it starts up front with them. I mean, they were just devastatingly bad on the offensive line, and it's sort of inexcusable for Texas, who has that access to talent, to be that bad along their offensive line. And even guys that we kind of have seen in the past be really successful just were not as good. It was just not a good cohesive unit. So for Texas to do anything moving forward with Arch Manning in this offense, I mean, it starts with their offensive line. They were so good on the offensive line last year. They lose a guy to the draft, and it's incredible how much they've tanked this year in terms of their offensive line play. So, I mean, if I were them, obviously you want to develop guys. That was a huge piece to the Pancake Club when NIL first started getting going, where they're able to land big-time prospects, including Kelvin Banks, as big-time recruits. I mean, the thing, General, is when it comes to the most sought-after type players of the portal, like there just aren't many offensive and defensive linemen available because those are the most important players to have on your roster, and those guys just don't leave because at most places they're getting the money to stay, and they are staying. So when you look at the portal, it's flush with transfer prospects at the skill position. I mean, it's got tons of wide receivers and running backs and quarterbacks, but it's the offensive line, I think, that you most want to use to upgrade your roster from an offensive line perspective. So it'll be interesting to see what Texas does. Do they think they have enough, talent from the last couple of years of recruiting to replenish their offensive line, which again was just terrible this year. But it's pretty remarkable to think that A&M's in the dance this year. Texas was in it last year, and both are obviously the premier programs in the state. But Texas Tech right now, it seems to have passed both of them up.
Well, and I was hoping my North Texas Mean Green would get in there too, Ari, but unfortunately that didn't happen. What do you think about Iowa State, K-State, among other teams that are opting out of bowls right now? They're declining the bowl invitation, and then the conference deciding to fine them $500,000.
Yeah, and then you have Notre Dame, who is set to play BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and they opted out of that because they felt like they should have been in the playoffs. And it's funny because really at the end of the year, they were being, constantly compared to BYU. So it would have been a great football game, as both of those teams were being compared to one another. But I guess it's hubris that's going to keep Notre Dame out of playing in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I mean, it kind of is what it is. It's so interesting because there's so many bowl games, and people always talk about how boring they are, or how the bowl system's dying, and then you look at the ratings, and like they still are going to do better than one-off NBA games. They're still going to do better than one-off Major League Baseball games. Like, comparatively, bowl games, as meaningless as they might be, still do pretty well when it comes to ratings. So, when you look at that, when you look at the opportunity for some of these, communities, these cities to be, front and center during bowl games, like there's a lot that I think of value that they bring. But, we're a championships obsessed society, And, you know, if you're not winning championships, you're not winning or playing. And I'm surprised with Iowa State and Kansas State, and especially given I know they're going to have new coaching staffs coming in, but, you know, I'm surprised they didn't see value in, you know, at least trying to play these games. I know one of them would have played in the Armed Forces Bowl out there at Amon G. Carter in Fort Worth had they accepted the invite. So, you know, a good opportunity to showcase your team in front of, you know, the DFW area and all the talent that is in the high schools in this area and surrounding area that Kansas State and Iowa State are coveting. So, you know, it's only going to, like, we're only seeing every year we're seeing new reasons for why teams would opt out. You know, the obvious one is they thought they were going to get to the playoff, or, you know, they've got a coaching staff, you know, turnout changeover. But I think every year we're going to see new reasons for why teams opt out. And, you know, ultimately I think we end up seeing a reduction in the bowl system, that or something written into these, you know, these agreements that stipulate that they have to play in bowl games. But, you know, again, I mean, it kind of is what it is. Teams are going to make their own decisions. And again, you know, these aren't as meaningless as we think they are. I mean, the ratings do really well. These games end up being much more successful than I think we probably expected they would.
Hey, Ari, how surprised were you that Matt Campbell got the Penn State job?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. You know, and not surprised that he would leave for Penn State, because, I mean, that's a coveted job.
Big-time job. But I didn't see, like, him being the guy. I mean, this was one of the longest processes of all the job openings. Was he not in it, and then all of a sudden he got in it? Was maybe something happened at Iowa State?
Yeah, I mean, so I would say it's completely independent from Iowa State. I think Matt Campbell, the last couple of years, had more of an itch to leave than he had previously. You know, there were opportunities that he didn't even interview for the Jets job many years ago, and you know, other things that came across his desk that he never even interviewed for. And you know, over the last few years, like, there were other openings that he did interview for, you know, maybe not as publicly. And so I think he definitely had the itch, because he recognized that, like, you know, you keep saying no forever, and those opportunities.
You go away. Yeah.
And I mean, to your point, Broadus, I'm surprised he left for a job that he wasn't the first choice, or even the second choice, or even the 10th choice. You know, you'd figure ego might get in the way, but this dude's a hell of a football coach. I mean, it's a huge loss for Iowa State. I do love the guy they hired, Jimmy Rogers. I think he's going to be a really good coach. He comes from South Dakota State. We actually had his former mentor on our show this morning to talk through what he's all about. But, yeah, I mean, Matt Campbell, like, the number one thing I could say about him at Iowa State was he and John Haycock, their defensive coordinator, Broadus, I'm sure you know, are familiar with. I mean, he basically invented this rush 3, drop 8 that is now everywhere in college football. And, you know, I wonder if we're going to start to see more like traditional 4-3 quarters, you know, press man, because we've just seen so much of this rush 3, drop 8 into coverage that, you know, at some point you think it'd go back the other way. But it just shows you know, that the influence that Campbell and Haycock have over the sport itself. It's a big loss for Iowa State, but also, I mean, this year at Iowa State, they won 8 games, and it felt like a huge disappointment. When you look back at the years with Iowa State football, I mean, this is one of the worst programs before Matt Campbell got there.
Yeah.
There's tons of great jobs, turnaround jobs that we've seen. I mean, Kurt Signetti in Indiana is unbelievable. You know, what Bill Snyder did at K-State, and what Matt Campbell has done at Iowa State to create that standard is unprecedented, certainly at Iowa State.
You're the man, Ari. Enjoy this holiday season and the playoffs and all that, and we'll catch up with you soon.
You guys be well. Take care. Later.
Let's go. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio there on TuneIn with you every weekday talking college sports. The finest coming up, Chief.
Yes, the Eagles are pulling out all the stops to create some good vibes, and Chiefs fans don't know how to handle their team sucking at the highest of levels next year in the nation. But
That's a low of V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Siemens Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Self-Employed?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy. Hour 4 of the nation coming up on just over 2 hours from Monday Night Football game. It's Eagles at Chargers, a must-lose game for our NFC East chances. Okay, it's time now for more on football with an edition of Football's Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah, the Eagles are trying to put out all the good vibes they can. We'll get into it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so Ashlyn Sullivan is a sports reporter. You're fired up over there. You just want to bet or something?
I love Jason Witten.
Oh, yeah.
He pulls another rabbit out of his head. I mean, even the voice.
Yeah,
everything about that clip gets me every time.
It's amazing. I like the fact you're calling this a must-lose.
It is.
It's just a must-lose game. I like that.
Yeah, let's go.
If the Cowboys want playoff.
No. I like the fact he's trying his best.
I'm excited for this thing. You know, this is the closest I think I'll feel to a Cowboys game for any game this season. Watching the Eagles tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I'm with you. We're all going to be pulling very, very hard for the Chargers to get that win. And it's less about the Chargers winning and more about the Eagles losing, actually.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I'm trying to confirm how real this is, but, I mean, she's a real reporter. She's Ashlyn Sullivan, sports reporter for NBC in Filthy. Also does some radio with WIP. Now, she, over the weekend, posted a photo of a giant Easter Bunny inflatable. And it says, she writes that the Eagles have installed a positivity rabbit into the locker room. Okay, it apparently showed up over the weekend. Offensive line stressed that they are not sad. They just wanted a good vibes bunny. So that's the type of stops that the Eagles are pulling out right now, as they're in the midst of an absolute disaster. And especially for a primetime game, standalone, like Eagles radio is going to be in flames tomorrow if they find a way to lose this football game.
Oh, delicious. So I mean, this would be 3 losses in a row. This would be spying with Sean and RJ, listening to Philly radio, totally meltdown. I knew they had a meeting and they were saying, we're done with the finger pointing. This is an intentional and conscious move towards. I didn't know that they brought in a bunny,
It's an anti-finger pointing meeting?
Yes.
If you're having that in December?
Yeah, we got to get our vibes right, guys.
You're cooked, man. Anti-finger pointing meetings with the team. Like, we're going to stop down and have to talk about this. And then we're going to have an allegedly inflatable Easter bunny to bring the positivity back into the locker room.
Sure, we're not doing a toy drive here.
How down bad are you? Listen, I don't know why you have a happy. Why would you have a happy Easter bunny for a toy drive ahead of Christmas?
It looks like they have some type of. I don't know, man. Is this
I don't know.
Is this obviously?
Didn't I clarify?
No, it's in the locker room. It is in the locker room.
It is in the locker room.
And it's in front of a hamper.
Yeah.
It's in front of a hamper. I don't know.
Where they're throwing away all the bad vibes and they're welcoming in the positivity. I don't know, but it seems like a last-ditch effort of desperation at the highest level.
It seems much more like a Pete Carroll or Brian Schottenheimer thing than a Nick Sirianni thing. It's weird.
No, this is a Big Dom thing. This is Big Dom.
No chance.
He's probably blew up the inflatable with his own mouth.
He probably had to put it up. But you think this was Big Dom's idea? He loves Easter bunnies so much. He's like, this will be the positive vibe.
Teddy bear.
He blew it up himself.
He's supposed to be like big security man, tough guy. I think he's a little bit softer on the inside than we imagine. I mean, he said cheesesteaks and pizzas to Scadaboo. After Scadaboo was talking about, like, no, you couldn't pay me $1 billion to put an Eagles uniform on.
He respects him, you know?
So I don't know, but this is exactly what I want to see as we approach kickoff, and we're pulling for the Eagles to
it's
crack
desperate.
the bed.
It's desperate,
Yeah.
you know. It's outside of what they do. I think if your vibes are this bad, the only thing that can really fix it is like a Michael Irvin or Dak Prescott level of leadership or fear of getting your ass kicked. That's about it. That's the only thing that can correct behavior this toxic.
I couldn't agree more. Okay, now speaking of toxic, let's get to the Chiefs fan. This guy is clearly unhappy.
I just talked with Fred out and getting some coffee. He's here. He's not happy.
Oh, I bet
I think he might be looking at Andy Reid to get fired.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because this is a selfie video from a Chiefs fan who left Arrowhead early last night after the Texans put it on him, and he's not happy. He doesn't know how to handle a non-championship level team.
Final score, Chiefs 10, Texans 20, 17. I don't know. Gave up on the Chiefs. We left early. This season is a joke. This team is a joke. We got to rebuild. We are in officially rebuild mode. Fire up the mock drafts. F*** Andy Reid. Retirement tour. He's out. Kelsey's out. We got to get everything done. Mahomes needs a new O-line. He needs receivers. He needs people to catch the damn ball. Oh,
So we're firing Andy Reid. We are giving up on our team, walking out of the stadium early, and it's in full-on rebuild mode.
Self-entitled jerks. You go to 8 straight conference championships. You go to 3 straight Super Bowls. You win 3 Super Bowls in 5-6 years, and now you want to fire everybody and you're quitting on your team? Sad and pathetic losers.
Yeah, they don't know how to handle it right now, and I mean, throwing out fire Andy Reid. Like the toxicity there is looming large.
It might be time to give up play calling. Like that would be the first move. Maybe and it's not Matt Nagy. He's not the guy that should be the play caller. I don't even know why he's still being considered for head coaching jobs. That dude stinks. But if you were to bring back a Mike Kafka or somebody that actually has some vision on offense, maybe give them the full OC play calling duties, and you just be the CEO head coach, that'd be the first step. But fire Andy Reid after all the success that he's brought you. That's a knee-jerk overreaction.
I think the worst thing that might have happened to him was when they won it in the rebuilding year. What was that, 2023 or 2022 when they won? I guess
when they beat the Eagles.
Yeah,
23.
So they, I think they were like, holy crap, we got such a cheat code here with the quarterback and Chris Jones, and we can just ride this thing out. And I think the ownership and front office is looking at it like, we don't have to sacrifice or overspend from the future. We can just keep riding this thing out, and maybe we're good enough. But this year is providing the clarity. They're going to have to be a lot more aggressive, particularly with building the offensive line and making sure you have a legit number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, no, they definitely got plenty of roster holes that need to be addressed, and if they're going to end up missing the playoffs here and they're going to get a much better pick than they're used to getting, can't fumble fart these picks, man. You better go ahead and nail them, Brett Veach and company. And how about the Texans, though? Like, the Texans' defense was extremely impressive last night, and now when you look at it...
When have they not been?
Yeah, they've been good all year.
No, they've been, for sure. They've been really good all year. But I think last night, so much of it is their pass rush just suffocates people, and you can't go anywhere. Last night, their pass rush was solid, but it's not like they sacked Mahomes a million times. I was really impressed with the back end of their secondary was incredible. Like, they were laying some big-time hits. The Rashee Rice hit was nasty, and they were making plays on the ball, and now it's versus Josh Allen and Mahomes, former MVPs. Zero touchdown.
They just ran their own gauntlet. Bills, Colts, Chiefs. This is a team that was 0-3.
Yeah, they've turned it around. And shout out to C.J. Stroud. There's for a while, Spagnola was dialing up the blitzes in a big way, and he didn't know what to do with it. But then he was able to get out of the pocket and make some plays down the field. But
it's definitely a playoff team. They get Arizona and Las Vegas the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look at this AFC playoff picture right now. Like, we do the contender pretender. Everyone's a contender in the AFC.
Nobody's running.
Jacksonville's leading the division, right?
Yeah, Jacksonville's the 3 seed right now at 9-4. And Trevor Lawrence, did he play the best game of his career yesterday?
Probably.
I think he might have.
Probably.
He was throwing dimes down the field, and they weren't dropping the balls.
I know.
Yeah.
It seems like
Walchuk gave the kids and dad. He benched him in fantasy.
You're welcome.
Minutes before kickoff.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, that was impressive, dude. And
just can't see. I mean, this Houston team looks like a team that's going to lose in the first round on Saturday afternoon. Like they always do.
I don't think so. Not in this. Who's the team? Like, who's the team in the AFC? Yeah. The Broncos and the Texans are the same team. Yeah. You don't trust their offense.
Broncos beat them earlier in the year.
I think this is a different Texans team now. They've started to get their offense going a little bit. I would say I trust C.J. Stroud over Bo Nix, and their defense is just as good, if not better. The Broncos are the 1 seed.
Can run the ball better, I would say.
And the Texans are the 7 seed, and they're basically the same team. Like, who in the AFC? This is crazy. Broncos, Patriots, Jags, Steelers?
Texans would go to who? Do they go to who? Would they go to New England?
Yeah, they go to New England.
Okay.
What, you got New England just being Teflon?
Yeah, I think New England would beat them, but no, nobody. That thing is so wide open. Anybody could beat anybody.
How do you trust Houston in anything?
My point is how do you trust any one of these teams? They're all capable of doing it.
I've just got so accustomed of Houston playing on that Saturday game early and them losing, whether at home or it doesn't matter.
No, I know.
I know. They typically do.
Yeah.
And they typically are at home. This time they're going to have to go on the road.
Yeah.
Unless they can come back and win the division.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe they do.
I think the Jags are kind of cooking right now. But the AFC playoff
That's that
picture,
thing, right? That when you do that,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you trust the Jags? Are you kidding me?
No, I don't trust.
You want to be on the Jags bandwagon now? I see you.
I simultaneously trust no one and trust all of them because who is the big team? Like you're not running into anybody that feels so much better. The Broncos are the 1 seed. I don't think they're that much better than the Texans who are the 7 seed right now.
Your Broncos
we might have we could have a Jags and I don't know. We could have like a Jags and Seahawks Super Bowl. I don't know. This just from the AFC side doesn't feel overly sexy. That's all I'm going to say. But any one of these teams have a chance.
Oh, it doesn't feel sexy now.
It doesn't feel sexy.
Now
sexy in the AFC.
We're attacking the attractiveness, the credibility of their quality.
That's all we do. We objectify these teams.
Probably just Buffalo. Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
No, they miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you, Wolf?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense.
Machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff
giddy.
football. You know, it just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums kicked tonight. Wow.
Dude, the Chargers, man. That's more of a San Francisco thing, but I think the Chargers can pull that off.
That was not cool, and I apologize. I did not mean to say that.
That was a total accident.
It's a Monday night butt licking.
I am upset about the Trevor Lawrence thing. You're right, 3-2-1. That did get me upset. I do that to myself.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, my pleasure.
Wow. Okay, and with a bang. Look at that. Thank you, Wolchuk, as well. We got
the best out of my
the
guy.
Expressway. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. Then LA Live. We got Cowboys Twitter at the top of the hour, and we're back here on The Fan. I want to talk to you.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Couple of Cowboy updates. Stephen Jones saying today, CeeDee Lamb's doing good. He's meeting all the thresholds that you need to meet that will get him to where he can play this week. So far, he's had no setbacks. Kind of sounds like CeeDee Lamb's going to be able to play here, missing just one game. Maybe the extra long week with the concussion is perfectly timed for him. And I guess the good news about this week is he doesn't have to hear about how he's no good anymore. The Cowboys shouldn't have signed him. This week, Cowboys fans have reserved that for one George Pickens.
How about they slow play him with the ankle because they're worried about his health, but then we see him get his cage rattled to the point where he's KO'd. It's like, no, we'll be all right.
It's amazing how
back out there.
It's amazing how the players push themselves to play through the concussions. Like, it's the number one thing that they should be incredibly safe with. But when you're in your 20s, you never think that the 40s and 50s are real, right? It's just some distant abstract into the future. But hopefully everything's going to be all right with CeeDee Lamb, because that was definitely one of those scary concussions. Shoddy said personnel adjustments are on the way for special teams, especially kickoff coverage, as the Lions ripped off a good quarterback's day worth of yards against them. It was 261 against Detroit in kick coverage, and I guess the Cowboys scored 6 times plus at the half, but I mean, what is that? That's an average like 35, almost 40 yards per kick return. And we can only hope that the Cowboys can avoid that level of disaster. But for the season, they just haven't been very good at it. So I would say, yes, a scrambling of the personnel that you got now, but also in the off seasons. I don't know if they want to bring back Nick Sorensen, the special teams coordinator, but they're going to need some players that maybe specialize in that just a little bit more than the ones they got. And then Trayvon Diggs, according to Shoddy, he's good to go at practice this week, hoping for clearance on him just to give themselves more options at corner. And then with the Tyler Guyton and Clowney, they're going to know more in the next 24 to 48 hours. A couple of big ones there, Brian. You got anything else on those guys yet?
That was the whole thing was the thing with Guyton was that he'd been here all weekend long working and getting treatment and all to try and get ready so he can maybe practice this week, and then with the intent of trying to play the game on Sunday. So keep an eye on that one, but he's doing everything in his power to get the ankle right in that way.
What do you guys think about Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens not being in the Baseball Hall of Fame? As winter meetings firing up, you have Hall of Fame announcements. Jeff Kent, he does hold the home run record for dongs by a second baseman. He's going in. The 57-year-old was named on 14 of the 16 ballots by the Contemporary Baseball Era Committee, 2 more than was needed for induction. I think Jeff Kent belongs in there, but I mean, he's not on the same level of a Barry Bonds or a Roger Clemens. And of course, that's it's for me. It's just so difficult to know who was doing them and who wasn't. That if we can't have clarity, just put the guys in based on what they did, and people can decide for themselves if they want to hold it against them.
I agree, and I think both were Hall of Fame players without the steroid use. Again, hard to judge. I mean, with Barry, you can kind of tell physically when he was using them, probably. But even for Roger, I think he used them for sure later on when he was older, trying to push through in those later years. But to me, they're both Hall of Fame players. And I understand it, right? They cheated. But I think that in that era, the steroid era, more players than not were probably cheating. So to me, they're absolutely Hall of Famers. I don't know how you keep them out. But again, I don't know if there's any more strict and stingy Hall of Fame than the Baseball Hall of Fame, because of those writers, man. They are very crusty.
I don't know if never. I can say definitively there was never a hitter that was more can't miss than Barry Bonds in that run that he had with the Giants.
It's unreal.
the time he was making all that history. It just felt inevitable. Every game or two, there would be a home run. I think it was every 7 at-bats in his prime.
Yeah, probably.
And then to end it, he was getting intentionally walked like 100 times a season. It was unbelievable how feared he was at the plate. And sure, some of it was due to the steroids, but so many other players were roiding at the time. Anthony Davis, big game Saturday. The Mavs beat the Rockets, so they have won 4 of 5, and they are off until Friday when they'll host the Nets. But the games are almost secondary to me compared to watching the rumors. I saw some Kyrie Irving trade rumors online, nothing from like a credible source like Cato or McMahon or Stein, but they're talking about Kyrie Irving in Minnesota, and maybe Anthony Edwards was advocating for it. But I looked up their draft pick situation. It's pretty murky, so you might have to get a third team involved. But I mean, shoot, we're coming up on it before you know it. We're inside 2 months now until the NBA trade deadline, and I think at any point something could happen. The Stars got the shootout win over Pittsburgh yesterday. They will visit Winnipeg tomorrow, so no other local sports distractions to take you away from the Chargers hosting the Eagles tonight in a massive NFC East showdown. And I got about 16 seconds on soccer. North Texas absolutely hitting the jackpot. You don't get Team USA or Mexico in the World Cup draw and in the schedule over the weekend, but we're going to get Netherlands, Japan, England, Croatia, and then Argentina will take on both Austria and Jordan here in North Texas next June.
There you go.
So a handful of matches in the group stage that should have the intention of the entire world. And if you happen to be rich and you're a Messi super fan, this is going to be a great place to be. I have no idea what those tickets are going to cost, but I would say close to $2,000 for group stage type of stuff. And if you're looking at trying to get into a final, maybe $10,000 just to even get in. So best of luck to you acquiring tickets with whatever it's going to take. And then how about Christian Pulisic? Came off the bench, scored a pair of second-half goals for AC Milan today to beat Torino 3-2. And it puts AC Milan back in first place in Italy's Serie A, their top league, level on points with Napoli, but ahead on goal difference. And, you definitely want to see him stay healthy over the next 5-6 months and be as sharp as possible when that World Cup is underway because, he might be the best player that we've ever had suit up for the red, white, and blue, but he's always hurt. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Bam, bam, bam. What up, dolls? G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. It's backlog right now because life is lifing, baby. Backlog, but I'll get to it. Winner and champ right here so far. It's from the night show here on The Fan After Dark, or The Fight After Dark. These dudes, they will kick a fight off at any given time, and they will last 25 minutes sometimes. They'll go to break and come back and keep that fight going.
Love it.
It's real deal Holyfield. Fred and Blake right here. They were arguing over their respective schools. And it's probably like a 12-minute argument. That's how it ended.
Exactly.
9-7-2, a throwdown Kansas versus UNT was not on my card for tonight.
That's right.
It wasn't on anyone's card. Kansas sucks. What dude? Y'all are good at basketball. No one's disagreeing that y'all are good at basketball. But I'm saying, as Kevin Walker brought up, we're both 6-2, so guess you're not that great.
And I'm sorry, who'd you play? Exactly.
Who do y'all play? Y'all don't play anybody good in football either, bro. Come on.
What are you talking about?
6-2. In basketball.
You can't even name one team you've played in basketball. And you didn't even know they were 6-2. So stop talking about UNT. You're a fraudulent UNT
I'm worried
fan.
about football.
No, you're not. You know what? I hope Tulane beats the crap out of you guys. You know what? You know what?
Hope whatever
thanks
you
to
want.
Blake. Thanks to Blake being the fraudulent UNT fan that he is. You know what? Let's go Green Wave.
Wow. Screw you, Fred.
Totally unnecessary to drag UNT and their fans and do it like that.
Man, come on. What do we do to you?
Could have made his point without that, but
unnecessary at all.
Fred's on one. I'm walking on eggshells around Davis.
I'm nervous for this crosstalk opportunity that we have coming up.
Can't wait for you to unveil your bold prediction for tonight's game to those guys.
Me too, man. I'm ready. My body's ready.
Can you get that on Prize Picks?
I don't think so, but I'm efforting.
Prize Licks?
Prize Licks.
It's good to be right.
Next clip right here comes from ESPN College Game Day.
Oh.
Ooh. Why would I pick a clip from College Game Day?
Somebody cussed.
Somebody cussed. Oh. Somebody cussed.
It wasn't Reese Davis.
No, we got Nick Saban right here. We got some questions for Kirby Smart.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, what are the critical factors, going to be in this game? And I know all the bullshit that I taught you, like, control the line of scrimmage, be able to run the ball, stop the run, play well on third down, get off the field on third down, play well in the red zone, don't give up explosive plays, turnovers, all that.
Oh, we got that.
So after all that bullshit, tell me what really is a factor in this game.
Thank you, Coach. That's good journalism.
Apparently, the key for you is to play your backup quarterback. So. That always seemed to work for you.
Well, you don't have to play gunner today. I mean,
we do. I really think situational football is so important, and all those things you talked about that were bullshit, we can put aside. I do think third down, red area, in the special teams, every time we've played in the SEC Championship, there's been a monumental special teams play. I think those are really important, But other than that, it's all bullshit.
Bro, it's 4.
Man, Kirby.
It's 4 times.
Leaning right into it.
Setting records. Should be a
4
fine.
times, bro.
Cussing on TV turns us into like 4th graders.
They did block a punt.
He cussed. So bold.
Oh, my God.
And edgy. Oh, he's so cool. 972. Why does Dawson glaze Pulisic like that? What are you talking about, 972? Best player to ever put on the red, white, and blue for soccer. Who is better? I'll wait. Anybody else play for Chelsea and AC Milan and Borussia Dortmund?
No.
Have those kind of accomplishments?
No.
Biggest thing's the injuries. That's it.
He's standing on that glaze.
Yeah, how about it? Yeah.
Now tell me about some possession midfielder. Yeah, most difficult thing in soccer is scoring goals. Getting open, creating space, finishing.
Do we have a goalie that played a long time at Everton?
It's not the point. Tim Howard, Casey Keller.
Yeah.
Howard did have an amazing World Cup. That Belgium game was pretty nuts, but you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just guessing U.S. players.
World Cup time. All the local TV stations are rolling out some pretty extensive World Cup coverage.
Let's go to Friday night here on The Fan. What you drinking, what you thinking.
Oh, no.
Call a name Gabriel.
Gabriel!
He set Brian off a little bit.
Gabriel, you still there?
They'll count the conference champ.
Yeah, what kind of fan are you? What fan are you? What
I'm
team?
a Boomer. I'm a Boomer Sooner. I'm a Boomer Sooner.
Gotcha. You got offensive problems too, so you probably need to not talk about that too
Well, I don't think BYU's in right now. I mean, like that spot's going to go to the.
Are you jealous that they actually score 14 points?
And LSU's at home getting a new head coach.
Oh. Yeah. Good luck with that playoff run you're about to go on, bro. Enjoy it. Go get the T-shirt right now. Get the T-shirt. You were in the playoffs. Go get that T-shirt. That's the only damn thing you're getting.
How about you just represent SEC, baby? All family.
Bro, you just showed up in the SEC. Shut up.
Oh, here we go. Come on, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah. What do you mean, come on, Broadus? You're the one coming on talking about teams with offense. You need to look your ass in the mirror.
Don't let him be like that, Gabe.
You let LSU push you around, and you want to tell me you guys got an offense? Come on, bro.
Who won at the end of the day? Who's in the playoffs?
My gosh, who won? Who won? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're playing against the backup quarterback, and you guys almost take the L. Shut up.
Okay.
I'm still not sure what sets you off, but I love it. I don't know why that should have been that offensive.
He was just ready to fight.
I hadn't done
form. He was going on no hours of sleep. Late Thursday night Cowboys game film.
Little
he was a little cranky.
Yeah.
My favorite quote was, "You need to look your ass in the mirror."
Yeah. That's look, not lick.
Just lick it.
Yeah, I got into it with Banny one day. It was after a late Monday night football game. And that was middays.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that was a fast turnaround.
It was.
Yes, it is a church day. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes out there.
Frederick Douglass.
Hey, made for times like these. Listen, I usually play a church clip. This is a church clip, but this is from the playmaker, Michael Irvin.
Uh-oh.
He said he was at the Potter's house during service praying for Miami.
For Miami,
bro. Yeah. He was in church praying for Miami, and before he even got out of that damn thing.
I told y'all I sought the Lord.
And he heard. And he answered. He answered yesterday with the game. I'm leaving the Potter's house right now. While I was getting the last bit word from the Lord, my phone just started saying, God said I ain't gonna even wait that long. Before I got out of church, it was and they all started coming in because we got in. I'm telling y'all, I sought the Lord, and he heard, and he answered, and he delivered.
Yeah, shout out to Mike. And he delivered. It's like a wrestling promo for Jesus.
That's so good, man. Yeah, he's back into full-on playmaker mode. Yeah, he's got the eye of the tiger. Maybe it's you think the Miami season's done it for him?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys gave him a little
spark
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now they're in the playoff. He's pumped.
What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
That's it, Playboy.
Okay, we got the Fan After Dark, our current champs, Fred and Blake, arguing over UNT and Kansas. Is it ESPN's College Game Day, Nick Saban with the bull bleep? Everybody followed suit. Friday night, what you drinking, what you thinking? Broadus versus Gabriel or Michael Irvin praying for Miami? I'm going to vote for the what you drinking, what you thinking clip there, Chief. How about you?
Samesies.
Lucius?
Oh, man. Michael Irvin.
Well, Chuck.
I'll go Playmaker.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
What are you doing?
Come on, bro. You got the balls?
I'll vote for myself.
There you go.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Brian Broadus heckling the caller Gabriel during What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Time to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. That's Spanky moves, right?
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. Bam. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
They're going to send you an insurance card. Stop calling it a card. It's a piece of paper. Okay, I want a card. $3,500 I gave you guys last year. You can afford to send me a card. At least laminate the card. The library laminates their cards. I don't think the whole library system made $3,500 last year. They don't send you a card. They send you a piece of paper, and it's got a dotted line on it with a picture of scissors. No. You cut it. I'm not. Not for $3,500. You can hire a couple of cutters up there for that kind of money. And if I do cut it, I'm not cutting on that stupid line. I'll cut whatever shape happens to come out. The cop's going to be like, can I see your insurance? Swan? Is that a swan? Is that what that is?
Hey, man, this is LA Live for Monday, December 8th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday is just basically a weekend wrap-up. Some things I've seen on the timeline, maybe some things I did over the weekend. That's what it is, fam, all right? Get familiar. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. We had a big boxing weekend this past weekend. Might be the last, of course. It looks like the last big boxing weekend of the year, Saturday night. Pitbull Cruz and Lamont Roach Jr. They fought Saturday night in San Antonio. Decent undercard. Really good, decent undercard. I was not disappointed with that undercard. Not worth $90, though. Ooh. Not worth $90.
Yeah, that's a big price tag.
Yeah, all right. It is a hell of a price tag. But I'll tell you what, shout out to the Fire Stick boys out there.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all doing the Lord's work out there, baby. Fire Stick boys in the building. Streamers in the building. You can go on like TikTok and stream the darn things. Did you know that?
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
That's next level.
Man, TikTok's on this.
Yeah.
They don't get shut down?
It didn't get shut down the whole time. It was streaming perfectly crisp. So, I don't know if y'all made that box office money on the streams because it was streaming so good that there was no buffering. So there wasn't a whole lot of people on it.
Wow. I'm usually used to some hijinks if I'm messing with the Fire Stick boys.
Yeah, and you know what? And they should have knocked it down a little bit off that $90 price tag. You know, take 20% off of something because Stephen Fulton, he missed weight.
Ooh.
Okay. And Laura's fight, he didn't even fight his. It couldn't be a unification fight because he didn't even fight the opponent that he was supposed to fight because the guy popped earlier that week for steroids.
Yeah. The power pellets.
Yeah, so it wasn't a unification fight on there, and old boy missed his joint, so he couldn't get the belt. If he was so, knock it down. It's a different fight now, bro. It's a different fight. But for all that, yeah, they should have knocked that price down, bro. But it was a good fight. At the Pitbull versus Cruz, that ended in a draw. Some controversy right there. It allowed Cruz to retain his WC title, though, so he can still keep that. Now, if you say Pitbull Cruz won or Lamont Roach won, I'm not going to argue with you. Pitbull started strong. He's a brawler.
He's my favorite fighter to watch.
Pitbull Cruz is a problem. Yeah. He's a brawler. It's like he's throwing rocks when he hits you. Yeah, he's a problem out there. But for some reason, Lamont Roach thought he can brawl with a guy named Pitbull, and it wasn't going good for him at first. And then he ended up getting dropped. Now, it was like it was his first drop he's ever had.
Wow.
It was his boxing glove hitting the ring. So it wasn't really like a drop. He caught himself.
Okay.
But it's still technically a drop. But you would have never gotten that place if you were trying not to brawl with Pitbull Cruz. They end up later boxing. It looked pretty good. But I would say Pitbull Cruz probably edged it out if he did not have those hit below the belts. He was charged with hitting below the belt. He probably would have. Just saying. He probably would have eased it on out for that situation. But all in all, it was a good fight. Both fighters, they want to run it back, so we'll probably see that rematch. The undercard was pretty good, too, as well. Ramos Jr. defeated Sugar Shane Mosley's son, Shane Mosley Jr., in a unanimous decision. Shane Mosley Jr. can take a punch. He can take a punch, but I don't think Ramos had the power because he's stepping up. I don't think the power came up with him. Well, shout out to Sugar Shane Mosley out there. He looked pretty good. Laura retained his WBA middleweight title. Unanimous decision over Gonzalez. I bring that up because Laura is 42 years old.
Wow. Still getting it done.
42 years old out there boxing, man, and getting it done, too. And shout out to Detroit's Frank Martin for the KO of the year, possibly. He delivered a slumper to Rance's Bartholomew in the fourth round. I'm talking about a slumper on the button where my man's arms just started dangling. And you just fall out, you know?
Oh.
One of those, pow, on the button.
Oh, my gosh.
Bro.
That
falls.
is vicious.
Yeah, y'all see that?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Looked it up.
Yeah,
that's one of the greatest.
Dropped.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Looked like, hold up.
So Frank Martin breaking through in the fourth.
Oh, jeez.
One hitter, quitter. Are you kidding me? The Ghost just scared a bunch of 140-pounders with that knockout of the year candidate.
Yeah. And he hit it with the dance too. As the guy's falling down, he's dancing away.
Bro.
It's bad when you get hit and you start falling forward, like you're hunching forward, and then you go back.
The shoulder slumped.
Wow, dude! Looked like he was trying to sit down on one of those extra low toilets. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's pretty nasty right there.
God, he just crumbles.
It's pretty right on the button, too, bro. Right on the button. H-Town, stand up. Y'all might have one with O'Shaquie Foster. Y'all might have one. O'Shaquie dominated Stephen Fulton Jr. It was a masterclass, damn near perfect boxing right there. And it looks like Shakur Stevens, he's boxing out of Houston, and it looks like him and O'Shaquie might link up. So that y'all might have a fight out there in Houston. And it should be in Houston if it does happen, and not in Vegas or anywhere else. That fight's got to happen in Houston because that's Houston versus Houston. That'll be a big turnout. What else we got over the weekend? It's good stuff. Oh, speaking of Houston, we got the rapper Big Tony. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but it doesn't matter because he has announced his upcoming docuseries on controversial Houston rapper SPM, a.k.a. South Park Mexican. Had some hits back in the day, then he all of a sudden disappeared because he had a weird case with a 9-year-old.
Oh, no.
No.
Yeah, now he said he was being set up by the mom and it was an extortion situation and he's got like 45 years, bro.
That's awkward.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But the docuseries is said to be titled The Predator.
Oh my gosh.
The series promises to take an unfiltered, in-depth look at SPM's rise, fall, and the legal troubles that have defined his legacy. SPM, South Park Mexican. Big Tony also hinted that the documentary will address long-standing questions and misconceptions surrounding the case. Misconceptions.
So is this like a I got the guy's back or like a takedown?
If it's titled Predator, I'm pretty sure
Takedown.
there's going to be some punches in there. Yeah,
Maybe that's the new trend. Sounds juicy.
Yeah. The Predator hits Netflix July 13th, 2026. So look at there. Anybody that's familiar with the South Park Mexican situations. What else we got right here for you? Oh, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Trayvon Boykin.
Yeah.
He has issued an apology.
Oh, he did.
To Russell Wilson and his family, by the way.
Got some backlash.
He issued an apology for saying that it was weird that Russell Wilson had catered food for Thanksgiving and none of his family was there. Russell Wilson's mom joined the chat, by the way.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she jumped into the comments and started responding. I'll just give you a little highlight. She said to Boykin, basically, it's none of your business. She's tired of men cutting down her son. She made some explanations, too. She said part of her family was in Florida for a tournament at that time. That's why they weren't there. And she stayed home because she wanted to fast for those last 4 days.
Okay. I mean, there was bound to be an explanation.
Yeah, and she also said Boykin should have been lucky that he got an invite to Russell Wilson's house, considering his criminal history.
Okay.
Jeez,
That's off the top, bro.
Mom.
Defensive.
Yeah, you ticked off Mama Bear though. She's going to come out swinging.
claws are out.
What happened?
I love this from Mom right now.
Yeah, she came in. Here's an apology.
But we gotta address the elephant in the room. You know what I'm saying? That was a video that obviously went viral. Me sharing my experience with what I had at a teammate's crib. But with that being said, I just would have to let y'all know, like, hey, look, I'm a kid from Dallas, Texas, right? I come from a traditional household when it comes to family, right? When we came from, I came from and so when it come to Thanksgiving, the reason I said what I said, it's because when we had a little bit of nothing, we still came together as a family. That's the way that I was raised. That's the way that I always seen it. So when I seen something a little bit different, it was that to me. It was different. Now, I probably could have articulated it a lot better than what I did, and I could have gave a little bit more context than what I did. And so I can't issue that apology and say that I do apologize because they didn't necessarily deserve it. I could have told the story without name dropping. Because I'm pretty sure other people go tell their stories on podcasts and their experiences, and then you just speculate who it is, and you go from there. So, like I said, bro, I do want to issue that apology publicly. I don't think that you can publicly say something and then go privately apologize.
Thoughts, gentlemen, thoughts.
Man, I do like this trend or this example being said of people having awareness and being like, oh, man, that's my bad. We should normalize the apology instead of digging in. You know, I could probably take some of that advice myself.
You know, I mean, hey, I don't. A lot of people probably just wouldn't have apologized. He didn't run from it. He addressed it immediately, and I mean, we knew at the time that was probably going to be one he regretted.
Yeah,
but. You know, hey, he owned it.
Yeah, I think he did it for the podcast, too, right? Because his numbers was looking crazy skinny.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
and you know what? He probably did the right thing by doing that.
Yeah.
You got to look out for his bread.
Yeah. He mentions, it did go viral, you know what I'm saying, which is probably good for business.
Mission accomplished, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, this thing's unfortunate because, I mean, all the content companies know we need something unhinged. We need something reckless or disrespectful or whatever it is because that's what the algorithm is going to pick up.
It's true.
You know, it's more evidence that the algorithm is engineering society instead of reflecting it.
How about that? That's a fact, Jack. All right, man. Well, hey, Trayvon, I guess so, bro. You were totally wrong in that